Today's matchup. ROX Tigers. KT Rolster. ESC Ever. Afreeca Freecs. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that is Monte Cristo, and today, of course, it's Wednesday. We've got two great best of threes for you today, and the first one's actually really exciting. KT versus ROX Tigers, a battle of third and fourth place. It's hard to predict this one, isn't it?
Yeah, extremely hard. ROX Tigers did win their last matchup 2-1, but and KT maybe on a bit of a slide right now. They have lost their last two matches to both Afreeca and SK Telecom. But that said, still, these are top-of-the-table teams, and everybody's still really fighting for those playoff seeds as we come into the end of this season, really.
Yeah, well, it was actually a trick question because I can predict it.
Oh?
I know who's going to win.
Wow.
Because if you look at Champion Spring and Summer last year and Champion Spring this year, in round one, ROX Tigers won every time. And in round two, KT won every time. So ROX Tigers winning their first meeting against KT this season. It's round two now. So going by the last 4 seasons of league here in Korea, KT should take it.
All right. Well, we'll see if that actually comes true. It would be nice for KT. You know, they were on a roll, 5 straight wins, now 2 straight losses, and that puts them down in 4th place. So, as you said, the winner of today's game will be in 3rd place. Chance for ROX to close the gap and even up the match score, at least with SKT and Samsung. But then again, that game differential still going to put them at a maximum of +8 and at 9-3.
Yeah, I mean, at least that would put them kind of close to Samsung and, you know, maybe have a chance to overtake them later in the season. But it's still going to be tough. You know, if SKT and Samsung keep playing the way they do, I think they're going to kind of lock up those first 2 spots pretty easily. We'll see, though. We'll see. KT, like you mentioned, coming off of a couple losses, though. Losses to SK Telecom and the Afreeca Freecs, so trying to get things back on track today. That's kind of, I think, the key for them.
Yeah, and ROX, you know, they've won 6 out of their last 7, only dropping a set to SK Telecom. Yeah. But we can argue that they probably should have lost to Jin Air. It was a very late game, misplay by Jin Air in game number 3 that allowed ROX Tigers to get back into the game.
Yeah, I thought Jin Air had that one for sure. There they are, the ROX Tigers. They won anyway, and they've been looking pretty good this season. Kuro starting today rather than Cry. They've been alternating between those 2 mid laners, kind of depending on if they want to play the Victor or the Azir, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the logic is, but both mid laners have been seeing some pretty even playing time this season. It was Cry in their last match, or going up against SK Telecom. So, we'll see how they end up doing.
Yeah.
With Kuro and Ray actually number 4 and number 5 in total damage per minute in the entire league. So Kuro has actually been having a very good season, despite the fact that they have been swapping him out with some frequency. But man on the end, Smeb, this is what we look forward to in ROX versus KT is the
yeah.
SMEB Sunday matchup, always fun.
It's going to be great. And I mean, just talking again about the history between these two teams, there's KT Rolster. It is really kind of cool that it seems like ROX Tigers always wins in the first round. KT always wins in the second round. So it's been a pretty even history between these guys.
Yeah, absolutely has. And as for KT Rolster, they've had a pretty set game plan this season. When we take a look at their statistics, Score has been outstanding at getting first blood. He's the highest player in the entire league at his first blood rate of 57%. And Someday is #1 in the top lane at 43%. And how KT plays. They're going to try and get Someday ahead. They're going to sacrifice usually the first dragon or Drake of the game to do that. And they also are going to take the highest percentage of Rift Heralds. So it's about setting Someday up for success. They're good at getting early gold leads and then controlling the Drake after Drake #1 because they're usually happy to just trade that for the Rift Herald and a kill in the top lane.
Yeah, well, just checking out their matches, the last 10 specifically for each of these teams. ROX Tigers, of course, looking pretty good, 72.7% match score. Can't really complain against that too much. But that win against Jin, like you said, that probably should have been a loss.
And as we talk about KT, we can also say that their matches against Afreeca and SKT probably should have been wins, especially the SK Telecom games. Game number 3 was a bit of an early Baron throw by KT after they got a massive advantage in the first few minutes of that game. So KT has been on a bit of a tear recently when it comes to throwing at Baron. They need to set up for the objective better. Frequently they get a big lead and they become overly aggressive when it comes to taking the Baron objective, frequently doing it at sub 25 minutes and then losing games as a result.
Well, here's kind of that stat that I was talking about a little bit earlier where for some reason, for whatever strange arcane reason, first round always goes to ROX Tigers, second round always goes to KT Rolster. See if the trend continues. It's a trend that's nearly 2 years long now.
Exactly. Ever since we did start the league format, it moved away from the tournament format. And since the original formation of the ROX Tigers as a team.
Yeah, pretty much. So you got to wonder if ROX Tigers can break the trend. I feel like this is their best opportunity yet, Well, and it's kind of surprising it didn't happen already.
Yeah, I don't know how to really gauge these team strengths right now, Doa, because I feel like ROX has been stealing some wins they shouldn't get, and I feel like KT has been losing some games that they shouldn't lose.
Well, in the end, I mean, it could really go either way. That's kind of the nature of League of Legends,
Well, it's kind of the nature of this season of champions here in Korea. It's just been a total mix-up. We had 4 different teams in first place last week.
And it's time to go to picks and bans for game number 1 between the ROX Tigers and KT Rolster. And we'll have to see what gets through. The Gnar pick was very contentious yesterday, which was interesting to see.
Yeah, more and more Gnar seen as a very safe blind pick in the current meta. Of course, did receive some interesting buffs on the most recent patch, so even more viable than he was previously. And there we go, Aurelian Soul will be removed. The Fly special alongside the Zillion. Nobody else really plays it in this league, but Fly has been stacking up the wins on that. Shen will be banned out.
Yeah, Shen banned against SMEB.
Now,
Shen's just a good ban in general these days.
Yeah, it is, but there's still the GP up. Nope, never mind.
Not anymore.
And Someday, as a player, actually in the first meeting of these two teams, back when Echo was still a standard top laner, Someday was one of the very first players in this league to play the new Shen.
True.
And it did appear in that matchup. It was a loss for KT.
Final ban for KT. And they're going to ban away the Gragas from Peanut. Okay. So that means...
I think they have Gragas trauma from the SK Telecom match. Rise is up, but we have seen Rise falling through picks and bans more and more frequently.
I mean, I would have Gragas trauma too from really any encounter with Gragas to begin with, but especially...
I don't know. I'd go out for a night on the town with Gragas. I don't think I'd have Gragas trauma after that. Sure.
I don't think I can keep up with Gragas, man. I gotta be real with myself here for a second. I think maybe in college I could have kept up with Gragas, but not so much now. Elise, the first pick for the ROX Tigers, gonna give that one over to Peanut. And what's it gonna be for KT now?
Yeah, lots of comfort champions still left available for score, even though Elise is his most played. Kindred, Rek'Sai, of course, he's been doing wonderful all season long. Certainly, I think you could make an argument that he is currently the top jungler in this entire league.
Yeah, I'd agree. What's it going to be? It's not going to be the champions that spell KT.
It could be Aurelia.
I suppose it's true. Could be. Aurelia doesn't spell KT though.
Well, it's part of it's part of KT.
Well, the Ashe pick would not be too surprising.
All right. Could be an early Malzahar lock. Ooh,
wow.
I love it. So remember back when Fly was the only Malzahar player in this league?
I suppose.
We did see it from Faker recently. Played in the top also by Trace. So that's still a flex pick, remember. And I'm sure someday with his enormous champion pool, we'll be able to play it if he wants to play a very aggressive AP pushing lane, a la Trace. And the Ashe also snapped up. So ROX Tigers going to have to blind pick a little bit right here.
Yeah, see what they decide to go with. Like we mentioned, the Gnar blind pick has been pretty popular. And I could see Kuro playing Talia. They're not going to pick it up just yet, though. Sivir Tahm Kench.
Okay, well, this is interesting stuff. So Tahm Kench reappearing on this patch with some modifications to his kit, but does more damage now as a support because his percent damage is based on total health rather than bonus health. So, of course, with a lower amount of gold, we can't see that. And Gorilla, too, one of the very top Tahm Kench players in Korea. Many of you will probably remember his Tahm Kench play that absolutely destroyed CLG at the World Championship in the group stage this past year. And so this is a team that really knows how to use this champion. I think that Gorilla, for my money, has had the most impressive use of Abyssal Voyage out of any player that I've seen.
Yeah, he basically turns Tahm Kench into Twisted Fate. Or should he say Twisted Fish?
Twisted Fish? Is that what it is?
That's right. Well, if Tahm Kench is a fish, I mean, we're not really
He is a catfish. He is.
Is he? Or is he some sort of frog hybrid?
No, he's a catfish.
Could be a frog as well.
He's not. He's a catfish.
No, I think you're right. Frog, definitely a possibility.
I'm sorry, Doe. Your eyes just aren't working. He's very susceptible to noodling. That's how you know he's a catfish.
I suppose. I mean, maybe. Hey, if Frog's into it, I'm not gonna judge. Well, Sion would be an interesting pick, but it would not be a pick that is without precedent, rather.
From the Tigers.
ROX Tigers wheelhouse. I don't think we're going to see it, but.
Yes, the great days of Kuro playing Sion mid with Banner of Command. That was very exciting. But Victor, a very safe pick and a very reliable pick for Kuro, his most played champion of all time. And they are going to go ahead and take the Trundle. So they're flexing the Tahm Kench and the Trundle. Obviously, either of these champions could be running support or in the top lane.
And the Gnar, the final pickup for KT.
So it will be a mid lane Malzahar. And they are happy to take that into the Victor. We'll see how this matchup plays out. Kuro with the teleport, at least for now. So where is the Tahm Kench going? Is it going on to Smeb? Probably not. It's probably a support.
Well, with the Tahm Kench picked up early, I was wondering if we were going to see maybe a Talia or something like that, just to produce this team comp that can, move around the map really quick. Yeah,
absolutely. And we've seen Kuro play very well on the Talia.
Sure.
When they played against SKT. So was an 0-2 for the ROX Tigers in that matchup, but those were great games, very close.
Oh yeah.
Kuro's performance on that champion was impressive. So now we get to see how he's going to be facing against the pushing pressure of this Malzahar. Great pick composition for KT. The single target CC from Malzahar and Ashe is absolutely enormous, and you get hit, you're going to be locked down. Someday looking to dominate the laning phase against Smeb. We'll see if Smeb goes through the triple rejuvenation bead start that we've seen become more popular in this matchup in Korea, just to get that extra sustain. It has been really effective against Gnar's auto attack harass. Basically, it's just a free farm lane for Trundle.
I mean, we've seen it work pretty well, so why not? Either way, like we mentioned earlier, a battle for third place between the ROX Tigers and KT Rolster. And that Tahm Kench skin.
Wow, I haven't seen that one. Jeez.
It looks like it's got to be an Earth mode one, right? Because he's got the little golden laurels. We'll find out. ROX Tigers versus KT Rolster, game 1. Let's do it. right, welcome to Summoner's Rift, game number 1 between the ROX Tigers and KT Rolster here on LCK Summer on OGN. Thanks for watching, guys. I know you'd rather be playing Pokemon Go, but thanks for taking some time out of your wanderings to watch a little bit of League.
While you're wandering around, can't you just put the stream on your phone, Doa?
No, I don't think that it counts for like steps for hatching Pokemon and stuff at that point. I think you need to have the app open, which is kind of silly, but we can't even play it at all, which you don't care about. But
I really don't care.
I care deeply.
Deeply, huh?
Deeply. That's right. Very sad. It worked for an hour. I caught an Oddish. That's all I got. Just Oddish and Squirtle just chilling out. At least I have a buddy,
I guess.
At least Squirtle isn't alone anymore. Fly high. He's high on life.
All right, so we are going to see
that's disturbing.
A little bit of a delayed invade here. Now, this is going to be seen. It's going to be a 4 versus 2. Unusual starting positions here for the ROX Tigers.
All right, well.
They started strong side jungling, and KT doesn't know it.
Yeah, Chani Arrow coming in. Smet, Peanut right there.
God.
And Chani is dead, pretty much. Let's see if he can get away. He's flashing. They're going to follow. Smet trying to chase him down. Gorilla and Prey come over the wall, too. And Chani not making it out of this one. First blood goes over to Prey. And now Arrow trying to escape as well. Uses that W to slow down Prey, but he's going to take a lot of damage on the way out.
Oh, man.
Well, that was a rough start for KT.
That is so tricky from the ROX Tigers. So typically what you would see, now that is a very weird start. To have 4 people, your AD, support, jungle, and top lane, and they're not going to stop now. ROX Tigers continuing to play aggressive.
Yeah,
so Score was trying to compensate by going into the top laner side of the jungle. But basically in that start, let's talk about this. So if there had been a lane swap for the ROX Tigers, then they could have simply taken that side of the jungle and then invaded, or gone blue and then invaded the enemy jungle. But because KT tried this delayed invade and the ROX Tigers were already at their blue, first off, it appears, because that would be a normal start for the jungler and top laner in a lane swap, that Sivir and Tom Kench are on the bottom side of the map. It would appear that way. But they waited long enough to show, didn't show in the lane in bottom with the top laner, and that meant that it was a pretty easy 4 versus 2. So the mind games were very real, and now that's a 600 gold advantage in 3 minutes here for ROX as they mix things up and play a bit tricky.
Well, giving the Sivir first blood in this 2v2 is not a great start. Now, Prey hasn't gone back and fought yet, so it's not really affecting anything at the moment, aside from the levels, but it's going to be rough for Arrow and Achani.
Yeah, absolutely is.
So Chani can get some sort of miracle engage 2v2 possibly.
What I love about that too is the ROX Tigers reaction. So Gorilla immediately heads down into the bottom side of the jungler with Peanut to deny an attempted red buff steal here by Score. So they read the situation. They knew that Score was going to head down and try and take something on the opposite side of the jungle to punish them for it. And they just walk right down there and catch him out and push him back. So it's been a really smart start here for the Tigers.
Yeah. Meanwhile, down in bot lane, which is top lane, Someday getting a little bit of a CS lead on Smeb, but again, you kind of expect that in the matchup.
That was a really smart level 1 by ROX. We haven't really seen that before. That's a new one. But
well, it's definitely going to make teams a little bit nervous about invading on that side.
Yeah, and the best part is, okay, so what happens if Alistar and Ashe instead just go get the Gromp? Well, nothing much, because the same Prey and Gorilla will also, or go the Krugs, I guess in this case. Prey and Gorilla will go take the Gromp, and the jungler will just start at the blue buff. Sure. And you can teleport with your top laner into the bottom part of the map and just go into the 1v1 versus Someday. So maybe you lose a teleport. That's basically the worst case scenario for the ROX Tigers if they have to burn an early TP. But
meanwhile, Fly, no trouble at all farming in this mid lane.
Yeah, just gonna say, but not having a teleport right at the start of the game, probably not going to be punished for it by Someday and Gnar.
No.
Kuro did switch it up to the cleanse. A little bit interesting. I guess he's worried about potential Ashe Arrow or a Gnar ultimate.
Yeah,
you can't cleanse out the suppression. Malzahar.
Well, we've seen Arrow be pretty good on those Astros, so I would be a little bit worried about it. Victor isn't exactly the most mobile champion, although you'd think if you wanted to be fast, you could just bend over and run on 5 legs. Then he could go really quick.
I don't know. I don't think I can run faster on my arms than I can on my feet, Doa.
You know the best part about being Victor, though?
What?
Easy handstands.
That's
you know
true.
how hard it is to do a handstand? Well,
He just does a tripod handstand.
exactly. He's got that hand in the back. He can do those crazy yoga poses where he's like stand on your head and then bend all around. It's super easy for him, though.
Only we all had shoulder hands, Doa.
I know. So I think to myself every morning when I look in the mirror, I'm like, I wish I had a shoulder hand.
Cheating at yoga.
It's more like a shoulder arm. You need the arm part. If you just had the hand coming out of your shoulder, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, that's true.
Except you like maybe like lean against walls you wouldn't normally lean against.
All right, so a bit of a price was paid in this particular matchup, particularly in the bottom side. It wasn't the 3-beat start here from Smeb, and someday to get a little bit more time down there because of the shenanigans that happened in the jungle. And farm is stabilized for Arrow, so ultimately it looks like KT has been able to close this gap to about 200 gold now, mostly caught up, and been able to farm it out. We're looking at an even game now, and no real itemization advantage either. Both Arrow and Prey with BF Sword. It's not really going to be that big of a deal. And we do see the swap occurring now as Arrow wants to head into the bottom side. Gorilla and Prey just going to walk through the mid lane.
Kuro just pushing up that mid lane hard at the same time. Looks like might be some action down in bot as these teams set up for a potential mountain drag.
Yeah, Victor has no mana. He's going to go back right now, and since he switched away from TP to cleanse, they're going to set a trap here for the ROX Tigers.
All right, Prey and Gorilla walking right into it. There's Achani with the pulverize to start things off on Burrow from score as well. Gorilla trying to save his AD carry. Ate up Prey for a second. He's got that shield. TP coming down like you mentioned. The exhaust on Arrow running out now. Prey and Gorilla escape. Hina comes in, forcing the flash from Arrow. Prey flashes back over the wall to escape score, and someday it looks like this could still go KT's way as kills come in. Smeb, Kuro, Peanut all forced back under their bot lane tier 1.
Oh boy, this Malzahar is looking for that ult.
Yep, that's right. He gets it onto Smeb, and yep, talk about being suppressed. Whoa, nice flash pulverize from Achani, keeping Kuro and Peanut out of it until they wanted to get Kuro back in. That's going to be another kill for someday. And KT really cleaning up in that fight, and that's probably going to mean a mountain drake as well.
Yeah, they thought they had an advantage because of the later rotation from Fly, but with both top laners coming in, and someday, we've seen his Gnar play before, but he always seems to be there right at the right time with the Gnar bar. Score going to take a little bit of harassment here as he fails to steal the red buff and say maybe they should have actually just gone for this mountain drake instead of the red buff right there and backed off. Now we're going to forego that opportunity. So ROX on the recalls may have an opportunity to take this.
Right.
So the drop is absolutely huge. Prey doesn't even have a chance to spell shield, has to use his heal immediately. And Gorilla now, remember, he does get less gray health in the early levels of the game, actually all levels, but especially the early levels. So he's less resilient than he was before, and of course that will mean that he dies on that side. So they pursue Arrow, but watch someday. Flash ultimate, gonna take down Prey, and at this point Malzahar shows up. It is a 4 versus 3, and because Malzahar is here, and he has his passive up, he's just able to zip through and take out someday. Bit of a misplay there from Score. He knocked him up during the suppression instead of waiting, but he also wanted to get the damage down, so a bit of a hard call. Still going to be able to secure a kill.
Well, Chani did great too, getting in the back lines and then knocking Kuro forward for another kill. It's a good start. Good start for KT. But yeah, missing out on that mountain drake. I kind of assumed they would immediately just go for it since there wasn't really anything ROX could have done to stop them.
Yeah.
But I think, I guess they thought they had time for a red buff anyway. Oops.
Now, typical KT here would be trying to get the Rift Herald and giving it to Sunday. So we'll see if they accomplish that feat. Fly is able to go ahead and leash his own blue buff with his Voidling Swarm without taking damage. One of the nice things about having Malzahar in that mid lane is that it frees up the jungler to do other things instead of leashing a blue buff for him, because there's just only a time penalty, really. Yeah. the Malzahar to take that.
It's a pretty self-sufficient lane with that Malzahar.
Well, but a lot of teams, when they see the mid laner fade into the blue buff, will assume that the jungler is there, and you can never make that assumption when there's a Malzahar in mid.
It's true. That's a good point. ROX Tigers pushing up that bot lane a little bit. Meanwhile, Smeb and Someday still duking it up in the top lane. But Sunday's starting to get quite a bit big as Yesley. Meanwhile, Gorilla gets caught completely. There's a pulverized Gorilla popping that health, but without the flash, I don't think he's going to get out here. Taken down, Arrow getting a kill there. And KT just collapsing on that bot lane and catching Gorilla and Prey a little bit unawares.
Yeah, Someday here. He pushed up the top side, and now he's going to have some time to hold on to the mid lane. We'll see where KT goes with this. They are going to go for that first break. And there's not really a whole lot of defense here. Grill is still not level 6, so he can't use the Abyssal Voyage to quickly enter into combat. Not going to have an opportunity, especially with Smeb TP down, and still just trying to catch up to Someday and Farm, who is turning into an absolute monster.
Yeah, he's pretty heavily won this lane at this point. The kills certainly helping out there too. But Smeb's got issues. Here comes Someday again. Don't let the top hat fool you. He's no gentleman.
How do you know he's no gentleman?
Well, because he keeps hitting people and kind of grunting at them. That doesn't sound like a very gentlemanly thing to do.
Gentlemen got into duels all the time, or boxing matches.
Yeah, but that's not an honorable duel.
Fisticuffs.
When's the last time you saw a boomerang used in a duel, man? Come on.
Well, I'm not Australian. I think you'd have to ask Papa Smithy that question. That's probably
true.
like a key part of Australian history.
He would know. Maybe he's done it. Who knows? Wouldn't put it past him.
For all I know, that's what gentlemen in Australia do.
That sounds
Doa.
great, if that's true. I don't know.
That's how you settle. That's how you settle honorable debates. Boomerang duels.
I thought you'd just throw tarantulas at each other or something. My bad. Well, if I'm wrong, let me know on Twitter. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure that boomerangs are not part of duels. But I'm always happy to learn something new. The G.I. Joes taught me that. Knowing is half the battle. Or half the boomerang duel, I guess, in this case.
Half the boomerang battle.
That's right. Dueling boomerangs. Lesser known folk song.
All right, Someday with the Frozen Mallet first. We'll be ready for some team fights, as well as able to kite out this Trundle. Oh, going for the Boots of Swiftness first, so he will at least have some slow reduction against the effects of that Frozen Mallet.
Yep. What's Smeb gonna buy? Okay, just pick it up. Some items going towards the Hydra.
Yeah, Ravenous Hydra.
Yep.
Or, I mean, Titanic Hydra, rather.
Well, a Hydra.
Yes, a Hydra. Titanic Hydra in this case.
KT invading onto this red buff.
Yeah, they're really pushing their advantage into the enemy jungle, trying to harass where they can. They don't have much else to take right now.
Yeah, Crow just dropping the gravity field to zone people out, but the red buff walking right into it. He's going to regen, though.
It's an impatient red buff.
I guess so. He wants to die. He's like, all right, fine. Well, I'm just going to go back.
Here we go again.
Yep.
Off shot coming through.
Got a chance to take it. Hero's there. Peanut going in. I think he smited it away, but now Johnny going in. Oh boy, here we go. Kuro has to back away after he gets exhausted. Prey, though, getting some good shots at the bottom of this fight, and Fly's in trouble. There's a kill for ROX Tigers right before they trade 1-for-1. In the end, though, Peanut comes out from the Pell, didn't get caught. Looks like it will just be a 1-for-1 trade.
Wow, Gorilla saved that fight by devouring Peanut before he could actually get hit by the Ash Arrow, and then it hit Kuro, the guy with the cleanse.
Nice.
So he was able just to cleanse immediately and nullify their engage. Because you'll see how Chani flashes to push Peanut back. Nope, hits Kuro. Cleanse is going to come on through. Now Fly tries to head out, but his ultimate is spell shielded by Prey. So effectively, the majority of the highly effective spells that KT was trying to put down in this team fight were just instantly canceled by the ROX Tigers.
Peanut flash Cocoon on the Chani, he gets blown up. They're going to keep chasing. That's another kill on the score now. Arrow on his own trying to trade with Prey. He'll be able to get that trade. Peanut finishes him off though. So in the end, 1-for-3 in favor of the ROX Tigers. A bit crazy there.
Yep, Peanut just showing up in that bottom side and starting to wreck some of the ROX Tigers, or the KT Rolster members rather.
Yeah.
comes on through, gets himself a few kills, so now he is going to be a very fed jungler. 3-0-3. Shuts down Arrow for some additional gold, too. He's going to get a turret and solo turret gold.
Wow, that is
Peanut is a rich spider.
Put a top hat on that character now. He's like Scrooge McSpider.
Is that how it works?
Yep. You just get if you get rich enough, they just issue you a top hat and a monocle.
So it's an attempt here. They see Prey is low, but still have the spell shield available. Pretty, I think, questionable gank there from KT when the spell shield was still up, so they do trade it over. But Peanut there with a bunch of free gold, effectively. Trying to take advantage of the fact that Prey was somewhat alone, but Peanut there to back him up, and they make an overly aggressive play. And now the Tigers finding themselves in a gold lead as they're going to take the first 2 turrets of this game. Gnar up here. Quick rotation from the Tigers to compound their lead, but it's going to be answered by a turret at the bottom side. We need wave already there for the Ashe and Score. And Achani just lurking around that side of the jungle. Dragon up in a minute, so ROX going to back off, and
oh boy, somebody flash out. Gorilla saves him though.
He flash devoured to get Prey out of that. And Someday too, just missing his ult against the wall. A bit of a misplay. Nice try though. And how much time are they going to buy? They may buy 2 turrets and a Drake for just the Rift Herald and the top side, but nope.
Yeah, Prey and Gorilla come down though. Looks like they'll be able to save the spot lane tier 2.
Yeah, Gorilla used his ultimate just to get there a little bit faster. So they're going to have to back off. Still though, they might come up with an objective advantage here. KT Rolster.
Oh, they've got another trap set in the Tri-Brush. They see Gorilla walking through that part of the jungle though.
Yeah, another Mountain Drake. Pretty good for KT.
Yep. Drake comes down. And will they start it right away? No, not right away. Not with so many members of the ROX Tigers nearby.
I love you, Peanut. He's going for the Proto Belt. That's his first item after jungle again. Why not? He's super fed.
Yep.
Go for the build that we know Peanut loves, where you can engage harder by jumping in with the Proto Belt and then hitting a cocoon afterwards.
So here's what I don't get though, is that why does Elise need the Proto Belt where clearly she's got vertical hops, right? She can go off the screen vertically, but she can't translate that into any sort of forward or horizontal momentum?
She can't swing like a normal spider, actually. She could just go directly up and down.
It's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird. You think she'd be able to like move her body weight around, shift her center of gravity just to like swing on her thread? But no.
I don't know. The technology just isn't there yet.
Imagine watching Spider-Man if he could only go straight up and down. That'd be pretty boring.
It would be. I think the villains would kind of know where he was going to be and have that rocket launcher lined up or something. Or whatever you kill Spider-Man with. I don't know. Giant bug zapper? No, that doesn't really work on spiders.
Well, spiders won't go into it, but fly swatters work on them.
That's true. Yep. I don't kill spiders, though. When I find them in my apartment, I catch them and I let them go.
That's right. They're good.
They are. They eat mosquitoes, man, and anything that kills mosquitoes is a friend of Doa.
Especially during monsoon season like it is now.
Seriously.
Billions of mosquitoes in Korea.
Yep. But if we all work together, we can kill millions.
Someday was trying to be cautious.
Well, he's not succeeding as the ROX Tigers are coming in behind him. The rest of KT going to join this fight as well. Someday tries to get out, gets trapped a little bit by the cocoon. That's a kill. And KT aborting the rescue mission. They're like, well, oh well. It's only his first step. Oh, Achani with the big engage on the Prey. It's revenge time. Chaos Storm drops as well. Prey pops the ult, pops the spell shield, gets away. Score taking some damage as Smeb comes in with that teleport as well. They've got Achani slowed down, but it doesn't look like they can pick up a kill. Here comes Peanut. Here comes the execute. Oh, Fly realizes something's up. He's going to back away at the last minute. And the ROX Tigers, maybe they can get a mid lane turret off this, but it doesn't look like they can.
No, Ashe still very high HP. Has that volley to clear out the wave. Smeb on the run. No ultimate on the Trundle to heal him up. Give him some more defensive stats, so he is going to have to back out there. Man, Gorilla's been so on point with this Tahm Kench. Yeah, he's died a couple times in the early stages of this game. 1-2 a dive, but he's been saving people left and right. That time again, using the Abyssal Voyage to make sure that his teammates were not going to be outnumbered in the mid lane and caught out.
Yeah.
Also, Prey Did hit the spell shield a little bit early, hit it on the headbutt instead of the pulverize, which almost got him killed by the chain CC of the knock-up into the Malzahar ultimate.
When you're playing support, sometimes you have to be ready to give your life for your AD carry or whoever else happens to be around. But if you're me, you just ignore them and go for the kills yourself.
There you go. Getting all that support gold, so you can get the buffed items. Yeah. Giving your allies now, what, 15% for shields and heals?
Yeah, or I could just get the death cap. That's also a possibility.
You should be excited, Doa. Lulu is a support again, maybe.
I'm sort of excited. A little bit suspicious. I don't want to get too much hope up. Range support's not super popular this week. We see it go back and forth, though.
Yeah, we do. But with all the hard CC right now, prevalent, a lot of early game fighting, and turret diving.
Well, Lulu's a great brawler.
The Alistar has been surprisingly popular this week in Korean competitive play. I mean, it's so hard to say no to Alistar with what he brings to the table. Sure, he's not as good as turret diving as he used to be, but he can still do it quite effectively.
They tried that campaign, you know, say no to Alistar. This is your brain, this is your brain on headbutt. Didn't work though. Oh, Afreeca comes through. Kuro gets eaten after Gorilla, takes him away from that. Meanwhile, the big engage, huge Gnar ultimate comes in from Someday, and that spells some trouble for the ROX Tigers. Smep will go down. Looked like a nice play from Gorilla, saving Kuro after he got hit by that Ash arrow, but...
I mean, it was. He didn't have his cleanse, so that was the only opportunity. They're trying to be as coy against this KT Rolster pick composition as they can. Look at this. They've got Spell Shield, they have the Tom Kench Denial, and they have Cleanse on their mid laner, so at that time, just not quite enough, but they only lose one.
Here we go. Coming in to try to catch Arrow, maybe. Gorilla and Peanut. Gets spotted out now. Arrow staying a little bit safe there.
Trying to use Peanut for that assassination attempt. So he can finish off his Rylai's and get even more AP, but Someday's still just dominating on this Gnar, helping out with his team. ROX Tigers still in a gold lead though, feeling comfortable, but most of that lead is going to be on Peanut.
It's funny seeing Gnar come back like this. It's suddenly just a really good all-around pick again.
And he was that way before they buffed him.
Yep.
In 6-13.
He wasn't picked as much. It seemed like he was more of a counter pick at that point.
No, last week he was definitely blind picked a whole lot before the buffs came through. So yeah, he was on the up and up, and now he is going to be even more so. I don't know if we're going to see bans though. Remains a bit of an open question.
Seems like there's generally some spot bans that require a bit more attention. Looks like an Ocean Drake is going to be coming up next. Pretty even though, across the board. But if ROX Tigers can get this turret, that'll give them such a big map advantage. And it looks like they will get it. Smep just zoning to the side. They may have caught a Chani here. He pops that Alistar ultimate, taking a lot less damage, but not enough less damage. And he goes down.
Yeah, Chani was a little bit early on the ultimate. He didn't wait for the gravity field stun. So he pops his ultimate and then gets gravity field stunned and dies even through the 50% damage reduction. A little bit ambitious there to try and defend that turret 2 versus 4, and now they may have no shot at actually taking this Drake, which, you know, isn't a big deal for KT. They can trade an Ocean Drake for a top lane turret and try and close the gold gap a little bit instead. They only have one tower down right now.
This will be the first Drake of the game for ROX Tigers. Meanwhile, Fly, you know, with those 2 Mountain Drakes, is doing some pretty serious work on this turret.
Yeah, can't leave him alone.
Yeah.
For very long, also building up safety right now, so it'll be just a little bit more. And he'll just back right up. Big minion wave for Smep, though, who really needs that.
Yeah.
Considering how far he has managed to fall behind in creep score compared to Someday, who has now gone for a GA as his second item. That is curious. We almost never see that.
That's really early.
Yeah, especially since there's going to be a decent amount of sustained damage from the ROX Tigers in these team fights. It's not like they've got an overwhelming emphasis on burst. Both Kuro and Prey will be able to dish out sustained damage. So I don't know How about that? It's an interesting one.
Well, I mean, they'll be able to be a bit more annoying for a longer time in fights, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it will reset the Trundle. I suppose that's a plus, but that's the only thing I could really think of.
That's, I mean, I guess if you could call dying an advantage.
Well, he comes back with at least his full defensive statistics.
True. KT moving in under their own red buff now. And Smeb just trying to defend this bottom lane tier 2. It's lost a lot of health, though.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody's going to try and go for some all-ins with the GA in the 1v1.
It's certainly likely. He's been playing that Gnar pretty aggressively all night. But we mentioned earlier that KT has been kind of off in terms of their decision-making around Baron lately.
Well, usually that's been when they've been really ahead, though. So maybe by being approximately even and a shade behind this game, they may approach this objective more cautiously, because it's been their reckless play when ahead that has sunk them.
All right, fly ults Prey. There's a flash pulverize. I don't think Prey's getting out of that one. Nope.
Now finally, KT actually hits a very good combo. No spell shield onto the Malzahar ultimate that time. They catch him, and then immediate flash from Pachani, chain CC, and then it goes into the silence. So no chance to spell shield that, just death as they get the gank in the top lane, and
Yeah, KT going for that Baron. This still seems a bit risky, but without Prey there, maybe they can do it.
I don't know. Peanut's there,
all
TP
right.
Coming in from Smeb. They also have Kuro with all that AoE damage. They're going to turn.
Ash Arrow early on to Peanut. They're going to split up the ROX Tigers. KT managing to stay together here. Peanut taking a lot of damage. Going to come back in now. Gorilla looking for those consumes. Smeb coming in, zoned out by the gravity field. Here comes Kuro. Kuro trying to do some damage. Baron gets the first kill in this fight. Now it goes in. KT in a little bit of trouble. No, they're turning around on the ROX Tigers, but Kuro could change things. Gets one kill onto Arrow. And now Smeb, Gorilla, and Kuro starting to tear apart this KT team. And Johnny comes in for a big counter engage. And Someday going crazy on this Gnar. In the end, it is a double kill though for Kuro. So ROX Tigers looking like they're going to come out on top of this one. Ooh, Smeb, got to be careful.
That Gnar does a lot of damage right now.
Yeah.
Now they need to stay away from Kuro, but the Frozen Mallet combined with the Hyper Proc.
Well, Prey came back right at the end of that, so KT had to run in the end.
All right, so they do come away with a Baron buff. So a positive for KT, but still a little bit, and by a little bit I mean a lot of bit of a 50-50. Considering the Peanut actually makes it into the pit.
Wow, that's close.
And we had 2 smites go down right there. And it was KT who ended up taking it. But Kuro immediately just exploding Arrow, and it's all about Someday during this fight. They exhaust him because he's the last big damage threat left, because Score did not buy a Hydra this game. So how will KT use this Baron buff as we hit things dead even in gold score? KT behind that turret, but it is very low.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to live for too long. Peanut thrown against the wall by that Gnar ultimate. No follow-up from KT though for the moment.
Yeah, only hitting one though isn't really going to convince the ROX Tigers, considering their wave clear's already there. They have the Sivir and the Victor, two of the best wave clear champions in the entirety of League of Legends.
Well, they'll save the turret for the moment anyway. And Johnny taking some serious damage. Has to pop that Alistar ultimate. So that's an ult out of the way anyway. Someday slowed down, still has that GA in case he gets into some real trouble. But man, ROX Tigers just taking a lot of damage. Here comes Burrow onto Smeb. Smeb taken out of the fight by Gorilla. For the moment, delivered to safety via the stomach of Tom Kench. And KT continuing with this push. Looks like they should be able to get the turn. Now Ash Arrow onto Kuro. Are they going to get the follow-up? Gorilla saves him yet again. They don't save the turret though, and KT continues to push down this mid lane.
But ROX has wasted so much of this Baron buff's time.
That's true.
It's only one turret they managed to take. They do have to peel off, try and save their tier 2, and at least get some of this minion wave in the top lane, but the wave clear from the Sivir and Victor proving useful. ROX Tigers also knowing when they could go aggressive in front of that turret. And
all right, turning it around, a lot of damage coming in onto KT. via that Victor. Peanut knocked up in the end, but they do get the kill on the Fly rather. Peanut, whoa, grabbing another one. Double kill from that execute. Someday low. Remember, he still does have that GA. They're going to spot him. They're going to chase these guys down, and again, this is with Baron. Smith gets the turret, or the pillar rather. Score able to get away, and now Dragon's up, so ROX Tigers might be able to just turn around and take this Mountain Drake, which would be pretty big for them.
I mean, 2 Mountain Drakes on KT, and ROX mounts an excellent defense. Again, they know when to turn the tables onto KT. As soon as Someday used his Gnar ultimate to just chunk out Peanut, who is not part of the crucial wave clear from the Tigers, they knew that they could actually continue to fight off of that, use their own ultimates in response, and they're able just to push them off. Fly actually dies right here to Peanut from getting too far forward at this point. KT just has to retreat. They don't have any choice. 2 kills over to the Elise, and that's going to be it. So not only did they get more kills around the Baron itself, but they only lose a single mid-lane turret for that, as Peanut just absolutely cleans them up. But a misplay from KT. But this is the high level these teams are playing at. If the main trigger of that entire sequence was Someday using his ult on one person, and it was punished by the Tigers severely.
Yeah, it's a great game so far. And it's still good, could go either way. Baron buff, I believe, is done now for the members that still had it on KT. Looks like it is done. And now that ROX Tigers have a Mountain Drake of their own, they can really start to put some pressure on the KT. Kind of looks like we're back to League of GA, isn't it? Score has one now.
Wow, Smeb has a QSS. That is surprising. Not the worst item onto Trundle. Of course, especially when he can get a Mercurial Scimitar and does make use of that item, considering that he will be in a split push. And
we've kind of seen the
damage is a relevant statistic.
I mean, we've kind of seen the targeting of tanks with this Malzahar pick, though, right? I mean, if you can lock them down and separate them, then you can actually kill them quickly in the 1v5. So
also, his ultimate is very effective because it does percent HP of the target's health.
Exactly.
So it is effective on tanks, and yes, the QSS will get him out of the suppression.
Yep. So I would imagine that's probably the logic behind it. Minute 40 till the next Baron comes up, and KT probably going to be maybe a little bit more nervous about going for this one. Or maybe not. It is KT.
All right, this has been a wildly back and forth game.
Yeah.
Very entertaining. With both teams not afraid to fight. Of course, the ROX Tigers in this league, they have more kills per minute, combined kills per minute in their games, let's say, between both teams than any other team. So when ROX is playing, you know it's going to be bloody.
Oh yeah. I always get happy when I get to cast the ROX Tigers. Forced away from KT's tier 2 turret in mid lane, though. Not able to take that one yet. So Tom Kench has a Gatling gun on his back in this skin.
I think he's supposed to be Earth.
I guess so.
He's the Earth now, Doa.
Look in his eyes. He's the Earth now. It's hard to look in his eyes because there's one on each side of his head, basically. You have to have him turn a little bit.
All right, Baron up in 40 seconds. Nobody with any vision in the river at the moment. Someday moving into Thornmail. Very interested in stopping the damage that he will be facing from Prey and from Smith.
Seems reasonable. Star is going to be very hard to fight.
Big pickup for Kuro. Void Staff just completed. That will be a major factor in the upcoming team fights.
All right, here comes Baron. 5 seconds now. And this fight, we're getting to the point where any of the next fights can kind of be game-ending for either of these teams.
Absolutely. And everything just incredibly close in this game. Nothing guaranteed.
A lot on the line. Both these teams, again, you know, kind of fighting for that third place spot. Loading it up. Maybe, nope, not getting consume on that. All right, there we go. Cocoon onto Achani. They may try to force it. Okay, I was wondering if they were going to try to force the ultimate. Oh, man, it got close. Achani very low. He still doesn't ult, though. Oh, now he does as the Chaos Storm gets dropped. But they got what they wanted. I mean, I guess they had to use an ult to do it, but without that Alistar ultimate, ROX Tigers feeling free and clear to go for this Baron, and it is dropping fast. Score could come in for the steal. He's not going to try it, though. ROX Tigers getting a clean Baron off of all of that damage onto the Alistar.
Yeah, the Alistar. You have to ask if he had used that earlier and reduce some of that damage, maybe they would have been able to go for that play, but ROX Tigers making the smart play after they had already chunked Alistar out, trading the Chaos Storm, not a big deal for the Unbreakable Will, and now a pause.
All right, it's pause time.
Looks like there may be an issue with Sunday's PC.
Could be. The crowd falls silent as they reflect on the fact that this game has kind of turned around yet again. ROX Tigers with the big edge now.
It's been a great game.
Really
a really good game, Doa.
Yeah. And they just killed the tier 2 turret in mid lane, so we'll see if they can possibly get a little bit more off of that. And by a little bit more, I mean that middle inhibitor. Wow, Smeb looks like he was in the zone and he was just taken out of it, you know? He's like,
damn it, I was in that zone.
I was in the zone. The zone was in me. I was one with the zone.
Now he has been forcefully ripped away.
Oh.
Wow, a lot of Thornmails on KT. Double Thornmails, double GA.
Wow, looks like a new keyboard being put in there.
Yeah, swapping that one out. Hopefully that will solve the issue. Peanut's been in the zone all game, man. He's been there for the counter ganks. 5, 1, and 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Gorilla, he may be 0-4-5, but the KDA does not reflect the impact he's had in this game. He has saved so many people.
Well, the fact is, when you play Tahm Kench, you're probably not going to have an impressive KDA because in team fights, how many people are you really going to hit?
Yeah.
Right? His ultimate is a utility ultimate. He's going to be, what, tongue lashing and using gray health? Like, there's actually not very many ways for you to even get assists on Tahm Kench.
Yeah. It's a bit awkward. ROX Tigers, though. Again, with a big chance now in this game. And we talked about, you know, the fact that the next fight might be a game ending. And even though it wasn't much of a fight, in fact, nobody died, it still did result in an easy Baron for the ROX Tigers. Already one turret. Maybe enough pressure to kind of start the end game snowball.
Well, that tier 2 is down. They're going to be looking for an inhibitor. We are back in game.
Oh, for a moment. There we go. Okay, now we're back in game.
We're definitely back in game.
Yep, here we go. All right, you can see Peanut yelling. They're doing some damage to the inhibitor turret mid lane.
I think they want to go back and buy, though. So.
Yep.
Also Sunday flanking, and he is very threatening. Uh-oh. Peanut has to proto belt.
Yeah, Peanut's in a little bit of trouble. Turns around with the cocoon onto that Gnar. Looks like the ROX Tigers will escape. Frey being pretty bold, stepping that far up, but won't get punished for it. All right, so they got one turret. A little bit of damage on the inhibitor turret mid.
Minion wave's not in a great place for the ROX Tigers, so you can see them pushing back towards their base. So they've got a lot of work to do to set up to use this Baron properly. And the Drake spawning in 20 seconds. KT already making motion toward that objective. Peanut went to get Krugs, so he's not going to be there for this one.
Yeah, it is the Elder Drake, too. So if they can pick it up, that means that any pressure they could get is pretty quickly dying turrets.
All right, KT trying to set up a brush gank. Being a little bit tricky. No trinket wards, blue wards actually right now for ROX. Okay, find it with the spider.
Yeah, moving on to Someday now. KT backing away. ROX Tigers just going to put pressure on that mid lane again, I guess.
And be careful about the Mega Gnar.
Yep. Someday nearly turning into Mega Gnar. I feel like KT, if they want to fight this, now's the time.
They only have a few more seconds of Mega Gnar. They're going to have to pull it right now. Peanut doing a great job of zoning Someday.
Yeah, really kind of wasting a lot of time on that Mega Gnar bar, and that may give ROX Tigers this inhibitor. Looks like they'll get it. Wow, able to just bully their way in. Take the inhibitor.
Yeah, that was a great split up there from ROX. As soon as they saw that the Elder Dragon wasn't being taken by KT, they rushed the mid lane, of course, for that objective. And now Someday trying to build up his Gnar bar again. ROX Tigers want to go after the Elder Dragon themselves, but Smeb has to be sent into the top lane because there's an absolutely enormous minion wave there.
He's got his teleport, so he can rejoin the fight if he needs to. ROX Tigers are not going for the Elder Dragon at the moment. A little bit too risky, I suppose. So in the end, they get the inhibitor. But a lot of that Baron buff is just being spent, and they're getting the side lanes prepped.
They see Peanut. And now they will start it.
Okay.
Someday has TP.
They get spotted. Arrow sees it. Here comes Score. Going for it. Zoned out by the gravity field. Teleport coming in as well. The dragon does get taken by the ROX Tigers, and now the fight begins. Elder Dragon buff, ROX Tigers against KT Rolster. AT just poking for now. Someday, or Score rather, about half health. Someday even lower. Slowed down by the pillar. Comes back in. Big 4-man Mega Gnarl. GA gets popped immediately though. Smeb dives into the back lines. That Gnarl, a bit slow, had to flash off the gravity field. Big engage by Hinchani. Kill comes in for the ROX Tigers though, and they are a bit too strong for KT to handle. Looks like this is gonna be it. Double kill comes in for Bray, and as they finish off Score, well, they don't even need to. They're just going to go right to the mid lane, and I think they're going to end this game.
Yeah, Gorilla just taking prey right there with the Abyssal Voyage.
Yep.
They can join up with their super minion wave and just go ahead and win. Peanut sent out to hunt down Score, and that's going to be it.
Blood. Yeah, Nexus turret's falling. Peanut, is he going to find the Rek'Sai? That's all I care about. Forget the Nexus. Peanut, oh no, gives up. And that's going to be game one. ROX Tigers take a really close one to start out this series.
As soon as that Elder Dragon went over, it seemed like this was all sewed up for the ROX Tigers. They had a huge amount of AoE damage in that fight, in addition to, of course, the true damage coming through. Someday hit an ult, but it just wasn't enough to overcome the plethora of buffs on the side of the ROX Tigers. So, interesting game right there. Peanut certainly doing a whole hell of a lot to help his team, and another win for Kuro on his trademark Victor.
Yeah, well, we don't see him lose very often on the Victor, do we?
No, we don't. No.
Big surprise there.
No, we do not, Doa.
So I wonder, are they going to try out Cry for game number 2, or are they going to try to close it out? I guess we'll have to wait a few minutes and then find out. Don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, KT Rolster looking to tie things up against the ROX Tigers. Remember, KT has won every single second round best of 3 since League format began in Korea. Looking at damage to champions now.
I mean, look at the Victor. Kuro actually improves his lifetime win rate on Victor to 26-6.
It's pretty good.
With that game. Over 80% casually.
Not bad, not bad.
On the Victor. This is why we see it banned so frequently against him.
Yep. No phase like, all right, we're going to play the mid Scion next game. Get ready, guys. No, they're probably not. All right, well, only a few short minutes until we come back for game number 2 between the ROX Tigers and KT Rolster. We'll see if KT can tie things up. Don't go anywhere, guys. This is LCK Summer on OGN.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'm
Welcome back to LCK Summer. Peanut gets a well-deserved MVP for game number 1. ROX Tigers win over KT Rolster, but it was close.
Yeah, really close game, turned around by a few very narrow team fight victories. And this is a big turnaround. They didn't expect Peanut to flash Cocoon on the counter gank, and he's dealing a lot of damage, as it turns out. So they will trade 3 kills for 1 on the attempted gank. KT playing with fire, very low, didn't know where Peanut was, and so big problem. Michani there, popping that ultimate very early, so actually gets pulled into the gravity field, stun immediately thereafter, and destroyed. This was so clutch, though. Peanut coming in with the proto belt and actually getting the kill onto a really low Malzahar. His execution damage through the roof. Just so much AP, and translating that early advantage into a big carry performance on the Elise.
Yeah.
Really justifying that first pick.
Yep, very, very strong. And so we'll see what the teams have in mind for picks and bans for game number 2. These are the types of teams where you can just see something completely different between games. Which is cool.
Now, will the Aurelian Soul still be banned out while the ROX Tigers are on the red side of the rift?
We will see. Picks and bans time for KT Rolster versus ROX Tigers. Kuro's still in the booth for the Tigers. They're not going to swap him out for Cry.
All right, GP banned on the blue side in game number 2, just like it was in number 1, and that answers that question, Doa. The Aurelian Soul taken away. So Nidalee, not going to be a first pick for KT in spite of Score's traditionally strong performances on that champion. Vladimir also removed for Fly, so same bans from the Tigers, but they won't have to ban the Gangplank this game. Could go for the Shen instead.
Are we going to see the Gragas ban from KT this time around, though?
Score would be a perfectly fine Gragas first pick here, you would think. Gragas, of course, with SK Telecom taking more and more of a priority as a top-tier jungler. There's the Victor ban. Okay.
Probably a good idea.
Yes, definitely a good idea. Kuro now 26-6 all-time on that champion. That's just, if Victor's in the meta, and Victor's been in the meta for a really long time now.
Yeah, like years at this point. There's the Gragas ban. Okay, so ROX Tigers going to take that out this time, not wanting to give that over to Score, understandably.
Someday back to spelling KT, but the Shen left open.
Yeah, the Shen left open, but the Gnar's still open as well. So the Tigers could respond to it that way if they wanted to.
Obviously can't respond to it with the Gangplank, so that's been the main counter pick that we've seen in Korea for the Shen. Now Tigers are going to know that one was coming.
Katarina. I don't think we're going to see her anytime soon.
Well, depending on when they release the Assassin reworks, you may see it. I'm deeply praying that the Assassin reworks are not released between the end of the summer season and the World Championship. I can't handle that again this year, Doa.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like 2 weeks before World starts.
No, I can't do that again.
Well,
the Juggernaut reworks last year were really badly timed.
What, you don't like a random AD Mordekaiser at Worlds?
No, I can't do it, though. I can't.
Well, you may not have to. Don't worry about it.
All right, well, Elise again for Peanut. Now, last game, certainly Peanut is a wonderful Elise player, but a lot of why Elise was fed was because they were making poor decisions. KT really getting caught out in the bottom side of the map on that gank, very low in HP, and of course Elise with the execute into her spider form will cause you a lot of problems, and I don't think that was an Elise problem. I think that was a didn't expect a counter gank from any jungler problem.
Yeah. Well, Fly thinking about picking up that Malzahar again. Might go for it.
Yeah, another blind pick Malzahar. Blind pick solo lanes with another Alistair. Now, Hachani was a bit rocky. He had some really good headbutt pulverizes. He also got caught out by the spell shield or used his ultimate at inopportune times in the last game. And Fly, once again, I guess he's very confident on the Malzahar. ROX was able to put together a team composition well suited to handling the Malzahar in the last game with the Sivir, and they could take the Sivir yet again. We did see Prey have a very nice spell shield onto a Malzahar ult in the early skirmish around the Tigers' red buff, but the Ashe is, of course, always an attractive option. However, you have to be super careful around that Malzahar with the Ashe.
Well, you just try to stay as far away as you can. And Ashe is Prey's most played champion this season. Had a lot of success with that.
Yeah, the problem is that he's immune to crowd control while he's in his Void Shift, and Ashe is a low mobility AD carry. He can actually get on top of the Ashe as an initiating part of a team fight.
True.
Be a little bit concerned. Braum and Ashe, though, taken as a strong lane, meaning that this Tahm Kench is heading into the top, Doa.
Yep, certainly seems that way. And what's it going to be for KT picking up that AD carry role and presumably the jungler?
Could look at a Karma. But I think Sivir is going to be the speed boost you want right here. Get score on a high damage jungler this time around. Jhin also, something that both KT and ROX have been playing a lot of. But I think the Sivir, because you have the Malzahar, so you can deliver him into the back line just a little bit easier while he's void shifting,
right,
is going to be good. And you also have a pretty beefy front line with the Shen and Alistar already. Strong engage. Alistar with the Stand United on top of him will be a great option.
Sivir and Kindred picked up in the end for KT, and will it actually be this Azir for Curl? Probably not with the Varus round. Yeah, there we go. Varus locked in. I was gonna say, if he picked Azir over Varus, I was gonna be pretty shocked.
Historically, Kuro has been a big legacy Varus player, but what's surprising to me is he's only pulled it out once so far this season, even though that was one of his best champions last year.
Well, he's played a lot of different stuff this season. I mean,
he's played nothing more than twice.
Yeah, I mean, the Victor game was the first time he'd played a champion 3 times this season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Otherwise, he's played 9 different picks.
Yeah. Pretty big.
So back on the Varus, and they've got another strong single target damage pick composition. Good siege with the Varus and the Ashe, and also just arrow into Chain of Corruption. Of course, the Cocoon there, concussive blows. You get hit by one form of CC, you are never leaving. The ROX Tigers will be there to take you out. Devour, too, from the Tahm Kench. So big pick comp for the Tigers. Going to take the teleport on the Varus, so double TP in addition to the Abyssal Voyage. Some pretty fun globals, and that's what we've been seeing more and more of in this meta, is just global madness, whether it's a GP or a Shen combined with teleport. Rek'Sai, of course, and now with the Tahm Kench changes, he's starting to be seen. We anticipated that he would be making a big comeback, especially since he's a flex pick, and that's what we're going to get.
That's right. So ROX Tigers looking for the 2-0, looking to cement their spot in 3rd place here in LCK Summer. Let's see if they can do it, or if KT can start the comeback. Let's get in the game. All right, here we go. Game number 2 between KT Rolster and the ROX Tigers. And we are starting things off with a Mountain Drake once again here in game number 2.
Indeed. So are we going to see a trick here from the Tigers? They did start with a funky level 1. So take a look at some of Fly's stats, but everybody's stacking up right now.
Flying this mouse
on the side of the ROX Tigers. Are they going to try a similar style? No, they're just going to swap down and go for the delayed lane swap here. And Prey going into the top lane. Now, you'd think that they would want standard lanes here.
Probably.
The Tahm Kench, interestingly, has been strong in 1v1s historically against pure tank top laners. We've seen Tahm Kench get solo kills in those matchups previously, but And especially since there's an Ash Braum, too. Being able to effectively poke against the Sivir and the Alistar.
Yeah.
But not going to happen, apparently.
The Tahm Kench, I suppose, can follow the Shen to a certain extent, at least. In case the TV's down.
Yeah, just depending on the map. But, of course, in a solo lane where you are more likely to get 3 points into your ultimate as opposed to support, then the range has been increased as of patch 6.13.
Yeah. Oh, Gorilla nearly taking away that blue buff.
Yeah, no top laner there. We did see Someday head into lane for a little bit of XP, and he's just going to be hanging back by his turret. Smeb going for an early gank.
Yeah, we'll see if he can pick off Fly here. At least force a summoner.
He was seen.
Yeah.
So also
Fly
just
backing
had the tongue lash. Looking for a small amount of damage, but nothing too important. And a TP all the way across the map right now. Someday sticking around for just a little bit longer. Now, interestingly, he has taken the 3 rejuvenation bead start, which we don't see very often. So what does this mean for the Shen? I hear you asking, eager
what does this
LCK
mean for the
fans.
Shen?
So when we see this from the Trundle, what this means usually is that there's going to be a Tiamat into Ohmwrecker build. Now, we don't usually see the Tiamat on the Shen, of course, but somebody may know something about this matchup that I do not. This is not a matchup that I've seen in quite a long time, ever since the Shen and now Tahm Kench changes, Shen rework and Tahm Kench buffs. But if he is going to go into a Tiamat and use that offensive item as a substitute for Sunfire Cape Wave Clear, could be in for an interesting game.
That is an interesting point. Druids get traded. Top laners given the gold for that. And I wonder if we're going to see a game that's a bit more passive than what we saw in game number 1. It was so close.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very close. It was very close.
Let's see. You know, that sword actually looks pretty sharp. You know, I know we've talked about Shen's swords looking kind of blunted, kind of ineffective, but that one looks like you could get hurt by it.
Just a little bit, perhaps.
A little bit, yeah. Mild abrasions.
He's still blunty, though.
Of course.
His sword will always be blunty for us.
You can't change the name of the sword.
Besides, it's a single-edged sword, so even if one side of it is definitely going to be blunt.
Yeah. If you get hit with that side, it might sting a little bit, but it's not.
Leave a bruise.
Not going to kill you.
All right, so we'll see if this actually turns into any of the aforementioned items, as it looks like the Spectre's Cowl may be the first pickup here for Someday.
Yep.
As he gets into the Tahm Kench lane, of course, who is majority magic damage. Potentially just looking for a little bit of sustain. No recall yet for Smeb, as he had been catching that wave in the top side. And
Grilla's in a ward right now.
yep. So they will decide that Chani and Arrow are safe on the bottom side of the map without any jungle presence there, and give Score a little bit of a chance to recall. Goes for actually Berserker's Greaves first before a jungle item.
Yeah, I can't blame him for wanting to get a little bit quicker attack speed on that Kindred.
Yeah, we have, of course, seen the Kindred nerfs in this patch, just the nerfs to the base armor and then buffs to the armor scaling per level. So Kindred just a little bit, of course, affected by that in the early dueling potential.
All right.
Though not versus Peanut.
Grilling that ward again. Thought maybe they were going to try something with Score coming over on the Elise, or on the Kindred rather, but it doesn't look like they will.
They're really cautious about any early dives. Fly also no cleanse into Varus and Elise. That is
brave.
That is brave, I agree. Really relying on his mobility summoners and the flash and ghost to dodge out on that CC. But if he gets hit by either the Cocoon or the Chain of Corruption, he is going to be dead.
Yeah. Do you think maybe it was a mistake to try going for this Malzahar again in game number 2?
He's blind picked at both games right now, and I don't really understand that. He's definitely losing this matchup, having a very hard time even keeping up in farm and also selecting a couple of Doran's rings here just for the early game power, and it hasn't translated into even CS. So I do question a little bit, Doa. I'm not sure if that's taking a very low mobility mid laner as a blind pick is always a risk.
Right.
Unless it's Victor, because he has infinite wave clear. But while Malzahar does have some decent wave clear and pushing potential, also doesn't possess any kind of early CC to stop ganks.
That's the thing, is Victor can zone people away with his
gravity field
and stuff, right? So
he also has his Q, which gives him a movement speed boost.
Whereas Malzahar, he's just kind of got little void dogs.
He does. At least he can silence people, prevent them from coming in.
Yeah, true. Well, what if they're already there? Then you're
yes,
dead.
Exactly. What if there is a repelling Elise?
Yep.
There's no answer to that one.
Or a burrowing Rek'Sai, or a body slamming Gragas. There's a lot to worry about here, Malzahar.
Struggled with this pick last time, especially because ROX itemized around it by the, with the QSS on the Trundle, that was not really an option for his ultimate, and the Sivir with the spell shield also causing him some angst in the last game.
Probably went to his room after that and listened to some Disturbed to deal with that angst. I did anyway,
When you had angst?
My formative years. Hey, well, I tend to tilt sometimes again. I've still got plenty now. It's all my teammates' fault, though.
It's all right, I understand. If I were you, I'd have angst too, Doa.
Thank you. I will use it to crush my enemies.
Very good. That's right. Channel it into something productive like video games.
Like rage. Oh, you mean video games. Okay, yeah, I'll channel it to video games.
Video game rage. Nerd rage.
Well, nerd rage can encompass a lot more than just video games, so, if you rage about, the Rip Trail being taken, maybe. Less likely, someday. Caught up in a cocoon. And it will prevent the Rip Trail from being taken by ROX Tigers.
Not really wanting to tangle with the Shen right there with such a high HP Rip Trail. They're going to go on to Kuro. Score's not there. Wow.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistiming.
He flashed for that, too. Kuro didn't even have to flash. He just walked away.
Yeah, well,
didn't use his ultimate. Didn't flash. Just walked away.
Free Malzahar kill in mid lane. Come get it in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is quite bad for a champion that was already losing lane. Now no flash, so miscommunication between Score and Fly.
Big one.
Big one, yeah. Score going to try and make it up to the top side.
Yeah. Maybe get something done, but it doesn't look like it. Not without any CC.
Gray health. Not much of a win there.
Not a whole lot.
So it just regenerates for Gorilla. Johnny.
Oh, that is so rough for Fly to lose his flash like that.
Well, it has to be followed up on, though. But if I were him, I'd be super scared because you know the Chain of Corruption is going to be up the entire time. There's also arrows like this.
Here comes the Ash arrow. Where's it going to end up landing? Misses everybody. But the fight over the Raptors so might commence. Chani goes in for the Pulverized Chains of Corruption onto that Alistar now.
Not level 6.
Not yet. Nope. So he's taking a lot of damage. Has to flash over the wall. Here comes Smeb, though. Can they follow this up? And Chani getting very low, but it doesn't look like the ROX Tigers really want to pursue this. Ray getting some pressure onto the spot lane tier 1. Maybe they can change this into a Mountain Drake.
See what they can pull off with it. Someday did use the Stand United to get into that, but of course still has the teleport available. But man, that was very optimistic. He went so hard using Achani's flash just to get some Raptors.
Yeah.
They don't even get a summoner out of the ROX Tigers, so KT, some needless invasion, and not able to turn it into anything at all. And now, because of that, the Tigers are actually going to get a Drake as they pressure the mid and the bottom lanes simultaneously, opening up this opportunity.
Well, for this comp to get a Mountain Drake, too, is going to be a big problem for KT.
We said it, great siege composition. Can always just use the Tahm Kench Devour to get people out of trouble if they try and catch out somebody in that front line. The Tahm Kench Well, a great pick against the Malzahar, you have to say.
Yep.
They go for it early.
Yeah, I'm just not so sure about this Malzahar pick, especially blind picking it like we saw.
Well, this game they picked it into the Tahm Kench, whereas the first game, at least, the Tahm Kench came out after the Malzahar was picked.
Sure.
But I think that if you're preparing for this match and you know Tahm Kench is going to be strong again, then you just prepare for it because, all right, well, here we go. Someday doesn't anticipate that there is going to be a Tahm Kench coming in behind him.
I guess so. Has to flash. Nearly eaten there. Smed flashing. He goes for it.
Gets the stun.
Yep, he does. Where's the follow-up? Just holding on to that ninja for a little while. He's flashing over the wall. He's got that cocoon after he repels. I think he missed the cocoon, though. Nope, never mind. There it is. And Someday in a lot of trouble now. Can't flash over the wall. Curl misses with the Q, though. And Shen's still on the run. Peanut not giving up. He wants this kill. Gets him in the end. Kind of looked like he stabbed him through the heart with a ward, didn't it? Which would be appropriate coming from Peanut.
Look how happy Peanut is. He's like, yes, first blood. It is mine again. He's been struggling this season.
Yeah, he has. That's true. That's a good point. That Peanut's first blood contribution has gone way down in summer season. So it is nice to see him get that again.
Yeah, just compared to last season where he was above 60% over the course of an entire season for first blood.
It's incredible.
Contribution. And this season, it's been a very different story. He's only been a part of 31%, so basically half.
Yeah, wow. And now on top of all that, ROX Tigers is going to be able to give this Rift Herald buff over to Smeb. And, you know, where the first game was very close and went back and forth, this game just seems to be the beginning of a ROX Tigers snowball.
Well, at least score takes away the blue buff from the Varus. That is actually really important against the Varus.
It is something.
Generally, who relies on the blue buff to stack the tier faster and have that insane wave clear. Prey actually takes away the Gromp with a volley. So the counter jungling not going quite as well as it could have. Someday now heading back to that top side. And, well, Doa, it looks like these rejuvenation beads are not going to be used for anything at all, as it's going to be a full tank Shen. In the end,
Shen beat sales. He's going to just drop them.
Drop the beats.
Yep. Let's drop the beats.
He is going to drop the beats, I think. Right. Just sell them as the game goes on.
He was feeling the beats at first, but now he's going to drop the beats. No, can't blame him. A lot of people have been doing that in gaming lately.
It's become really a cultural phenomenon to drop the beats.
It has. It's true.
Yeah. Well, I was excited to see an unorthodox Shen build, Doa, but it is just going to be Sunfire Cave.
Your excitement died in early death.
Sure, it sure did.
Oh, well.
Johnny is just waiting here.
Yeah.
Ever hopeful as he sits in a pink ward brush, trying to get the drop onto Kuro and see if they can chain the Pulverize into a kill for the Malzahar. But with the Hex Drinker already done, that is a challenge.
Kuro's starting to look pretty safe, and he still has yet to have to use any of his summoners. Fly, of course, had his flash back up a little while ago.
Peanut banning up on the Proto Belt again.
Oh, yeah.
Going for those aggressive Elise plays. That's what we like to see from him.
That's right. Oh, speaking of aggressive. Spotted by a ward, though. Gets the ward because of the Raptor buff, at least.
I love the Proto Belt build on the Elise and the way Peanut plays it, but especially in this composition where you can have engage from a screen away or more with the Chain of Corruption and the Ash Arrow, and then you can close that gap to Cocoon and continue the CC so quickly with a Proto Belt. This makes a lot of sense.
It is pretty scary for KT to worry about. Score just keeping up on farm here, doing a whole lot else. And, you know, mid lane and AD carry both pretty far ahead of their counterparts on the KT arrows, or on KT. The KT arrows. Whoa, did I just travel back to 2014 for a second?
You did. Good time traveling there, Joe. You came back really fast too.
I did. Let me tell you. It was nice. It was nice finals on the beach in Busan.
Oh yeah, it was great.
KT Arrows did win it.
3-2 in the one of my favorite League of Legends finals ever.
That was a great final.
It was a really good final. The Cacao Nocturne game will forever be enshrined in legend.
Yeah, seriously. I just enjoyed looking like we were out in the middle of the ocean casting with that camera shot.
Yeah, we were adrift at sea, Doa.
Yeah,
I got to wear sunglasses casting. It was a good time.
Didn't have to wear shoes.
In tuxes without shoes, the dream.
I know, white tuxes as well. Like, were we in like a boy band video and we just didn't know it at the time? Maybe.
Infernal Drake going to be spawning in 15 seconds. It's going to be a major point in this game. Ooh, Score gets caught by the cocoon, but no follow-up damage.
They got to be careful about that. If they lose anyone right now, ROX Tigers picks up that Infernal Drake, and that's a huge problem for KT. Kuro getting zoned out of the fight for the moment, though.
Smeb has to respond in the top lane. Someday may get a free pass just to walk into the Infernal Drake as Smeb.
Good on Hachani, could be some trouble.
Hachani's just been chunked out left and right.
It was Hachani having to use his ult at an inopportune time that really led to the win for ROX Tigers last game, too.
Absolutely.
He didn't use his ult this time, so he's got a chance. Asher on the fly is going to...
That was just never going to work. I mean, he was in his void shift.
I don't know why you do that, but they went for it. Maybe Prey didn't notice.
Ooh, might have just come up, though.
Could be.
Yeah, that's a huge win there.
Still about half health. Okay, KT starting the Infernal Drake.
And waited for the potion and the Triumphant Roar to heal up Hachani. Yeah, they're going to get it.
Just going to give that one over. Yeah, Mountain Drake coming up next.
Well, top turret is down now for the Tigers, so they maintain a gold lead, mostly off of a couple of farm advantages in the mid and 80 carry positions.
It is annoying for the ROX Tigers now to have to deal with that Infernal Drake buffed KT Rolster.
Yeah, already a high damage composition.
Yeah.
Going to make it even worse when it comes to some of these team fights. We may not actually see ROX commit to team fights in this game just because they can just put an emphasis on wave clearing and sieging turrets, grouping Ray with the Hurricane first just for the clear. And we're going to be going back into a period of rest here. Now, ROX, in some of these sieges, if their opponents do engage, have the Devour to get out of things, plenty of crowd control. And they can still set up picks. So the Infernal may not make the biggest difference if ROX never actually tries to group up and teamfight properly, but Fly will be happy with a little bit of extra damage when he locks somebody down.
Yep. ROX Tigers may not need to really do a lot of straight-up fighting. Still positioning around that Dragon Dome as if it was still there.
It won't be for a little while.
Nope. Oh,
Did
Prey.
see Arrow. Everybody just waiting in the pink warded brush.
Yeah.
Prey has an inkling that there's something wrong, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to join up and take this mid lane turret. KT has nothing there.
Wow.
So
Right. Well,
that was the smart play, certainly from Prey. Not overextending. Go with the rest of the team, and that's what ROX should be doing right now, is just grouping his 5, taking the turrets, and building that gold lead methodically. KT right
walking in by himself. I'm not sure what was going on there. He gets completely caught out. Uses that Braum ultimate though. Hits 3. Jumps back over to Kuro. Smeb is there. Peanut may be able to respond. Cocoon misses though. Hachani and Arrow so low. On the other hand, Prey nearly took him out with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow right there.
Yeah, all the engage used for the ROX Tiger though. That piercing arrow not going to hit anybody.
Mid lane turret already down.
So close trade, but the ROX Tigers, in spite of Gorilla looking like he was caught out, he had Smeb there for the backup. Smeb with the flash Devour to get him out of trouble. And we've seen both Smeb and Gorilla now be experts at saving their teammates in these couple of games.
Yeah. Fly takes a big chunk of damage. Someday thinks about going in for the taunt. Does not connect with Prey though. They're going to get more damage onto this turret. Achani looking for a big engage. He gets cocooned though. Fly taking even more. There we go. Achani with the 2-man pulverize score coming in with the damage on that Kindred after that. Someday still looking for that taunt. He's got the flash up. He can go for it. Oh, decides not to commit.
Yeah, KT wisely backing off at the right time before the ultimates come back up onto Kuro and Prey.
Yeah.
They pursue that one. They would have gotten picked off by the CC eventually.
I think the Chains of Corruption would have really made their day
Yep.
sad.
It would have made their day very sad.
Yep.
Smeb actually popping the Abyssal Voyage, going down for some wave clear. Well, Someday did buy an early Ohm Wrecker. I don't really know what that means, Doa. So okay, he turned it into something.
Yeah, but like, are they gonna just do a lot of dives on mid and top now? I guess. Or
Well,
what is he gonna use this for?
That's right.
I guess that's what you do. But
You dive with Achani, you put the Stand United Achani, and then you use that
wreck the
item
ohms.
active, you wreck the ohms when you get there. And you know what? We'll see if they execute with it, because Kuro and Prey are really vulnerable to tower dives on the Ashe and the Varus. So,
That is true.
possibility that they could use it, but the problem is they have to get map pressure first, and that's not a thing that they've had. You have to get your opponent underneath the turret in order for that to work.
Yeah, you don't usually see people buy Ohm Wreckers when they're the ones being pushed back. Yeah, that is a bit surprising. Well,
It is generally speaking an item to use while you're in.
good on the score. Maybe in trouble. Sand United comes in to try to save that jungler. Peanut on the way out already. Looking Prey flashes out of that taunt. Gorilla snapped up by Smeb, kept alive for the moment anyway. Peanut back in the Baron pit. ROX Tigers looks like they need to disengage, but there's a Chains of Corruption on to Someday. He's going to have to flash, or he gets eaten by Smeb. A lot of damage onto that Shen. And ROX Tigers looked like they were in trouble there for a second, but they managed to turn it around, and they are going for a hidden Baron. Oh boy, gets spotted now.
Someday still has TP. He's going to go back and get some HP.
Yep, here comes the TP coming in. This is a bit brave. Big knockup comes in. KT with an opportunity here. Score gets one kill. Baron does go over to the ROX Tigers. They get one in exchange, but they're going to lose some people. Smeb cannot stay alive in the end. And so a one fight for KT, but the Baron taken by ROX Tigers. Peanut the only one to make it out with that.
It looked like a misclick there from Fly Doa. I think he hit Prey with his ultimate when he should have been going for Peanut. Let's take a closer look at this one. Score's going to come in. He's already very low. Remember, Kindred ult has already been burned, so Hachani gets a wonderful knockup. But look at that. He can't click it, so Peanut's still able to get the smite off. You want to suppress the jungler so he can't use smite.
Yeah.
Instead hits Prey. Of course, it's not the end of the world, but and then Smeb right here, he's taunted the entire time, so he actually can't trigger his gray health. And then he falls shortly afterwards. So still, though, looks like about a net gold win for the Tigers. They do expand their gold lead slightly. They're about 3,500 right now, 4,000 approximately.
Yeah.
And they may be able to make a play onto this Mountain Drake. Man, if Fly had hit the proper target right there, that could have been an entirely different story, and a Baron that KT picks up and then immediately punishes the Tigers with thereafter. It was a risky Baron when they knew that Someday's TP was still available, and that Fly's ult was still available.
That was pretty brave to go for. Chains of Corruption on the score. Now they're going to follow up. They're going to take him down. Arrow trapped up by that as well as he takes some damage. ROX Tigers on the disengage now. Smeb comes into the back line. Prey there doing as much damage as he can on that Ashe. ROX Tigers, though, they've got everything they need, and that is going to be nearly an ace. Achani, the only one surviving just by virtue of not really being in that fight, and that's going to be Mountain Drake number 2 for the Tigers.
Yeah, they're going to be able to just go right back into the mid lane, too. We'll see how much gold lead they can get off of this. As you say, the second Mountain Drake going to be important when it comes to maximizing this advantage. But at the start of this fight, now they don't, Prey is a little bit cut off, but look at the CC on the score. Nice, beautiful chaining. Gets the execute down with the Elise. Pops right up on the rappel. Now Fly decides, I'm going to ult Peanut. I don't agree with that at all, but there's nobody else near him because it's just Smeb and Peanut to try and deal with. Braum again taken out of the fight by the Devour from the Tahm Kench, so they can't get the kill onto the support, and they're just going to go ahead, smash straight through the mid lane onto an inhibitor.
Yeah, they still have the Baron buff on Peanut, so they could still get that Baron-empowered push down the mid lane, and that is enough to take that inhibitor. And, you know, one inhibitor in mid was all they needed to close out the game last time, and I would say things were much closer then than they are in Game 2.
Yeah, I think the big question we have to ask about KT is why are they fighting right now?
Yeah.
Because Kuro and Prey form the bulk of this team's damage. Yes, Peanut is going for an AP build on Elise, but in the late game, armor would be a major factor. I'm not sure what the pinging is all about. Everybody's just pinging the Tom Kench, apparently.
I don't know. Tom Kench is a pretty popular guy, you know? I mean, is he a fish? Is he a frog? Who knows?
He took the blue buff, so that aspect of it. But I just think you got to wait if you're KT. Yes, there are problems. Are people going to get QSSs the longer this game goes on so that Fly's ultimate will be less effective? Sure. But Prey apparently hasn't felt the need to grab one, even though he's 3 items deep into his build right now. He's actually changed it up and gone for a rapid-fire cannon on the Ashe, an item that we rarely see on that champion, but just trying to stay away from Fly.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that, where Prey really hasn't been anywhere close to the Malzahar all game long.
Well, he did get ulted in the Baron bit, but that was an accident.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that wasn't intentional.
Yeah, this Ohm Wrecker's been completely useless for Sunday, too.
Of course.
Prioritizing that over finishing the Sunfire. Mysterious item build there.
Like, that's a Chobra build, man.
Yeah. Is that what you call it, the Chobra build?
Old school Chobra build, yeah. It's not AFS and Taylor, it's the Ohm Wrecker. Not working out, though. That 2-2 turret taking a lot of damage. Those 2 Mountain Drakes certainly having an effect. And can the ROX Tigers push down the spot lane? So far, so good. Shen looking for a taunt on the top side note. Gorilla blocking the incoming damage from the front. And the arrow onto Hachani. Gonna pop the ult, gonna go for the counter engage. Chains of Corruption comes in from Kuro right away though. Arrow manages to get the kill onto Prey. Lamster's fight goes down, keeping a lot of people alive. KT looking okay in this fight. Maybe I spoke too soon though, as a double kill comes in for Kuro. And they're gonna turn this one right around again. Peanut going deep.
Go
Peanut!
Peanut!
The Malzahar. Oh, he doesn't get him. All right, that was a bit overly bold, but in the end, it's still a 1 fight for the ROX Tigers. Someday not going to make it out. And that may be another inhibitor in favor of the Tigers. That was a Peanut moment, wasn't it? Peanut is really the OQ of junglers.
He is. That's a very good, a very apt description, Noah.
They are going to be getting another inhibitor turret at least.
Except, unlike OQ, he's still a good player.
That's true.
Ooh.
Well, he hasn't done his NA retirement yet. That's what kills players.
All right, well, Johnny comes in, gets a nice 2-man knockup. Now you look at this, you think this is good on Prey. They hit Smeb with the Malzahar ultimate. Remember that it does have that % damage, and it starts looking good for KT. They get a 5-man Kindred ultimate heal, but it's just been on Smeb right now. He changes nearly that full health bar into the gray health. So most of the cooldown sort of wasted on that Tom Kench, but what else were they going to hit in that situation? They had to deal with it because they couldn't move due to the chain of corruption sort of filtering through that team fight. And they just couldn't get deep enough to capitalize on Hachani's engage.
Yep.
There was no backline threat there from KT. ROX very comfortable.
Less than 1 minute to the next Baron. Something to think about?
I'm thinking about it, though.
Are you? Good.
Real hard.
It's something to think about. ROX Tigers thinking about pushing down this top lane, though, and then backing off with the Baron if they need to. All right, another turret goes down. Smeb getting aggressive. Hachani has to pop that ultimate, gets hit with the Ashe. Arrow in the end, wrapped up with the Chains of Corruption. Stays alive due to the Stand United. But that's a lot of stuff used by KT that kind of need to stay alive. It's going to be hard to take the Baron now for KT. Hard to stop that Baron anyway.
Missile Voyage straight to the Baron pit, just a slightly faster engage. No wards. This will be going over to the Tigers. Easy.
Yeah. All right, well, that's Baron number 2 now for the ROX Tigers. And that may be what they need to finish this game and finish this series. Game 1 was very close, but Game 2 has been much more one-sided.
Yeah. Not a lot to say. game number 2 in this particular series.
I think you've just got to question that Malzahar pick in the end. I don't think it worked out, obviously, like KT wanted as the final fight begins. Big knockup once again from Achani. He's had great engages all night, but it's not enough. The first kill goes over to Frey, turning it around. Lamb's Respite ends. There's a double now for that Ashe. Make it a triple. All right, not interested in Penta. Yeah, forget it. We just end the game instead.
The Tahm Kench is just so good against a single target CC, and it was totally disrespected in this second game. Again, the Malzahar ult comes out in that last fight, but as soon as it's done channeling onto Peanut, they just take the target away, get the Devour off, and that's it. The Tahm Kench used expertly in both of the games tonight by the Tigers, looking like they know what's strong on this patch, and it is the Catfish.
Yep. Oh, Frey gets it. It's an unofficial Penta. And he does not. Oh well. It was unofficial Quadra. There it is. 2-0 for the ROX Tigers, and they will move firmly into 3rd place here in LCK Summer.
Yeah, they will. Well, interesting game, Doa. Interesting series, but the ROX Tigers really executing well. And you see the more aggressive form of Peanut come out yet again. I hope this one's here to stay this time.
Me too, man. This is how Peanut is meant to play the game. Like, don't try to make this guy ward or worry about vision or anything like that. He's supposed to get in the jungle, wreck people.
Yes, he is. Well, he did just that. Just a really good performance from the Tigers jungler in this game. Been lacking a bit. Again, we talked about how his first blood rate has gone down substantially, which when you still look at the fact that the ROX Tigers have statistically the bloodiest games in this league. So you think he'd be contributing more. He just has seemed a little bit lost, a little bit timid this season compared to the Battle Ward, Skirmisher Saber every game.
Well,
invade your jungle, solo kill your jungler, quad buff you at level 1 that we saw in the spring season. So
looking pretty strong today, though. Looking like the Peanut we know and love. And a tough loss for KT Rolster, especially that first game was very, very close. I mean, clearly the game plan was use the Malzahar. The game plan didn't work out, and what can you do? Back to the drawing board, I suppose.
Yeah, a bit of a weird draft, like you say. The 2 blind picks on the Malzahar, I do think it's a powerful pick right now, but the Tahm Kench makes it challenging to actually finish off those targets, because you're just not going to have the time to burst somebody down during the suppression before the Tahm Kench just rolls in and takes that target basically out of the team fight. So all of your cooldowns have been used and you don't get any kind of kills in return.
Very true. And that will move KT over to 7-5, which is a worrying place to be if we're starting to look at the end of the season here.
It's not so bad. They're still 1 game up on MVP and 2 games up on the Afreeca Freecs, or matches, I should say.
So what you're saying is they're only 1 matchup on MVP and only 2 matches up on the Afreeca Freecs.
We'll see how this season closes out for KT, but they're still in playoff contention for now.
Well, Varus did the most damage, and I am so shocked about that.
I know, what a surprise.
Yep.
The Elise actually doing nearly as much damage as Praise Ashe.
Wow.
Really a testament to how well Peanut was playing with an AP heavy Elise build in this series.
Yeah. And we'll see who the MVP is for game number 2. Who would you pick?
Who would I pick in that last
Too late,
game?
it's Smeb. You can still tell me who you'd pick.
I actually think Smeb did really well. Getting behind people, especially someday in the early game with that Tahm Kench leading to a quick kill, and then just consistently getting Gorilla out of trouble when he fell low. Of course, we see this wonderful engage by Hachani. He looks very good, but Smeb just, they're dominating the team fight, and the Malzahar ultimate goes down on the wrong target, so there's no chance of a steal. And Smeb, that was actually died without using his great health because he was changed CC. That was actually not the best team fight for Smeb. But this one was nice. So score caught out immediately. Smeb not even here yet.
Nope.
Here he comes. Missile Voyage is popping up.
Wow.
And helping his teammates do a little bit of damage and then taking Gorilla out before they can kill him. Trying to deliver him over to deal some more concussive blows. This is actually not impressing me with his Tahm Kench play.
You know, I remember it being more impressive.
Let's take a look at him during this team. This was the really good team fight because, of course, he's going to take a lot of percent HP damage from the Malzahar ultimate, but he just keeps on zoning them out, and they throw the kitchen sink at him, and they can't kill him here because look at that, just a couple hundred HP left, turns all of that gray health into a shield. Someday kills him, but he just ate a million cooldowns.
Well, if anyone can eat a million cooldowns, it'd probably be Tom Kench, so that doesn't surprise me too much.
He thinks cooldowns are delicious.
That's right, yep, yeah. Well, it's time for an MVP interview with the victorious ROX Tigers, and Steven will be doing some translating for us.
Thank you very much, Doa and Monte, for a great cast for today's match. Now we're moving into interview with winner of today's match, ROX Tigers. And let's hear from our two MVP for today's match, Peanut and Smap. So first of all, both of you, congratulations for today's match winning. And starting, let's hear from our Peanut. Peanut said, as what I didn't expect, that we won the game very easily today's match. And they asked Smap why you're laughing so loud, and then Smap saying that I'm very happy to see Peanuts doing the interview for today's match. So Dongjun said it was very difficult in the first round for you guys, and we were kind of worried in the second round for the KT Rolster game. But the Peanut saying that our coach were actually very strategically help us. They always check for all the champions that are very fit to us. And then I think that was the main part of winning for today's match. And Cloud Templar asking any Tam Kenji pick, and those kind of pick were held by, found by coach, and then they were just laughing. And Smap is saying that the coach asked me to do Tam Kenji for the second match, and then it worked pretty well for today's, well going. And now Cloud Templar asked about how is it going for the second round. And Smap said, I'm very worried that in the below us, every team like above us and also below us, both of those teams are doing so well. So we're very worried about it. But I think we're doing fine. So Dongjun said the first round was pretty very difficult for both teams. And what part do you think it changed? What part it did turn the table around? And then the Peanut saying that maybe the Baron Steel will be the part when it turned the table around for both teams. And Peanut, and then the Dongjun asked about you were very disappointed about the Baron Steals, and then the Peanut saying that I was very hoping to win the game after slaying the Barons, but that part I couldn't do that, so I was very disappointed. But next time I'll try my best to do it. So Cloud Temper saying that overall, when we in view of us, in my view, I think the overall game, Peanut went to all the lane and solve out the problem when there were difficulty. And what do you think about that? And then Smap saying, yeah, I agree with you. Peanut did a great job and came to all the lane. And now we're moving into the highlight video right now, and there was a very great cocoon throwing from Peanut, and the Cloud Temper asking your cocoon throwing was all calculated or not? And then the Peanut said, yes, I did. I did. I was waiting for it, and I throw cocoon. And then the Cloud Temper asked, can you calculate that? And then Peanut said, if you hit, it's just hit. If you can't, you just missed it. What's the difference? He said, no big problem. And now Dongjun moving into the next question about the KT Rolster Fly. He used Malja for today's match. And did ROX Tiger have analyzed overall using Maja pick from KT Rolster? And now Pina saying that also this also are told by our coach. He said the KT Rolster are practicing Maja really a lot, so coach asked him to do so. And then that's the reason why Peanut are studying overall about Maja. He have look over all the skills, how like what the cooldown, those kind of all the analyze. Is all based on the coach idea, so it was easy for us to play against. So now Cloud Templar asking to Smap about the Prey, because those two players have some sort of rivalry between the MVP point. There's some video clip, and now they ask about there were Prey have 1,000 kill for today's match. There were like 23 kill to go, and then they ask about that, and Smap saying that he didn't realize anything about 1,000 kill, but he just make fun of him that if he don't use Jin, he cannot make any kill during the game, and he doesn't realize that. And now they're moving into video clip about the Prey, and now Smap still praise a blue valve, and then he was waiting behind it, and that's what he said. During the game we kind of laughed, but Prey were kind of a little bit angry about that in a fun way. So now Dongjun is talking about some like Barons and the Dragon buff, those kind of thing. Some of them were taken away by other team, and what do you think about that? Is it for purposely? And then the Smap saying that even we give out the Mountain Drake, we still have Seaver and we still have other champions can easily take away the buff. That's why we just let it go, the Dragon, and get another advantage from the other lane.
준비하는 데는 그렇게 오래 걸리진 않았어요.
너무 쉬웠다.
And then Dongjun asked about how did you prepare the game, and the Smap said, well, we didn't prepare that lot, but we have some scrims and those kind of things, and it was well prepared by our coach. So now Dongjun asked about this Saturday. There's a game against between you guys and Samsung, and how you guys gonna prepare for that? And Pina saying that when we play against Samsung, we should play as what we did today. Like we should maintain our performance that when we win. So those part is very important. So Dongjun said you guys have lost against Samsung in the first round. So can you win against them? And Pina saying that although we have lost to Samsung at that moment, our performance wasn't that good as today or the when we won. So now our level of performance has moved up. So I think we can win against them. So now the Cloud Templar and Dongjun ask about the performance when you're not great, and then Pina said, I think the first round and second round about SKT, I wasn't that great, but I'll practice more and I'll show performance like today. So I think that can help us win Saturday match. And Dongjun asked about can you any message for your fans for today's match and later on. And Smap said there's a few games left for the second round, and we'll be very well prepared and prepare a lot and practice. So please visit to the stadium all the time, and thank you for cheering for us. And I guess that's it for today's match interview, and thank you very much, and back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Steven. And the ROX Tigers getting a 2-0 over KT Rolster. Game 1, very close. Game 2, pretty much all ROX Tigers.
I love Peanut. He's such a character. So confident. Got so much swag.
Certainly does. Is it as much swag as Tom Kench swag walking up and taking your blue buff away?
That was pretty great too.
I mean, but that's the kind of team the ROX Tigers are.
Yeah.
They like to mess around, like in-game and out-of-game. Like they're probably the most fun team to watch here in Korea, for sure.
And guess what? The standings don't change, Dilla. The ROX inches closer in game differential to Samsung and SK Telecom. And, in that next best of 3 when the ROX Tigers and Samsung play each other, that's when we see the battle for potentially first place, I guess.
I mean, who knows? It could really still switch around a lot. KT, though, I mean, need to get things back on track a little bit. I mean, they're coming into this now. Well, that's their third match loss in a row. So things are a little bit rough for KT at the moment.
Yeah, you could argue that they should have won versus SKT and they should have won versus Afreeca, but
Sure.
they were convincingly beaten by the ROX Tigers tonight. And I think a large part of that is the draft. The Tom Kench did a lot of work against the Malzahar and the pick comps that they tried to assemble, especially in Game 1.
Yep. And in 1 hour, we're going to be back with ESC Ever versus the Afreeca Freecs for our second best of 3 here on LCK Summer. So definitely come back from your Poke Walk and watch that as well. We can't do that, but you don't care.
I don't care.
Well, anyway, yeah. So come back in an hour, guys. Another best of 3. It should be a fun one. I mean, again, not the greatest teams we have in the tournament, but they are really fun to watch. And Afreeca Freecs with a chance to run to the playoffs.
I think that's unfair to Afreeca. I mean, they've won 3 out of their last 4 matches, and 3 of those matches have been against SKT, MVP, and KT.
Right. I just said they weren't. I just said they weren't the greatest. That means it could be 2 through 10.
I think in current form right now,
I'm technically correct. As you say, it's the best kind of correct.
That is true.
Forget it.
I can't argue against that.
Nothing he has to say is important. Come back in an hour to find out if you can come up with something. We'll be back. LCK Summer a little bit later, guys. See you in an hour.
I dialed 7 digits 5 times today just to hear you say you love or hate me. I'll take anything. I just wanna hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. Good or bad, baby. Yes, no, maybe. It's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Hey, Dad, what we both want. Pick up the pieces, good, ain't that good? Pick up the past and just let it go. Put it down and over me, never want to see me again. Goodbye kind of stuff and pick up. Putting me through hell, one ring voicemail. Baby, I can tell that you ain't on the other line. Except no, decline. How can I tell you if you won't listen? How can I tell you what I've been missing?
Coming up next, ESC Ever. Afreeca Freecs. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
자, 오늘 두 팀, CJ엔투스 블레이즈와 SK텔레콤 T1 이 팀이 경기를 기다립니다.
솔로 랭크에서 엄청난 경기력을 보여줬었던 선수들 위주로 구성이 되었고
네.
이 선수와 오늘 앰비션과의 싸움이 굉장히 흥미진진합니다.
글로벌 골드의 영향을 조금 덜 받습니다. 물론
그런데 그대로 먹었습니다. 지금 역시 도망생
이거 일반적입니다.
자,
두 번째까지
장난
이거 장난 아닌데요, 리달리.
언제까지 기다릴지 일단 한번 건드려봤는데요. 뒤쪽 나갔을 때 이기군
잡았어요. 이거 빼야 돼요. 빼야 돼요.
전화까지 쓰면서 잡은 걸로 지금
이걸
예상이
원콤으로
되는데
잡나? 야 대단한데요. 이걸 원콤으로 잡아요.
수 있었기 때문에 충분히
안 보였잖아요.
자, 그래도 이거는 선수와 페이커 기회가
우승 SK텔레콤입니다. 신비 도망가야 됩니다. 지금 도망가야 돼요.
몇 가지가 있었는데 그거
아이라 죽었어요. 이거 바로 걸린 싸움이다.
체력이 안 들어요. 치열한 경쟁을 뚫고 단 2개 결만 하나 더
마스터이.
보고 있어요. 반겨 마이가 지금 잡고 하나 또 에이스 더블킬. 오너한 선수들의 꿈의 노래 셀로체스 서머 파이널이 전면 타이밍 마지막 뒤로 돌아갈 거야. 아니 페이커 이거 뭐 어쩌라고 나네. 이거 궁각이지. 사이드 무비 살짝 뒤돌았다가 와 혼자서 솔킬을 두 번째.
Show me where to hide.
텔레콤이다. 자 잡으러 가자. 정면이요. 화려한 상부를 시작하겠습니다. 맞추면 붙는 거죠. 이번에는 포탑플레이만 잡고 다음에
이거 제대로 안 들어갔는데요. 애매한데요. 터졌어요. 페이커가 이미 들어갔어요. 페이커가 안으로 이미 들어갔어요.
더블킬.
계속 달리고 비욘드 비욘드가 오히려 먼저 들어갔어. 페이커 잡고 비욘드 잡히지 않았어요.
We can sync with the fast track. All eyes are so
matchup. ESC Ever. Afreeca Freecs. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, welcome back to LCK Summer. I guess you could say we're pretty invested into the second best of 3.
We are. Piggyback broadcast costumes are on.
Sorry. It's not our fault.
Yeah.
ESC Ever, they're going to be taking on their opponents. Afreeca Freecs should be a pretty good match.
Yeah, first off, let's talk about that really awesome video that we just saw, because Faker, of course, surpassing the 1,000 kill mark in this tournament in Champions in Korea. Saw it all the way from the beginning. That first kill that he had onto Ambition, amazing game, solo killing Ambition, immediately going into the bottom side of the map and killing both Captain Jack and Lustboy with that Nidalee. And it only went up from there until he got that 1,000th kill this week on Beyond. He's 1,700 kills across all tournaments right now, a little over, so there's a possibility he will hit 2,000 by the conclusion of the World Championship this year. But it's just a great tribute to the best player to ever play League of Legends, the best player that will ever play League of Legends, undoubtedly. So
seems that way at this point, yeah. And you got to wonder, too, because back in the StarCraft 1 days when a player would very, very rarely reach 100 wins in Pro League, they would get their own golden handprint preserved forever. So we've got players like Slayer's Boxer in there, out in the Wall of Fame that OGN has in the studio. And I feel like it'd be cool if they did something like that for 1,000 kills in Korean League of Legends as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, and Prey actually rapidly approaching that mark also, as we saw a few weeks ago. It should be maybe, I don't know, a week or two more probably until he also eclipses that mark.
It's quite a milestone, and honestly, it's something that not a lot of players are ever going to hit in one single tournament, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So just an astounding career. And, what I loved about that video, too, was it was all of the theme songs to the various awesome OGN intros that we had over the years, and got to see clips from basically every season. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, well, we have had an awesome run, man. 4 years of sick League of Legends. Faker's been around for a lot of it. And he still will be around as long as SKT keeps performing like they are, man. First place in the tournament for the moment anyway. But it is a closer season than we've had in recent memory.
Yeah, absolutely, especially since while SK Telecom has been beating some of the top teams, they've dropped games and they've dropped matches. And they've dropped matches to both of the teams that are playing tonight in recent memory. 3 of those losses, 2 of them come from ESC Ever and the Afreeca Freecs. And, we can talk about the Afreeca Freecs. They didn't have a good first round robin, but they've won 3 out of their last 4, and 3 of those wins have been against SKT, MVP, and KT Rolster.
Yeah.
And their only loss was versus the ROX Tigers. So they've been playing competitively against a lot of the top-of-the-table teams right now. And you know what, Doa? Second round robin last season, they made an unprecedented run to make the playoffs, and maybe we're in for another treat like that.
I mean, it's possible, and you got to think that their schedule kind of gets easier from here on out in this round robin, because, again, those games were SK Telecom, ROX Tigers, MVP, KT Rolster, they only lost against the ROX Tigers. But let's talk about ESC Ever for a little bit. A team that has not had a ton of match win success over the course of the season, but they have taken games off of some very good teams. They've taken games off of Samsung. They beat SK Telecom recently. So despite the match record not looking very good, this team is still one you could argue is kind of on the rise.
Yeah, absolutely. And they will be going with Key in the support position this evening, who they've been pretty consistently fielding recently. We haven't seen too much Totoro.
Yeah, only 6 games of Totoro total this season, and looks like he is the support they're sticking with, Afreeca Freecs. Of course, we're talking about how good these guys are looking right now, and despite ESC Ever's sort of surge in their performance at the moment, you still got to give the Freecs, I think, the edge going into this best of 3.
Yeah, interestingly, too, the Freecs have actually been one of the more successful teams running a substitute roster. They did run Linderong in their last match, and he performed pretty well.
Yeah.
Iksu back in. Last time we saw him, he was rocking the top lane Hecarim and doing carrying on that champion, basically, is how we can put it. But now we have Lyra and Ixu back in. We'll see how they fare. It should be interesting. Linderong and Songwon have been a bit of a surprise this season in the fact that even those two, with substitutes, were able to take a game off of SKT.
I was going to say, that's a really shocking part, is that when they got that victory over SK Telecom, one of the games, or each game, they played a different jungler and a top laner. So, yeah, it's bizarre what this team can do. It's bizarre and somewhat frightening, but it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, and I'm excited about the Afreeca Freecs. I think what's one of the more interesting storylines we have going right now is actually Coach Kong, who is the former coach of CJ Entus. And one of the things that people said about CJ Entus was that they failed to develop a lot of star power rookie players, and they just sort of stuck with that old roster. And I think we're seeing, now that he's the head of the Afreeca Freecs, a willingness to experiment with roster, try and bring in slowly over time these rookies. And Linderong and Songwon have been doing well. They've been on the bench this year, but finally started to come out, and they've taken some key victories.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they decide to go with kind of as the season progresses. It looks like right now the roster that we're going to see in the first game today is probably the one they want to stick with Lyra and Ixu. But no doubt, I mean, if these guys don't end up being starters for Afreeca long term, you'd imagine some other teams might be looking at picking them up.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think both Lyra and Ixu have been doing well. So at first you might say, well, why are they making these substitutions? I don't exactly know the logic behind, but it has been effective, so it is hard to argue with it at this point. Lyra, though, he's been this big-time player on the Afreeca Freecs, and even though Ixu may have not the deepest champion pool, which might make you say, okay, we'll put Linderong in. Switching out Lyra, who currently is number 2 in kill participation in the entire league behind BDD, he has been a major driving force on the success of the team and the success of their team fights. So he's back in.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he does.
And I mean, interesting too, because he's one of the players that still kind of prioritizes Graves as well. And so that's kind of like this oddball pick that you need to sort of worry about when you're playing against Afreeca Freecs, because Lyra is so good on that champion.
Also another must-ban Italy player for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, man, thinking about Nidalee, looking back at some of those kills Faker got, Nidalee's spears used to do a lot of damage, didn't they?
Oh, yes. Yes,
wow.
They did.
I remember the days where you could take like 75% of a support's health off with one spear. Ah, the good old days, you know.
It certainly made League of Legends exciting, I'll give it that.
It definitely did. You got to avoid that spear. You will pay dearly. I'm just full of it today.
You're just full of it.
And I mean that
as
in every
usual.
sense of the word. ESC versus Afreeca picks and pans for game number 1. Looks like Gragas and Ashe banned out initially.
Yeah, Ashe, a pretty common ban that we see against Loken. He was one of the first Ashe players in this league. It is his most played champion this season. So go ahead, just remove that from the pool, and we are going to see a Gnar ban against Ixu. Now, Ixu has been more successful historically on engage tank picks. Maokai, Poppy last season, now the Hecarim, so taking away the Gnar might be a good idea. Shen, a pretty common ban these days, and you know what? Ever since we saw the Gragas dominance displayed by SK Telecom, who put the highest priority on that pick recently, we've basically seen Blank play exclusively that. Today, we've seen a lot more Gragas bans.
Yeah, and for good reason. I mean, he's just so strong right now. Looks like Sivir's going to be the 3rd ban for ESC ever, so that leaves one final ban for the Afreeca Freecs, and they're going to go with Vladimir.
All right, that surprises me a bit. I think that Mickey's best performing champion has been the Vladimir, and giving Bless Nidalee.
Yeah.
Bless has had some great Nidalee games.
Well, Bless has just been pretty great in general.
Yes.
As far as players on this team, you really got to look at Bless and Tempt as kind of the standouts right now. And giving him Nidalee is a pretty dangerous decision already for the Afreeca Freecs.
The other scary thing, though, is that it synergizes well in a poke composition with Varus, and Varus has also not been banned yet, is still one of Tempt's top picks for ESC. So we may see some pretty big comfort picks come through.
I mean, you have to imagine that Afreeca is going to take the Braum here.
Yeah.
You got it. You gave them the Nidalee. You have to take the Braum.
Could go for the Trundle. It's a safe pick, especially.
Okay.
But taking the Jhin means that the Braum may very well be picked up with the Varus on the side of ESC. Yeah, this is what I expected.
Yeah, it's a very bold draft from the Afreeca Freecs, to say the least. I think the Braum Varus is a good idea. It certainly is. Yeah. I mean, this still ends up leaving Loken open to play something like Lucian perhaps, at AD carry.
Yeah, interestingly, now that the Ashe and the Sivir have both been banned, Loken would actually, he hasn't played the Caitlyn too much recently, but that is his third most picked up champion.
Weirdly enough, Caitlyn.
And there are very few Caitlyn players in Korea.
We could see him take the Ezreal too, I suppose, but we'll see. We'll see. I'd love to see Mickey play the Talia. I've got a feeling he could do some pretty awesome stuff with that champion. Afreeca seems to be kind of mulling over what they want to put in that mid lane.
Looks like Talia may be their answer here. She will suffer some poke early from the Varus, but the global, and combined with the teleport just to get back into lane to eke through the laning phase.
I mean, I suppose you can put up walls and trap the Varus or trap the Nidalee perhaps, but they're going to go with the Rek'Sai and the LeBlanc instead.
Okay. Obviously LeBlanc, a signature champion from Mickey, so not going to be showing anything new tonight. And certainly a lot easier to deal with the Varus in lane, considering you can dodge with the distortion, some of those piercing arrows. And, you know, the default Rek'Sai pick, it's by far the most played champion by Lyra. He's played it now 10 times. This will be his 10th game.
Wow.
On the Rek'Sai in the summer season. And as you said, though, maybe the Ezreal will be the answer. Certainly good with the poke from the Varus and the Nidalee. Just doubling down on that. And the poke, too, from the barrels of the GP.
It's safe. It can dodge Jin's ultimate and his W, I suppose. It can get over the pillar. I think it makes a lot of sense. And the Lissandra would be an interesting top lane pick. Huh.
That would be... And we see Trace play it lately, but...
We do, but not a lot else. And looks like they're going to let that lock in. Okay, no, so changing over to the Rise.
Yeah,
all right.
Crazy's been the biggest top lane Rise player in Champions. We don't typically see teams field it there, but they can execute a 4-1 split push with this composition. And also, even if the Rise groups up, they'll be able to kite effectively.
Yeah.
Gives them some more magic damage, but not much of a front line. So pretty execution-heavy comp here coming through for ESC. Also, not much for the Trundle to work with if they do put him in to the top lane in the 1v1. Stealing stats from a Rise. He's going to have some HP with the Rod of Ages coming through, but...
So they might just decide to switch it over to that Rumble then, I guess.
Maybe get in Rise's face early, have some gank pressure, because considering that Rise doesn't have an easy way to get off the equalizer. It's also a big scaling composition. This is a triple tier comp from ESC, so even if the Rumble may have some issues in the laning phase against the Rise, having to walk up into melee range to kill some of the minions, the early Drake fight from the Afreeca Freecs is going to be basically almost impossible for ESC to deal with unless they get some serious early poke in. Because, of course, the zoning from both the Equalizer and the Curtain Call is going to be just absolutely present at level 6. So Afreeca going for a pretty early power spike in this game with the composition and looking to snowball out of the early game. ESC going to try and stay safe, but this is one of those scary compositions for ESC where what happens if there's a bunch of Infernal and Mountain Drakes early and you can't fight it?
Yeah, I mean,
you just lose.
It could totally happen. Hard to say.
That's why scaling compositions are not very much in vogue right now, Doa. It's too much of a risk. Of course, you can get lucky.
Well, the other thing, too, is I feel like we see ESC excel the most when they play something like a pick comp, you know, when they get a little bit more aggressive. So they might kind of be shooting themselves in the foot a little bit with the champs they've decided to go with here in Game 1.
Yeah, I feel Bless is also pretty predictable in where he's going to be ganking. He's going to be ganking for the Rise in the early game onto the Rumble because you have the Rune Prison against the lack of mobility spells from the Rumble. So as long as Ixu stays safe and Lyra babysits him a little bit, they should be okay.
Yep. We will see what happens. Afreeca Freecs coming in really hot to this match, doing very, very well. We'll see if they can continue the trend and take down ESC Ever in Game 1. Let's find out. All right. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, where ESC will probably be pretty happy that it's a Cloud Drake starting off by the virtue of them not really needing to contest that at all.
Yeah, that is actually huge for them. Even if they can delay the Cloud Drake being taken so that it just stays on the map for longer and make sure that there can't be another Drake spawn, they're going to be really happy about that. So you look for them to use the poke just to stall things out, but absolutely huge. That was going to be probably one of the defining factors of this game. But the other defining factor is how much damage Mickey can do, because guess who's super squishy? It's the members of ESC.
Yeah.
And with an early armor penetration build from the Jin and some nice turret diving from the LeBlanc, there is not a whole lot of hope for them if they get caught under a turret or they get picked off.
One does wonder.
Man, 3-tier comp. Ooh, such a risk, Doa.
I mean, it's either going to be a really, really long game as ESC kind of powers up, or they're just going to kind of get steamrolled by Afreeca Freecs. This is going to go one of two drastically different ways, it seems like.
That is probably exactly how it's going to go.
Well, this is a pretty predictable way for the game to go here. Piggyback broadcast time.
That's right. Going for the early pause strats. Just
yes.
buying time. And Doa is now going to be on the side of your screen.
Hold on. Here, reel me in.
All right.
Okay.
Wait.
There we go. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Good job.
I needed help. All right. Fun with the piggyback broadcast. Yay.
So it's back to us. I don't really know what else to say at this point about this game. I think you summed it up very nicely, Doa, which is it's going to be really long and poke heavy, and ESC is going to scale up into the late game, or, they're going to get wrecked.
Yep, that's right. One of two drastically different ways, like we said. Could go really slow, could go really fast. I prefer the fast way. I like the entertaining games. So.
Well, now it just depends on who's playing this composition, right?
Sure.
If it was Jin Air playing Afreeca's composition, I'd say, hey, there's a pretty good shot that ESC might make it into the late game.
Yeah,
but this is Afreeca playing Afreeca's composition, and I don't think there's a good shot that ESC is going to make it into the late game.
There is no way that they're going to allow this to become a slow, drawn-out game,
No. They like to really take a lot of those fights, a lot of the skirmishes early. They certainly will be able to do it with this composition.
Yeah. Where'd your vest go? It was here, and now it's gone. Suddenly.
I just strip slowly every time I'm casting when I'm
every
not
time
on
a
camera.
Cloud Drake comes up, you take a piece of clothing.
Yeah, it's a game that I play. Strip Drake.
Strip Drake. Wow.
That's right.
Wow.
If it's an Infernal, I take 2 pieces off, as you know.
Getting too hot. Yeah.
It's getting too hot in here. Got the vapors, man. Got to take the clothes off for the Infernal Drake.
It's getting Infernal Drake in here. Better take off all your clothes.
Yep.
That's right. Not that we're necessarily endorsing anything, but
it's a fun game to play at home too. I'm endorsing it.
There you go. In the safety of your own home, probably by yourself. No, maybe.
No,
maybe
with your loved ones. Come on.
Sure.
Making champions sexy. That's what we
There
do.
you go. That's why they pay us the big bucks. Making champions sexy. We've got like French made in Italy in this game, so clearly Riot wants the game to be a bit on the sexier side.
Well, I think that's clear just from the visuals and character design in general, Doa.
Yeah, man.
They love making champions sexy.
And they're very inclusive too. I mean, we've got stuff like Vel'Koz.
So sexy. All the tentacles, man.
Some people are into that.
I know.
That's right.
We're still paused, by the way.
We are, yes. No, the game's going. They're just leaving the camera on us because we are so entertaining, and we've just found out, word has been handed down, guys, that it is a PC change. Seems to happen quite a bit over there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What's going on with those PCs, man?
Just overheating from how sexy.
I guess so. That's right. Just so sexy. Like, oh, they can't handle that French made in Italy, man. The PC is just gone. Well, and we know they have to build them from scratch over there too, so we could be here. We could
for
be
an
here
hour
for
and
a
a
little
half.
while. Yeah, that's right. Should we just get this out of the way? What socks are you wearing today? Let's just get this out of the way now.
I'm wearing
mine are pretty
gray,
boring. They're
gray
just
socks with
white
blue dots.
Check out my shoes, though.
Your shoes are cool.
I'm very flexible too, by the way. They've got Duck Hunt. You can't see it.
They say game over on the bottom too.
Well, I can't. Here, I'll just take off one there.
Wow, so hard.
See, game. Hold on. I'll take off the other one. Am I going to do this right?
Oh, nice.
That's pause time, guys.
And that's how Doa got a Van sponsorship.
Oh, I would love a Van sponsorship. You know, I've been wearing Vans for a long time, ever since my skateboarding days back in high school.
Now you're just an old guy who wears skateboarding shoes.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? They're comfortable. It's not sad at all.
I didn't say it was sad. You said it was sad.
I did not. I'm a very happy person.
Wow. Well, I don't know what to say about that one, though. You just fell right into your own trap.
Well, you know, I got hooked early. What can I say?
You did.
Except that Vans are really comfortable, and I would be glad to hawk them for money.
Okay. Well, good.
There you go.
But you would be upfront about your sponsorship, right?
Yeah, of course. No, I would be like, then it comes out that I actually invented Vans, and I was like, hey guys, I just happened to find these shoes.
These duck hunt shoes.
Changed my name to T-Doa. I'm like, T-Doa, hey guys, I found these Vans shoes. Totally didn't know they existed. I'm definitely not making them myself or owning the company or anything, but I really think you should buy them. Wink.
Doa the Vans Kingpin, the secret Vans Kingpin.
I have these videos where I like go out on the street and I find new pairs of Vans. I'm like, I can't believe I found these Vans. I'm so lucky. How did I get so lucky with these Vans? It's just amazing, right?
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, I know. I don't see how that plan could ever backfire on me.
So now that the cat's out of the bag, and what is your
Right.
what is your esports edition of Vans going to be?
Do
Do we get exclusive Doa shoes?
That would be really cool, wouldn't it?
What would you have on your Doa shoes?
Man, I don't know. Probably just half of my face on one shoe and half on the other shoe. You put them together.
This is one Doa.
That's my face. There you go.
What would it say on the bottom of the shoe?
It would say stay bloodthirsty, but that bloodthirsty is kind of long to put on one shoe. Maybe just bloodthirsty.
Okay, nice. I like it.
I don't know. That'd work. You'd mess around and say thirsty blood. I don't know. But then, of course,
that sounds like a Japanese anime vampire.
It does. Of course, in the end, I'd have to make an apology video, and then I'd have to like get my favorite beloved pet for just a split second. At the beginning of the video, like, I just don't know how I'm no, I'll just find Chobra. I'll just hold Chobra. Chobra, I just don't know how I'm going to make this apology video. I don't know how this happened to me. Oh, it's so hard.
Chobra will whimper in sympathy.
That's right. I can see that. I can see that. He can take a break from ESL or whatever he's doing these days to be in my apology video.
To sympathy whimper?
Yeah, that's right. As I'm sure the entire internet did when another similar video may have come out recently.
Yeah. Good times to be an esports, guys.
Oh yeah, it's always exciting. That's for sure. Yep.
Always exciting. Questionably legal.
It's a little bit Wild West, you know. But then you find out the sheriff owned the website the entire time. Yep. Pretty much. Yeah. Well, there you go. So as the new PC is being built over at the other stadium, which shall remain nameless, you already know. I don't need to say anything. So here we are. You know, you and Seth.
Yet again.
You and Seth had a good long one the other day.
We did.
A good long pause. You set the record, I think. I think that was the longest pause.
Hour and a half.
That's a long pause, man. Congratulations.
It actually wasn't a pause. It was just like a failure to start the game.
That's true.
If it had been a pause, we wouldn't have made it to an hour and a half.
I didn't even notice if anyone left the game or not. I suppose somebody must have if their computer isn't connected to the internet. That's it's the power of deductive reasoning there, guys. Nailed that one. Yep.
Are you related to Sherlock Holmes?
I don't think so. No, I don't have any British ancestry. Yep. A little bit of Scottish, a little bit of Irish, but no actual British.
I think I have a little bit.
Do you?
Yeah.
Ah, that's where the snootiness comes from, huh?
From many sources. I also invented. I'm actually a pretentiousness generator.
Oh wow.
Yeah, nice, right?
Pretentiousness generator.
Exactly. I'm just an engine for pretension.
If I ever have like an EDM band or something, it's going to be called Pretentiousness Generator.
How about Engine for Pretension? It's better at
Engine
rhymes.
for that is pretty good. Okay, yeah, we can switch up a little bit. Engine for Pretension. And I mean, on our other monitor right now, we're watching those like crazy Cloud Templar videos.
Cosplay videos?
Is this just becoming tradition when like we have these stupidly long pauses? Maybe we'll get to see some freaky Cloud Templar Amumu cosplay. Those bandages are way too tight.
Oh, we're going to at least hear it.
What? Yes? Cloud Templar, is that you? You're dressed like a moo and you're stuck in your bandages. I'll be right over.
To unwrap you, adding to the sexiness of this
That's
broadcast.
right. It's all about increasing the
Mumu
sexiness.
pickup lines.
Oh, there he is. Let's just talk over this.
You, Cloud Templar.
You want to just talk over this or just let it go? What do you think? Oh, that was just a really ashamed Cloud Templar for a minute, and then it went back to us. All right, so we've figured this out now. Whenever there's a pause, it's just an opportunity to shame Cloud Templar in front of thousands of people. I like this.
All right, we're back in, maybe.
Maybe. Oh, hey, we're back in the game. The new computer has been built, and all is well with the world. Thank you, Piggyback Broadcast. Well, where were we? Whose teams are playing again? What game is this?
Where am I?
Where am I? What year is it? Where's Monty's Fest? All right, okay, so bring us back to Earth, Monty. As we see
I can't because it's Super Galaxy Rumble, so we're firmly in outer space right now.
It's taking some damage too, man.
It's just going to be the old lane swap.
Yep, nice cue, bro.
No silly business like we saw in the lane swap in game number 1 of our last series.
Nope.
Just straight up vanilla lane swapping for now.
Right. Oh, well. I like some chocolate lane swapping. Or maybe some,
the chocolate lane swap happened in game number 1 of the last series.
Yeah, where you get like that delicious early gank.
Yeah, it was quite creative of the ROX Tigers. I liked what we saw.
Yeah. So, well, looks like just a regular lane swap, like you said. So there's that.
A little bit different,
yeah,
I suppose, considering that Italy is over on the weak side right now.
Here we go. Bless coming in.
Hello.
Trying to get the gank on the Mickey. Mickey, you could be in trouble, buddy. Passive pop, and he's going to get taken out. First blood goes to Bless.
And that's what was weird, Doa. You do not expect the Nidalee to come from the strong side.
Yeah.
But Bless had actually wormed his way into ESC's weak side jungle there in the bottom, where the tower take was occurring in the top lane, and Mickey decided that it was time to take a little bit of a risk right there. And Bless is coming back for round 2. Mickey still has flash.
Mickey has flash as well. Can they finish him off a second time? Gets hit with the chains, waiting for that flash. Doesn't actually use it, and that's going to be, oh, there's the kill. No! Bless got it anyway.
Yeah, Bless still had his flash too, so able to follow through. So
wow.
This is one of the reasons why you don't give Bless in Italy. We've seen him absolutely dominate games on it before, and he's already shown up with 2 kills in this game. So Lyra has his work cut out for him. He is not going to be in any kind of shape to duel Bless in this game. And Mickey doesn't have the TP now to get back into the mid lane. So Mickey, he overextended, was too forward in his use of the distortion in the early parts of the laning phase, gets himself overextended again after TPing back, and now how are we going to deal with this one?
Well, I mean, we talked about ESC ever needing the time to build those triple tiers, and
it's a good way to buy
Bless is buying it. Yeah, exactly. He's buying that time.
It is a great way to buy it, and plus, Mickey needed to be strong in this game. At least he hasn't fallen behind in CS.
Yep, there's that.
So he's only 300 gold down on the enemy mid laner right now. It's not a total disaster, but it depends on how Bless plays this out now.
Yeah.
He isn't going to have a lot to gank for. I think that's the major problem. They are going to be swapping back once again. Actually, Jin heading into the lane where the turret's already been destroyed and allowing Rumble just to farm up deep in enemy territory. But this is a risk because it could be Bless coming in here to help out the Rise, and the roam from Key might also affect things at the top side of the map. You know, if you end up with that 3v3 of the top support and jungle of ESC versus the AD support and jungle of Afreeca, that could spell some nice early advantages, and they're going to go in on this. Concussive blows triggered.
They get the stun onto Ixu after he flashes, exhaust drop down, and that could just be a dead Rumble. In fact, it will be.
All right.
And ESC ever. I mean, I guess when you get this kind of lead, you can start being aggressive, even though your comp wouldn't necessarily support it from the beginning. Bless and Crazy trying to defend this tier 2 in top lane, but a great start for Ever.
Yeah, they have to be careful though. Bless doesn't have much tankiness, yes, just has the Aether Wisp here to
teleport.
TP.
That's right, coming in. Crazy already slowed down by that exhaust blast. Flash knocked up. Gonna try to get away. Manages to actually pick one up. Oh, they trade 1 for 1. Crazy flashing, and they're gonna go deep for it. Not gonna get him. Here comes Tempt with some kills of his own. There's one. Chasing Songyun and Ixu back. Chains of Corruption under turret. Songyun not taking the turret hits though. And luckily, he's going to be able to walk out of that one.
I liked what Afreeca were doing when they were putting the pressure down and they had chunked Bless out, but just go for the turret at that point in time. You already had the tempo advantage. They got greedy, used this TP, but the Rumble not level 6 yet, so not going to be contributing a whole lot on this tower dive. Ixu does use that second Electro Harpoon to pick up the kill, but just back off, just back off. Don't go for this one. Lack of a call from the Varus, ghosting out of the mid lane, and Mickey just unable to respond. His TP still down, and he just needs to farm. So they at least had the top lane pushing faster out of all of that, and now they just got themselves in an even bigger hole in the end.
Yeah.
And now all 3 tier champions have a kill. So goodbye. Say farewell to the early game weakness that is going to accelerate their builds nicely. You know, having all winning lanes and a winning jungler, this is going to get out of control pretty quickly, probably for ESC, barring some sort of disaster. So now that they have a lead, they just need to farm, stay back. The Cloud Drake is there. They've bought themselves a lot of time. Wait for your power spikes, your tiers to be fully stacked, your rod to be fully stacked on the rise, then fight. All right, so time for ESC to take a breather here and just be patient.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about the 2 ways that this game could go, but ESC ever has discovered a third way of just being really aggressive with that Nidalee and getting some leads that you would not expect this comp to get early on.
Well, all credit to Bless, who was
totally
tricky in the lane swap, ganked from an angle Mickey didn't expect. Mickey did not have to play the lane in that fashion and be so bold with his distortion. Could have instead anticipated that and just gone for a power spike, tried to fight for the early Drakes. Afreeca made a mistake. ESC capitalized on it in about the best way they possibly could. Now we are in a situation with about a 1,500 gold lead here for ESC. Tiers already stacking in all 3 lanes.
Yep, getting a bit scary for the Afreeca Freecs.
Yeah, 1,000 of that gold lead is just on Bless right now, so
yeah.
Does need to continue to convert that advantage into more and more, but hard to stop an Italy who's ahead from just counter jungling.
I mean,
the rest of the match.
The fact that there's a Cloud Drake there has become so important, because if that was like an Infernal Drake or something, the Afreeca Freecs would have a great way to get back into it, right?
Right.
But so I don't know, if you're the Freecs right now, do you maybe try to prioritize taking that dragon as fast as you can just to try to get the next one to spawn and maybe get something that helps you?
Sure, that would definitely be an option. Unfortunately for them, Ixu's TP is still down. He used it on that dive, so they have to wait for that to be back up. And even though Afreeca is at a disadvantage right now, they have the power of the level 6 onto the Jhin and onto the Rumble. So just because they have a natural power spike right now with those abilities up, compared to ESC, they still can fight. And they still have to keep fighting. They have to keep trying here.
No. Loken, farming as much as he can, has a nice little lead over Songyun. Mickey has managed to get a bit of a CS lead over Tempt, but it's not really much to speak of. Oh, they are deep in the enemy jungle right now, but with that tier 1 turret, they can be a bit more forward.
Good warding, too. Just get a nice ring of wards in there for the Rumble, trying to prevent a freeze. And they realize that maybe their one advantage is in the top lane. The CS edge, about 20 up.
He's the only one with a kill, too.
Yep.
Hurts bad.
Yeah, the question is whether ESC has the shot calling capabilities as a more rookie team to convert this into a game win right now. That's the other question mark.
Yeah, as the game goes later, they will get stronger, but the Afreeca Freecs' decision-making may end up giving them an edge anyway. Looks like ESC thinking about the dragon, but not going for it.
Yeah, they're taking quite a while too, and the Jhin will slowly push this out and make that Drake less viable. But to get the wards in, they know exactly where the Rumble is, which probably is one of the reasons why they backed off. And the Rise catching up ever so slowly by freezing. So Afreeca now just trying to reverse this. Maybe they can go for a Drake, or they'll just try and get deep wards on both sides of the map.
Yeah, I feel like you go for the Drake.
Ixu has to get back into the top side now, so it's too late, unfortunately.
Well, he's got his teleport. I suppose he can come down if they need him.
Ixu still going for the Proto Belt. That's first item.
Nice.
So not a lot of respect here for the advantage that ESC has accrued.
Not a whole lot, but, you know, do you maybe have to just be a bit overly aggressive in this case?
Yes, you have to keep fighting.
It's kind of the difference between playing to win and playing to not lose.
Yep. And Temp circling around, looking to get the long-range shot. Wards are down, TP's up for Mickey, so even though he wasn't there, maybe thought about that very briefly.
Wow. Jhin is creepy.
No, he just whispers numbers.
Yeah, anyone who whispers numbers is creepy. Come on, when have you ever heard somebody whispering numbers and it turned out to be, like, a good thing?
Frequently, when people are trying to count things very deliberately.
No, then that's just annoying. Count your heads, come on.
Or trying to remember a sequence of numbers without annoying everybody around them as much as possible.
Yeah, but if they're trying to do that, then they're trying to remember, like, the code to, like, a bomb or something, and then you're in trouble. And I don't know, just very seldom have I heard people whispering numbers ending in something good. I mean, haven't you ever watched Lost? So you have. Oh, there's a flash from Ixu trying to proto-belt his way out, but he gets hit with the Chains of Corruption anyway. Drops the Equalizer, but there's nothing equal about that result. Another kill for ESC.
Yeah, building into the Abyssal Scepter right now for Bless. Already had the Negatron Cloak, so confident jumping through.
That was me, sorry.
Yeah, thanks for howling in the middle of the broadcast.
Oh! I can't help it sometimes.
Is it the full moon already?
I hear another of my kind nearby, and I have to let them know where I am. Team Jacob.
I wish I knew what that meant, Doa.
You act like you don't. It's cute. It's adorable. You're totally a Team Edward.
I don't know what that means, but great.
Sure you know.
Sure I am.
Sure.
Go Eddie.
Yeah, right? I know. All right, Loken and Key a little bit trapped behind enemy lines, but Loken just arcane shifts over. They may go in. Lyra taking some damage. Mickey going deep, trying to get the kill onto Bless. Gets a bit of damage. Lyra, though, getting blown up. And there's the kill for ESC Ever. Snowflower on his own now. Flash over the wall, but Crazy right there to finish him off. And, okay, here comes Bless for a little bit more. Throws a spear, and he hits Ixu nearly. Oh, Loken finishes him off. The Essence Flux, I believe. Not an ability you see killing people a whole lot.
Wow. Well, Ixu decided that he was going to come into that fight without an equalizer, and trying to contest a Cloud Drake without your ultimate up. Big, big mistake.
I mean, it seems like the Freecs just can't do anything right this game.
No, they've completely failed at reading their team composition or knowing what to do in this early game. Sure, they have the curtain call, but remember, there's still a Braum in this game. And without that Rumble ultimate, the odds they take that out, Bless again, he's been the dominant factor. MVP for sure. Just so close. Logan's like, meh. Goes in for it, Essence Flux.
Why not?
And now, 9-1, 5,000 gold. ESC with their tiers going to be continuing to stack, but inching closer. And, you know, after 20 minutes, they will be basically unstoppable.
Yeah, well, Snowflower looking very stoppable on the other hand.
Yep.
Another kill? Why not? Just pile them on. You know, maybe we were right that this was going to go one of two ways, and it is going the one-sided stomp way, but just not in the direction we kind of imagined.
Afreeca, I mean, fighting before they had level 6. Just so many things. Like Afreeca, what they needed to do was just play conservatively until they had their ultimates fight around that Drake. Instead, they get ganked. Mickey finds himself caught out a couple of times in a row. Bless also has some really nice jungle pathing to his credit. And not only that, but then they try and fight deep under the enemy's turrets, which just gave kills to all the lanes. And basically in League of Legends, when you're jungler and all of the lanes start with a kill or two, your hopes of winning with any kind of composition are really low.
Yeah, things are looking rough for the Afreeca Freecs right now. But the question is, you know, how quickly is ESC going to finish this one off? You know, how much initiative are they going to be able to take?
No need to rush it, man.
True.
Wait till 25 minutes, and that's when they are definitely going to be in the comfort zone.
True enough. And the comfort zone is not anywhere near as scary as the danger zone. Nobody says fly into the comfort zone.
Well, the comfort zone for ESC is in fact the same thing as the danger zone to Afreeca. It just depends, right?
Yeah.
Although fly into the comfort zone sounds like some sort of really bad, like local furniture store commercial
that is
that somebody
true.
would make.
Yeah. Drive into the comfort zone. Have like the local high school band that is really good. Trust us. Do the commercial. College AV club edits it. Logan can't kill a turret. You know how it is.
Just waiting, you know. Gotta have that patience.
Yep.
Afreeca at least going to try and trade evenly here, but they're going to be losing 2 turrets, looks like. And maybe they'll be able to clear out the tier 2, but Jin, surprise, not the fastest at killing turrets.
I'm not surprised. Iksu does not have the equalizer, so no real way to stop this. They are going to get a tier 2 down in bot lane.
Yep, so they get 2 turrets in the bottom side.
Do they? Yeah, okay, they do. It was close.
But they lose a couple on the top side of the map in the mid lane. So, still though, that's about as much as you could hope for. You are the Afreeca Freecs in this game. This is where you start saying, maybe we should coordinate better and have an idea of how to play our team composition in game number 2. In fact, they can just run the same team composition again. There's nothing wrong with it. Actually, I like their draft a lot against triple tier. You just have to hit those power spikes and not fall prey to double early ganks in the mid lane and then take fights before 6.
Yeah, I mean, losing Mickey twice early on just seems kind of tilted the whole team off the planet for this game, and the decision-making was not great.
Well, at that point, you just aren't going to win an even team fight, whether it's a 2v or a skirmish, and 2v2 or 3v3 with the ultra-fed Nidalee there.
Yeah. It certainly seems that way.
So, having a 5v5, though, is okay. But instead, teleport, level 4 rumble. Maybe not.
Hey, Baron. Bye, Baron.
Just waving at Baron.
Yep.
Briefly appearing in the pit.
He just kind of stares at you and has his mouth kind of hang open the whole time. Baron's kind of creepy. Not like a scary creepy, but just kind of like a, why is that thing kind of staring at me with its mouth hanging open kind of creepy? You know. Being Team Edward and all. Edward did a lot of creepy staring with his mouth kind of hanging open a bit.
Oh, really?
He did. You really don't know what I'm talking about?
No.
Wow. Alright. It's from a movie we talk about all the time.
Oh, really?
It is. I'll let you guess.
I've never seen this movie.
You get 3 guesses. What's your first guess?
It's something I haven't seen.
Yep, that's right. We talked about this movie today, in fact.
Did we?
We did. It came up in conversation.
I have no Surf Ninjas.
No. You think there's a Team Edward and a Team Jacob and Surf Ninjas?
Sure, surfing teams.
I guess, but no, you're wrong. We didn't talk about that today.
I don't know.
It's Twilight.
Oh, really?
It is.
I have not seen that.
People define
their
themselves.
teams.
They among the fans, you decide to throw your lot in with the werewolves or the vampires.
Oh.
So
sounds like a serious life decision.
Jacob, it is. Jacob is the kind of werewolf star of the show, if you will.
Ah, okay.
And Edward.
Okay, I know Edward.
The sparkly, yeah,
the sparkle vampire. Yeah,
they all sparkle, but you know. Yep. It's pretty dumb, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you know it is.
Now I'm prepared.
There you go.
I know about vampire and werewolf teams. Do they play like soccer or something?
They play baseball.
Really?
The first movie, yeah. Well, just the vampires. Oh, spotted. Yeah, man. That movie was so, and book was so terrible. You know, I used to make fun of it, and then someone was like, you can't make fun of Twilight, you've never read the book. So I read the book. Now I can make fun of Twilight all I want.
Is that the prerequisite?
According to this person, it was. That was in the days before esports, before I had passion. So I had time to read books like Twilight for the sole purpose of being able to make fun of them around people that enjoyed them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds vindictive.
No, it was just kind of a product of a lot of free time. Oh, Lyra being chased down here. As ESC ever continues to try to push up in the top lane.
Well, nobody's going to stop the Rise either. On the split push
so.
right now. Has that Negatron cloak versus the LeBlanc, and well, this is the part of the game where the Muramana is finished. Seraph's Embrace is probably there in a minute or two. Everything is going great for ESC.
Yep.
They're smart though. They didn't decide to do a 20-minute Baron while their tiers were still stacking. They played it cool. They keep going after more gold. And sieging with their 4-1 split push composition.
It is good.
They're playing this well.
They
took advantage of the many opportunities that Afreeca so kindly donated to them in this game.
They have used those opportunities for a clean victory here. They're finally going to go for this Cloud Drake, kind of for lack of anything better to do.
It's great on a siege composition, though.
And it's a Cloud Drake next.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Wow. The hand that ESC was dealt in this game, 3 Cloud Drakes, with a triple tier, it could not have been worse. And yet they have persevered, Noah.
Yep.
Nice play by Key.
Yeah, man, he gets in front of that curtain call. Blocks a bit of damage.
Yeah. Just warded off the LeBlanc and then turned with the Unbreakable right as curtain call came through.
Yep.
So vision has also been really good for ESC. They keep setting it up properly before they go on their pushes, making sure there's 0 chance of a flank, because this is a team composition that is really vulnerable to flanks because they are squishy. So somebody getting caught out or some sort of massive equalizer could turn things on them. But there's also the fact that they have 2 Maws right now, so I don't think they're that scared of Rumble or LeBlanc. Jin also... Okay, Sangyu decided to go for the Essence Reaver build instead of early arm penetration. I think that's an error. This is a team composition that wanted to do things in the early game as it was. Yomu's Ghostblade will be more effective when they ideally would have wanted to fight.
Too late for that now.
It is. It's far too late, Doha. Nothing can save Afreeca at this point.
Not much. I mean, who knows? Maybe somebody else's computer's going to break. It's possible. But I don't think that's going to help.
I also think ESC could win this game 4-5 right now. It's 25 minutes and they have an 8,000 gold lead. That basically is an extra person.
Who would they give up?
Who would they give up?
Probably Key.
No, I think you need Key against the Jin.
Maybe...
I just give up Bless at this point, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing the least damage, I guess. Or should be by this point.
He's done his job.
Yeah.
He got all the tier champions rolling, so.
He is discardable at this point.
I'm just sad he didn't build Lichbane GA.
Oh.
We've seen that a few times with snowballing Nidalees. because you just go in for the big burst damage, then they try and kill you, and if they succeed, well, you just come back up and do it again.
Yep. Time for Baron. And Afreeca Freecs, really not a lot they can do about this. They're going to try, though. Actually, okay. All right, I guess that went down a little bit slower than I thought. Teleport comes in for Ixu. Teleport is canceled by Ixu.
Yeah. Crazy wasn't in lane right there, which prompted Ixu to think that he may be around that Baron, but in fact, now he's just going to go back to split pushing. So ESC, great shot calling. They don't have a lot of tankiness for the Baron.
Ooh.
Instead,
Yeah.
Oh, you see LeBlanc.
Well, he gets Ixu in the 1v1. Mickey is...
Crazy could 1v2 them right now.
I was going to say, yeah, Mickey's got to be careful. Flashes away, and that's definitely Baron time now for ESC Ever. All right, then. Yeah, when your Rise is 1v2ing your solo laners, it's not a good sign. Baron is taken. Curtain call comes in a bit late. Oh, but here comes
Crazy! Oh my!
Oh, they don't call him crazy for nothing. Gets exhausted right away, but that doesn't stop him from doing a ton of damage, killing Songyun. Here comes the rest of the team. Goodbye, Loken. He's got a flash, or Lyra rather.
That was a great call from ESC. Crazy just totally wrecks Ixu in the bottom lane, and then recalls, comes in with a teleport home guard flank 1v3. He's like,
watch that again.
They're like, oh, we found you with
time.
2 blue wards. He's like, Crazy's like, pink ward, I don't care. Exhaust, whatever. Songyun's like, oh god, please save me from the Rise. There is no escape now. It's over. The tier is fully stacked. The rod is fully stacked, and that's what happens. So ESC, really good job at hitting their power spike and knowing how to deal with it.
Yeah, no kidding. It's been a very convincing game from ESC Ever.
It's kind of been a perfect storm of Afreeca just playing remarkably poorly and ESC playing remarkably well, and that has resulted in this rather one-sided game.
And so ESC Ever pretty ready, I would say, to close this one out. It's going to be a pretty quick game. Most likely. Afreeca Freecs looking like they want to have one last-ditch effort fight. Crazy, though. He doesn't care. He's just going to take down the top lane by himself.
Who's going to stop him? He can 1v2,
No one.
He can 1v2 them right now, so
Yep.
he's going to sit there and throw some purple junk at the turret.
Blue junk.
Or his auto attacks blue or purple? I don't know.
It's kind of bluish purple. More blue than purple, though, I think.
Let's call it blurple and
Blurple.
move on.
Yep. Purpoo.
No, we're not going to go with that. No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, just trying to play the game.
You failed.
You play
you
the
lost.
game of Purpoo, you live, you die. Now there goes the top lane. And this one was a pretty surprising game. Equalizer dropped down. Afreeca Freecs going to go in. Now they're going to go out. They have no way to fight ESC Ever. They can't even kill the support. And that's going to be pretty much the end of this one. As soon as ESC finishes grinding down Afreeca into the dirt of Summoner's Rift, Crazy just walks up and kills Songyun because why not? You can do it. You're Rise. You're in charge. And here we go. Nexusert number 1. Goodbye. Oh, hey, well, Mickey died somewhere in there. Nice spear from Bless. Nexusert number 2, and that is going to about do it for game number 1. And there you have it. Afreeca Freecs getting taken out in short order. 30 minutes, 25 seconds in that victory by ESC Ever. They picked a slow, late-game team comp and won in 30 minutes.
Yep, that's about as fast as you would expect that team comp to win under ideal conditions. So, nicely played by ESC. I like that they didn't get too antsy to take the Baron in that game. They just continued sieging and split pushing, drawing out the TPs, and then just methodical. Good shot calling from ESC. And, wow, Afreeca really needs to think about that early game again and what they're doing.
That was absolutely insane. And of course, Varus doing the most damage in the game. Jhin coming kind of close.
Great game from Bless, though. Really good.
Well, that early game really did set them
That's
up to
why you
crush.
don't give Bless Nidalee, Doa.
Absolutely true.
Yeah. Don't do it.
I won't. I wouldn't do that. I watch enough of his games, man. I know.
We've seen it before, and no doubt we will see it again.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimating Bless in Italy for some stupid reason.
I just don't get it because Bless has been such a standout player on ESC, and he's shown that he's perfectly capable of carrying games. So giving him some of the strongest picks and probably his single strongest pick, maybe not a good idea. So we'll probably see some adjustments. I don't know if we're going to see some substitute players come in for Afreeca in the next game. Maybe Linderong, Ixu made some poor calls.
Yeah, I would say so. But the thing is, it felt like more than anything, they fell behind. They lost Mickey twice early on, and then everyone was just like, well, we'll all just play by ourselves and do solo queue.
They weren't even that far behind, really.
No,
I mean for that in relation to their team composition. Let's say that.
Coordination.
Had they just gone for the Drakes. Now, would that have mattered with Triple Cloud Drake? We can argue that too.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
But, with some proper coordination, they might have been able to actually keep things a little bit more even, at least. But
yeah. Still, just basically, I mean, how could it be any better? Triple Cloud Drake with the triple tier composition for ESC. It just perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect for them.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to accept that the universe just wants you to lose. And the universe did not want Afreeca Freecs to win that game. Well, we'll come back in just a few minutes, guys, see if Afreeca Freecs can tie things up. I've got a feeling this one could still go to Game 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on LCK Summer on OGN right after this.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, just like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh, you lured me in, I couldn't sense the pain. Your bitter heart goes to the side. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches.
나이는 23.
기가 막히죠.
죄송합니다. 저도 예.
후에 아이는 23. 그 맞냐? 아이 아니야? 열정을 잃은 아이의
열정을 잃은 아이의 나이는 23. 열정을 잃은 아이의 나이는 23.
열정을 잃은 아이의 나이는 23. 진심을 담은 눈빛이 지금이었네. 눈물을 대신해 한 잔술로 날 적시네. 열정을 잃은 아이의 나이는 23. 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그. 네, 이제는 열정 가득한 34 단군과 함께합니다. 안녕하세요, 위클리 LCK 단군입니다. 반갑습니다.
프로 LCK에서 에스트로겐을 맡게 되었습니다.
예? 네?
에스트로겐.
예. 네, 이 썸머 시즌이 들어오면서 금남의 구역이 된 롤챔스. 남자 출연자만 가득한 이 칙칙한 롤챔스에 오랜만에 시청자들의 안구를 정화시킬 화사한 에스트로겐이 등장했습니다. 뒤틀린 아이유, 통이유와 함께하는 위클리 통신. 글로벌 시대에 발맞춰서 해외 이슈와 SK의 해외 반응을 알려주는 시간이니만큼 해외에서 LCK를 시청하신 여러분들의 뜨거운 댓글과 LCK에 대한 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 위클리 통신의 최동희입니다. 위클리 LCK에 대한 해외 반응은요. 단군이 너무 미니미해서 귀엽다. 아니 근데 제가 진짜 팬이라고 했는데 막 엄청 가식적이라고. 근데 제가 진짜 팬이거든요. 당구님이 굉장히 자세히 보면 멋있는 것 같아요. 그래서 팬입니다.
땡기셨어요. 네, 감사합니다. 가려도 돼요, 가려. 가려, 그냥 가려.
너무 잘생겼어요.
아닙니다. 잘생기진 않았죠. 양심적으로.
아니에요.
감사합니다.
인방 유수가.
아닙니다. 이 비행기가 날아봤자 하늘을 넘을 수는 없습니다. 이 지니어를 상대로 하늘 높이 팀을 하드캐리한 스카이 선수의 탈리아가 CJ를 승리로 이끌었습니다. 이건 마치 13시즌의 페이크급 캐리력이다. 뭐 이런 반응부터 탈리아를 만든 제작자의 트위터를 불나게 할 정도로 흥분시키면서 이 많은 CJ 팬들의 마음을 설레게 했는데요. 하지만 이틀 후에 탈리아 밴 특패밴과 함께 CJ 또 아쉽게 패배했습니다. 이 이틀 천하로 끝나버린 스카이 선수의 탈리아. 당연히 앞으로 계속 밴되겠지만 다시 한번 보고 싶습니다. 전석 매진 최고의 흥행 매치! 지난주 SKT와 락스 타이거즈의 2라운드 대결이 펼쳐졌습니다. 이 경기에서 페이커 선수가 실피로 연달아 살아남으면서 불사신 포스를 보여줬는데요. 진짜 이날 페이커 되는 날이었어요. 예. 와, 저게 안 죽네. 반면 계속된 고개 플레이에 락스 타이거즈는 얼마나 짜증이 났을까요? 얼마나 속상했던지 이 늘 밟기만 했던 락스 타이거즈 선수들의 얼굴이 경기 후에도 굉장히 어두웠는데요. 힘내시길 바라겠습니다. 락스 타이거즈 화이팅!
뭐 저희 팀 짱짱하잖아요. 그래서 믿고 연습하면 잘 될 것 같고 또 쿠로도 지금 잘하고 있고 크라이도 잘하고 있기 때문에 이대로 연습을 잘 한다면 조금 더 좋은 결과가 나지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
자, 이번 주 위클리 LCK는 여기까지입니다. 드디어 폭염주의보가 내리면서 본격적인 이 뜨거운 여름이 시작되었다고 합니다. 더위 조심하시고 뜨거운 이 폭염주의에도 불구하고 이 땡볕 아래 선글라스 하나 씌워놓고 촬영하는 약독 프로그램 위클리 LCK. 진짜 너무합니다. 예. 아무튼 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 또 만나요.
즐겁다가도 우울할 내 던지는
자, 오늘 두 팀 CJ 엔터스 블레이즈와 SK텔레콤 T1 이 팀이 경기를 기다립니다.
솔로 랭크에서 엄청난 경기력을 보여줬었던 선수들 위주로 구성이 되었고
이 선수와 오늘 앰비션과의 싸움이 굉장히 흥미진진합니다.
글로벌 골드의 영향을 좀 덜 받습니다. 물론
그런데 그대로 먹었습니다. 지금 역시 도망생이
일반적입니다.
두
번째까지
장난
이거 장난 아닌데요.
언제까지 기다릴지 일단 한번 건드려봤는데요. 뒤쪽 나갔을 때 이지훈
잡았어요. 이거 빼야 돼요. 빼야 돼요.
저거까지 쓰면서 잡은 거 지금 예상이 되는데.
야, 대단한데요. 이걸 원콤으로 잡아요.
둘이 있었기 때문에 충분히
우승 SK텔레콤입니다.
쉽게 도망가야 됩니다. 지금 도망가야 돼요.
몇 가지가 있었는데 그거 마스터이.
보고 있어요. 당겨 마이가 지금 잡고 또 에이스 더블킥. 선수들의 꿈의 무대 셀로체스 서머 파이널이 전면 타이밍 가야 돼요. 마지막 뒤로 돌아갈 거야. 페이커 이거 뭐 어쩌라고 그래. 이거 공각이지? 사이드 무비. 살짝 뒤돌았다가 와 혼자서 솔킥을 들고 갔는데.
Show me where to hide.
텔레콘이야. 자 잡으러 가자. 정면요. 자 지금 90도. 화려한 상부를 시작하겠습니다. 그렇죠. 맞추면 그거요. 이번에는 포터플레이 해야 됩니다.
이거 제대로 안 들어갔는데요. 애매한데요. 터졌어요. 페이커가 이미 들어갔어요. 페이커가 안으로 이미 들어갔어요.
더블킥.
자식 쓰고. 비욘드가 오히려 먼저 들어가서 비욘드 잡히지 않았어요.
Hey, we're back on LCK Summer, and Bless gets the MVP. Did a lot of work with that in Italy. Made Afreeca Freecs suffer.
Well,
then they made themselves suffer.
It was a combination of sadism and masochism in this game.
It really was, wasn't it? Ugh.
And
What
yes,
can
ESC really ran away with this one, but props to Bless for some tricky jungling that allowed him to open up onto Mickey in the early parts of the lane swap and then punish him for his subsequent TP.
Yeah, and then Afreeca Freecs really just punished themselves. I mean, just could not make a good decision to save their lives and really kind of handed game one to ESC Ever on a silver platter.
Where's my favorite part of this game, Doa?
I don't know. What was your favorite part of the game?
The crazy flank.
Oh, yeah, that's coming, I'm sure.
No!
Oh, I'm not. I shouldn't have said it. I was so sure. I guess it didn't really involve Bless. It was more crazy just kind of coming from the back and
it was really
wrecking
funny,
people.
though. It was really funny to see him 1v3 on that Rise. So we saw, no Rise bans in our last series, no Rise picks in our last series, and ESC taking the risk, triple tier, and somehow, some way,
They
it
kind of got away with
actually
one.
paid off.
They kind of got away with one.
They did get away with one.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see if Afreeca can stabilize. There is not going to be any roster change occurring in this game.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I think maybe you try and de-tilt the team. You've got some certainly good substitute players that you've used before.
Is Lear using the NIP icon?
Yes, he is.
Wow.
He's going old school.
How about that? I was going to say, talk about a throwback. Yeah.
Everything's on the tournament realm, Doa. It's a land of
opportunity.
Old icons from the LCS era.
Wow. What do you know? Could find like Najin's sword back there somewhere, maybe.
Maybe a Renegades icon, you know.
Maybe team's long gone. Yep. Who knows? Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe.
Did you ever have an icon? You did, didn't you? Yeah.
I did.
I didn't buy it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't buy it.
I would have had to ask for my money back, I guess. Anyway.
Well, at least you got a cool logo if you did buy it.
That is true. There you go. It was a cool logo. You guys had a really cool logo.
Yeah. Now it's vintage. It's rare now, though. You can't get it anymore.
Why don't you just turn into a fashion line?
The Renegades fashion? Maybe I will.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
There you go. Well, now you got to give me a portion of it. We'll work out the details later. I'll have my people call your people.
Sounds good.
We'll get something on paper. All right, Afreeca Freecs versus ESC Ever, game number 2. Braum, the first ban, interestingly, coming out from the Afreeca Freecs. Do you think they want to try to first pick in Italy, and then they won't get to, because it's going to get banned?
Quite possibly, Doa. The Braum is actually one of the weirder things they could have banned.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I can't think of another reason besides the fact that they, or maybe they just want to play Varus Jhin themselves or something.
Well, nope, they're going to ban
Ashe?
Varus, maybe Ashe.
Oh.
I think that might be
Yeah.
the conclusion. Italy or
I think
Ashe
that's right,
may
yeah.
be what Afreeca wants to first pick in this game.
Sivir. Okay. This last ban is going to be very telling as far as what Afreeca wants to do.
And they banned Ashe and Shen.
They did. No Shen or Ashe ban yet, obviously, in game number 2.
I think they banned Shen.
Vlad. Yeah. Shen, and then you leave the Nidalee and the Ashe open, and then you can pick between them.
Yep. I think that's what you do. Yep. Always the possibility that ESC leaves both of them up.
Shen, okay.
I think they'll leave both of them up, and they will ban the Gnar.
I think what you do if you're ESC Ever is you let them have, hopefully, the Ashe, and then you take the Nidalee.
There's no way in hell, Doa, that they let the Nidalee go over again. So you're going to get Ashe instead.
I seem to recall a certain game where Jhin
I think they
should have banned the Talia.
Yes, but that's Jhin. Jhin is the team that can't learn to actually ban critical champions in
True.
best of series.
Victor, speaking of not banning critical
All right.
champions, they
So-
won't let it go through.
Yeah, Victor. So taking another one of Mickey's picks. Mickey, I think, has been best on Vladimir this season, so I agree with that ban. So now you have to decide.
Yeah,
and you decide Nidalee, Afreeca. I decided for you.
I mean, Lear is a good Nidalee player, too. Why would you not want to give him Nidalee?
Yeah. But the Gragas, too. But I like the way
Gragas
they've
is
opened this up. So it's a really hard call for Afreeca. ESC can play the Jhin.
I mean, if you take the Ashe and let them have the Nidalee, you can take the Gragas. So there is
you
that.
should not let them have them.
But if you take the Nidalee, then they can take Ashe Gragas.
Yes. ESC is in a big advantage right now in this draft, Doa.
Yeah.
You have sussed it out, indeed. That is,
figured it out.
It's going to be tough for Afreeca to decide what to do, and it will be the Ashe. So they're saying, okay, we're gonna. Here's the thing. They're going to take the Ashe, and they're going to say, ESC, you can't take both Nidalee and Gragas. We will get one of them.
Yep. And you know that Nidalee's going over to Bless, but will they take the Azir early? I guess with the Victor and the Varus already out, and the Vlad already out.
I don't know. There's still the LeBlanc up, which is a fine matchup into the Azir. And considering they had no problems playing it in the last round, maybe you don't go that exact same direction. I think you take Jhin here and just try and hide the rest of your picks on the red side. You can also take the Trundle and flex it. Trundle, Nidalee.
Yeah. But definitely the Nidalee.
Nope, not the. It's going to be the Azir.
Okay. Azir and Nidalee will be the picks.
Unless they decide for that last second Gragas switch, but I don't think they're going to.
I already wrote it in. They couldn't. It's too late. Once I write it in, they can't change it.
Nope. Doe is the hard lock, not the countdown timer.
That's right. That's me. Well, I guess the Gragas goes over to the Afreeca Freecs then, like we mentioned. But what do you pair with that? What pairs nicely with a Gragas?
Well, they're already stacking up quite a bit of engage, which means that the Hecarim would be. They're going to double down on that. Ixu already switching over to the Ghost, so probably going to be the Hecarim selection. They're going to blind pick it. The Gnar still available, traditionally the counter pick to the Hecarim.
Yeah, they're not going to worry about that, though, apparently. So Hecarim Gragas, taken by the Afreeca Freecs.
So a lot of disengage already, though, with the Emperor's Divide. So ESC, not going to be able to have the Braum, but the Alistar punting people backwards and also having the ultimate to break the CC from the Ash Arrow or the Hecarim. And I think Ezreal is probably the better choice in this game.
Well, it's certainly a lot safer than the Jhin.
Yeah, I think Ezreal is where you want to go. If you're playing against Gragas, Hecarim, and Ash, the Jhin, a big risk. But Trundle, they could take that and try and sap the stats of the Hecarim during some of these team fights. Of course, Hecarim will be going for damage early with the Trinity Force, so still going to have a lot of pressure in the 1v1. So we could see another 1-4 split composition from ESC, and they are going to be playing the top lane Trundle. So no actual attempt at the Gnar. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So the final pick's over to the Afreeca Freecs. What do you go with here? Got a good amount of options. They kind of teased the Lissandra. Oh, that was ESC was kind of teasing the Lissandra in the first game.
I don't think you take the Lissandra into his ear. Pretty bad matchup. Yes, it gives you more engage, but you have plenty of engage already.
Yeah.
Karma may be a bit of a risk because you might be lacking a little bit of damage with a Gragas in the jungle. Bard would give you even more engage.
I do like the Bard. It makes a lot of sense.
Helping you set up for possible Ash Arrows or onslaughts of Shadows from the Hecarim. But I don't know. The Lissandra pickup here, the LeBlanc still works very well. You can make picks with the rest of your team composition. They're going to lock it in, though, for Mickey.
Okay. Yeah, Lissandra going to the mid lane. You know, I was thinking, what about Atalia in that particular case?
Sure.
Wouldn't be bad either. Final pick. And we've seen Loken play quite a bit of Kalista, but I think the Jhin fits into this comp just a little bit better. Then again, the Ezreal is the safest pick, like we mentioned earlier.
Mickey's second Lissandra pickup of this season. Definitely not a feature of Afreeca's play, especially not into the Azir. Obviously, the Kalista-Alistar lane potent as a duo and would provide ESC with sufficient engage. But I mean, you look at this composition that Afreeca has. This is the hardest of hard engage compositions. You're going to need the slipperiness of the Ezreal just to escape this.
They Afreeca Freecs coming into this game really saying we're going to take no prisoners.
I think they should have just... I disagree with the draft from ESC because I think you just take the Ezreal and then last pick the top laner. But regardless, you know, they have a nice composition, 4-1 split push. We'll see how much they can do to keep Afreeca back because every single champion on Afreeca's roster is a primary engage champion. That is scary. It is incredibly rare that you see a composition like the one that Afreeca has tried to field. It's also just unnecessary. It's unnecessary. You don't need the Lissandra. You could play a safer lane matchup here, I think.
I like it. That's why I gave the thumbs up. Every character's engaging. I'm happy. Just, I'll give it 2 thumbs up because people can see me right now. Usually they can't during picks and bans. Might as well take advantage of it. But how about that? Afreeca Freecs coming back and saying, all right, things didn't go well in game 1. We are just going to try to stomp you as fast and as hard as we possibly can in game number 2.
The all-innest composition I maybe have ever seen, Doa.
Yeah.
Just the ticket straight to the back line. So this will be a test of Loken's positioning. You can count on that.
He's got a good champion to pass that test on, so we'll see what he can do. Afreeca Freecs looking for that tie game. Looking for that tie series, rather. And we'll see if they can pick it up. ESC, though, looking so clean in game number 1, doing such a good job of taking the advantages that were handed to them and really exploiting it. We'll see if Afreeca Freecs can tie it up or if ESC gets a 2-0. Time to get into the game. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift, where it's all Cloud Drakes all the time.
It's cloudy
It's
here
cloudy
in Korea.
Chance of Drakes.
Sounds scary.
It does. Can't see them coming. So you're in the clouds.
Just swoop down and kill you. Wow.
Yeah, it's no fun.
I agree. It is no fun with Cloud Drake, Stoa.
Yeah. I think we came to that conclusion a long time ago.
Okay, well, attempt here to check the brush early. Of course, Thunderlords on the Bard and Thunderlords on the Lysandra, so possibility that they could have used some of that CC and the burst to catch somebody out. However, not going to happen, and we are just going to see them straight up dodge this matchup. ESC says, no thank you. The poke from the Bard and the Ashe with the binding and the volley going to be too much for Alistair and Ezreal in the early stages, and I think this is smart for them.
Yep.
Going to slow down the Trundle, but accelerate the Ezreal.
Probably a decent trade.
Also, Bless did so well jungling in the lane swap last time. Why not give him another shot at it?
Yeah, seriously. You think Mickey is going to be a little bit more careful this time around. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah, Temp running the cleanse this game, of course, against the Lysandra. So he's not going to get ulted and then bounced out by the explosive cask. But that does leave Mickey with an opportunity, of course, to use the teleport and really try and make plays with the all-in Mega CC composition that Afreeca Freecs have drafted here in game number 2.
Yeah. Well, if they can pull it off, it's certainly going to make for some entertaining team fights. There's a crazy Lysandra skin.
Yeah, it's like the computer Lysandra, I guess.
Project Lysandra, is that
Is it? I don't know what it's called.
I think the project ones look a little bit different. I don't know. Computer Lysandra. I'd play her, but she keeps trying to upgrade to Windows 10.
She restarts it for you right in the middle of the game,
It's
too.
like, come on. I said no. No means no, Windows 10. Oh, well.
I bit the bullet and upgraded to Windows 10, though.
Did you?
Yeah.
I heard it's not so bad, but it's just the principle of the thing, you know?
No, I don't know.
I want to choose.
Well, I'm sorry, Doey. You don't get to choose.
I
Your
do.
computer chooses for you.
No, man. I showed my computer who's boss. I'm the boss. I built it.
For now, and then they'll stop developing software for Windows 7, and then you'll be set.
Well, then I'll upgrade. Because then I'll want to. That's the difference.
Interesting that you use the word want. I would use the word forced, but...
Well, I wouldn't be forced to. I still have the choice. It's just I would have more making me want to make a certain choice. See?
You just sit there, not upgrading your browser anymore because your OS is out of date.
That's right. Now that's the entire nation of South Korea.
That's true, actually.
Yeah. Stuck on Internet Explorer. What are they gonna do? It is crazy here how everything official uses Internet Explorer.
It's awful.
It is.
I can't use the internet.
It's an online banking nightmare.
Oh, God.
Man.
You know, just when I thought that online banking couldn't get more complicated in Korea, Doa. Uh-oh. Never mind.
Yeah, well, all right. A gank attempt does not accomplish a whole lot.
No. Decides, thinks better of it. Jungler right there. TP right back into the mid lane to catch his mini wave. But yeah, online banking, guys, is an absolute nightmare in Korea. So, for example, you have to have, I used to just have on my phone, you had to get a certificate, and then you have to put in the password like 8 times in order to transfer any money, and you have to have a PIN, right?
Yeah.
So my bank was bought out by another bank recently, and they decided, oh, you also have to have this card. So you have this card that you use that has like 50 different numbers on it, and it says, what are the numbers, like the first 2 digits of this 4-digit code in this number slot on the card. You have to enter those, too, to do anything.
It's
right?
like, is this online banking, or is this like a game out of a cereal box in the 1950s?
So now, it gets even better. So my new bank, after they bought my old bank, decided to add another layer of security, which is that now when I try and transfer money, they call me and make me put in a sequence of numbers.
Wow.
Right?
Sounds
so it's
secure.
all the old stuff, plus the new stuff. It takes like 20 minutes.
Wow. I just go to the bank and have them do it in person. I gave up on the phone thing years ago. Well, perhaps a gank on the Crazy under turret here. Ixu taking some hits. Nice flash body slam.
Nice heal.
Catches Crazy in the end. It's going to be first blood to Lyra, but Bless may be able to get a bit of revenge here. I think he's almost certainly going to get some revenge here. Yep.
Well, all in underneath the turret right there, Doa. Crazy dies, but he still has his TP. So not too many minions going to be lost. He was already leading in that score anyway.
Yeah.
And 1 kill each for the junglers, not too consequential.
Very true. Yeah, even if you want to like order movie tickets online here, you have to like put in your phone number and then like 3 separate windows pop up and you need to put in like your address and name like 8 times and
then your webcam does a retinal scan.
That's right, yeah. Then you have to like tell the website that you're going to name your firstborn child after the movie you're going to go and see. So
it's pretty terrible.
I've got a child coming that's going to be named Civil War. That's a little bit awkward. But I wanted to see the movie, so I really didn't have a choice.
Why'd you pick that instead of Captain America?
Because it had to. It only would take the letters or the words after the colon. It was the weirdest thing. The subtitle, you know.
I was looking forward to Captain America blog twist.
Yeah, that's right. There's well, I'm gonna have a lot of kids apparently. Force Awakens be another one.
Why not Star Wars though? I guess it's only after the colon every time.
Star Wars. Mad Max. That actually kind of works a little bit, I guess.
No, you'd have to go with Fury Road. Sorry.
Well, I wanted to change it just for you. Yep. Because the last name comes first here. That's why you take the stuff after the call. There you go. Check
gotcha.
and mate.
Nice. I accept your premise.
All right. What early? Well, not a whole lot of action early on. So far, things pretty even in game 2. Certainly a lot more even than game 1.
Yeah, a little greedy build. Loken went for Cull and then Tyr. So he's pretty sure that he's going to have an easy time farming up and staying back in this 2v2. Mickey on the roam, though, trying to get this blue buff. He's going to see the attempt to steal. Bless now knows that he's been found out. Crazy joining him. They're going to kill the pink ward and see if they can get this. No jungler in sight.
I don't think
trade
Mickey,
blue buffs.
Mickey going back to lane. Going to be content to have to walk across the map and take that one, or not. We're just not going to get one.
Yep. Nobody's going to get one. So, no mid laner. It's all for the junglers.
Oh well. Sounds like solo queue or dynamic queue. Whatever kind of queue you want. Or no, whatever kind of queue is assigned to you.
That's right. I'm glad you understand now.
I get it.
Whatever kind of queue you're told you want, Doa. That's
right. We've received your feedback and we've decided you want this. Which queue is worse, that queue or a queue from Star Trek? Whoa! Oh, well, it was a good attempt, but Tempt barely dodged it.
The Tempt attempt.
It was
okay, well, still more interesting counter jungling right here. You typically don't see this, but the pressure so far up on the lanes of ESC.
Oh boy, Snowflower trying to flash away, gets scooped back in with the Emperor's Divide. No magical journey for you. Meanwhile, a little bit of revenge possibly coming in from the ESC side. They do get it, and Bless will go down, so Afreeca Freecs able to claim 2 after that kill on the Snowflower.
Yeah, maybe not the fight you're looking for if you're on a Tyr Cull Ezreal in that interaction. Ixu did actually cancel his TP during that fight, so Crazy can look for a chance to make another play, as long as they're very confident that Mickey won't follow through. But that's a lot of crowd control, again, to fight against at this stage of the game while you're still looking to scale. So probably not a fight there that ESC should have been looking to take.
Well, you got to wonder if they were lulled into a bit of a false sense of security after how easily the last game went. Yeah, things are very different now.
Doesn't really make a big difference. We're looking at a minor gold difference.
True.
And still more kills on the jungler. Only boon for Afreeca is at least Songyun picked one up, but he's so far behind that he and Loken are effectively equal in gold when we consider the CS.
All right. Seems like there might be a little bit of interest for this Cloud Drake.
Shouldn't be for ESC. They can give this one up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Snowfire's going to take another magical journey out, leaves Lyra kind of on his own, but here comes Ixu onto Key. That's going to be potentially a kill, maybe? No, magical journey, all right. I don't know if he meant to take that magical journey. Either way, it gets him out. Temp coming back in, looking for some kills on this Azir. 2 already for Mickey, though. And ESC on the run once again. Oh, boy. That was right into the Gragas. Got him right in the Gragas.
4 for the support for ESC.
I don't know if that's worth it.
You don't fight these fights early, Doa. Explosive Cask up again, Enchanted Crystal Arrow up again. Mickey's ult wasn't there, but they commit so much to that. Why? You're just looking to scale.
I don't know. One wonders if maybe this was the game we were supposed to see in game number 1.
Key just kind of runs around the circle right there. Doesn't have his ultimate yet, and then ESC tries to clean this one up, but again, Loken is just sitting on the colon, the tier right now. I don't sure if he had Sheen, but still not a whole lot when it comes to items. He went for the greedy build, and I guess Mickey...
All right, well, then you just die to Bless sometimes.
Yeah, why not? You know, why ult yourself? Why ult Bless? I don't know.
Why not just die?
Why not just die?
And then why not play some lovely polka music?
Well, it's been an interesting series today, Doa. ESC, it's a Cloud Drake. Just let it go. You had huge farm advantages, 20 CS in both of your side lanes. You can just get gold and power up your Trundle so that he can continue split pushing forever. Make sure Loken actually has the necessary items to fight. Instead, go back into the massive engage crowd control of Afreeca, not the plan you want. And now you find yourself 1,000 gold down.
Yeah. Man. Why is there not an Easter Bunny Bard skin yet? It could be like hunting for eggs all around the map.
That's a really good idea, Doa.
Carries a basket and he throws other little eggs at people. Or gets followed around by little rabbits, maybe. I don't know.
It gets followed around by little chicks.
Yeah, there you go. Peeps, kind of.
Yeah, peeps, not meeps.
Yeah, peeps. They get so perfect. Oh, explosive cask used, but Afreeca couldn't lock down the kill onto Crazy. There you go. Easter Bunny Bard. I don't know why this is not a thing.
Peeps, not meeps?
Yeah.
It's great.
It is great.
He would look cute, too.
Another great
fluffy,
skin idea.
A fluffy pink bunny outfit.
Yeah.
With ears. Just hopping around Summoner's Rift.
It is so perfect.
Maybe they can prepare that for next year, Doa.
Maybe. They've got some time.
They have a lot of time.
Yeah. Whoop. All right, we'll be taking that. And we'll be taking your life as well. Mickey trying to walk out, gets exhausted, ults himself. Has he bought enough time, though? Oh, two-shot barrage comes through. Arrow onto Key. Mickey's still alive for the moment anyway. Trying to get away, dodges the Tempered Fate. Or maybe he shouldn't have dodged the Tempered Fate, actually. Meanwhile, Rift Herald taken by the Afreeca Freecs.
Now, we can ask questions, Stella, like why was Mickey in the bottom side of the river while his team was taking the Rift Herald?
It's a good question.
Probably the least safe part of the map that you can be in at that point in time, and he pays for it with his life.
Yeah.
Bless actually was really trying to give the kill over to Tempt right there because he really doesn't want any more kills this game.
You know,
got 4 of his team's 5 kills.
The thing is ESC Ever is really kind of making a comeback here.
Yeah, they weren't that far behind.
No, and this is still a wide open game.
Sure. Just gotta make sure that they can keep Loken safe and dodge out on some of this engage. Hopefully prevent a teleport flank from Ixu. So warding game going to be important here for ESC. And
I mean, one thing that they have in their favor is that Mickey's having a really off day today. Just not looking very great.
Nope.
Not on that LeBlanc, and now not so good on the Lysandre either.
It looks like a little bit of gold differential in favor of Afreeca and everybody except for their jungler, so Bless still accomplishing quite a bit. Gonna walk into Ixu. Ixu does not have MR.
So he will run. Run so far away.
Gallop.
Gallop so far away. You know where the word gallop comes from?
No, do you?
No, I don't. That's what I'm asking. Because, I mean, when back in, like, the olden days when people were talking about horses running around, they're like, that horse is running, and then some guy randomly is like, no, it's galloping. And we're
Well,
like, what does gallop mean? And he's like, it's just what a horse does.
Well, you could say
all
that
right.
about any word, Doa.
Sure.
And I'm not sure which origin gallop comes from, but it definitely comes from another language, just like every single word in English.
Right. We got a lot of complicated stuff in English. So good for us. Magical journey. What? That was odd. Ooh, Asher goes through. Bless gets ulted. They're going in on this one. Tempered Fate on the temp for the moment. Bless very, very low. Mickey looking for the kill. He's going to find one.
Bless was like,
Bless.
My bounces it up.
It's like, this is my life now. And now trying to lock down Crazy. Looks like they will be able to. It's going to be a 1v5. Yep.
Wow, Crazy just totally caught there. And yeah, no, he definitely should not have flashed.
Yeah.
Tried to come in for a flank, didn't even use his teleport, just simply walked into the river and got caught out immediately thereafter.
This game's been pretty messy.
Yeah, and it's okay. If they want to dive a turret and use a bunch of summoner spells and ults to kill one person, that's fine. Like, they weren't going to take a turret off of that. The wave clear was still there from the Azir, so just let them do it. Just a few hundred gold, not the end of the world.
Yeah.
And just try and stabilize and again play for the late game. Instead, they give up an unnecessary kill also. They're not going to use their teleport to get into the top lane, it would appear.
Very odd. I mean, and as clean as ESC ever closed out game number 1, it's quite the different story here in game 2.
Yeah, no patience like we saw from them in the first game, and they don't even have 3 tiers this time. The principle is the same. Get the Trundle absolutely massive, and then just have him wreck. Crazy didn't appear to have any qualms with split pushing in the first game of this series.
Yeah. And they're not out of it yet, but they're taking steps in that direction.
They didn't lose any objectives, even though they lost 2 kills.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very small and slow snowball that's happening for Afreeca. Still entirely preventable.
I mean, you'd think that's probably the last time they're going to be able to lose a fight like that and not lose an objective afterwards, you know?
Yeah, probably.
Gotta be careful.
TP coming in.
Yep. Bless, I believe, is aware they're trying to catch him. Cosmic Binding dodges the enchanted crystalline arrow. Songyun's not been hitting a whole lot of those tonight yet.
But the TP is going to turn into an objective for them, and Afreeca could use these forms of engage so liberally simply because they have essentially an infinite number of them. There's always going to be something up for them to make picks with on this composition, and that's a nice play. So use the TPs, zone them out. They don't quite get the red buff, but it's going to be hard for them to, for ESC rather, to actually siege the mid lane, and they have no pressure on the bottom because the Azir is there without TP.
Yeah. Afreeca motioning back towards the mid lane now. Dragon's up in about a minute. Something to consider. Not sure which one it is yet.
Something to consider giving up if you're ESC.
Yeah, unless it's something like an Infernal Drake, you probably don't want to fight too hard for it.
They have... Afreeca has all the advantages right now. They have their tier 1 turret still up in the bottom lane, so they can over-push the lane down to the tier 2, help out with vision control. Songyun going on a mission right now to accomplish just that.
And we'll see what dragon it is, or what drake it is, rather. Remember, dragons used to be drakes.
No, they're...
Or the other way around.
The other way around.
You know what I mean.
The exact opposite of what you say? Yes, I've learned that about you, Dale.
There you go.
Temp going to grab the blue buff. And still the setup going to continue, but rough spot here for Loken. Still without the Muramana, likely to be so for another 3 to 4 minutes. So fighting the next Drake may be the time, especially because it's the other Cloud Drake. What do you know? 5 Cloud Drakes in a row.
I know that it's Season 6.
These are great for Afreeca. If they want to continue making picks and using this engage all around the map, getting a couple Cloud Drakes will aid them in their endeavor.
1-1 this game. far as where the Dragons ended up. Ash arrow onto Loken, but where's the follow-up? Lyra, there's the explosive cast. Loken flashing, arcane shifting away. He'll be able to make it out. Well, they got the flash, so I guess that's nice.
And the chimes are still coming in.
Those are the chimes for the beeps, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he slowed down a little bit. While Lyra, did he get the Raptors? Ouch, got a spear. Spear in the rear.
It's all right, he's got plenty of cushioning, though. I shouldn't be hurting him too bad.
It's true. You might not even notice. And Afreeca putting a little bit of pressure on this bottom side of the map. But not much.
No.
Almost none at all, in fact.
So ESC has stabilized. They're not taking fights they should.
Ooh, okay. Tempered Fate onto Temp.
Man.
Let's see if they can close it
wow,
out.
Nice job from Temp.
Just going to get away that easily.
So,
wow.
Man, Mickey could have flashed, actually, to make sure that he landed the Frozen Tomb and actually kept the chain of CC going.
Yeah.
So Afreeca not looking as polished with the CC chain as a team like MVP, who we've seen get ganks like that pretty consistently and actually execute them. Key is not the guy you want to go after right there.
Well, they get the Alisar ultimate. They're going to just do damage. Like, well, whatever. we caught him.
3 ults for that, but they're not going to get the mid lane turret, so... All right. I did say they had a lot of ults to use for this. They still have the Onslaught of Shadows. That's the last major engage tool that they possess. But the Hecarim not going to be interested in actually fighting there.
I mean, Ash's Enchanted Crystalline Arrow is pretty much all the time up and ready to use, so they can kind of count on that being around if they need it.
Well, Alistar will be back by that time. But yes, won't have the Unbreakable Will. Still not a lot to fight for. Still no attempt by, well, there was an attempt at the Rift Herald. Ping's actually now by Afreeca onto the Herald. That is sort of important for both of these teams, particularly ESC, but a denial would be nice so that they can actually stop this Trundle from 1v1ing the Hecarim as the game goes on.
And a bit of a lull in the action.
Those are your favorite, Noah.
I know, right? I live for the lulls. I live for the lulls.
You do live for the lulls.
Just
I
like
believe
Twitch
you.
Chat. Yeah, it's true. Whoa! And Loken just gets completely run over by Ixu.
Yeah, Trinity Force done. Not much you're going to be able to do. He needs that Blade of the Ruined King to prevent Ixu from getting on top of him and actually be able to kite. Loken also with no flash. Ixu used his ghost for that. Loken's flash is one of the most important facets of this game for ESC.
Yeah, without it, they are going to have a really hard time keeping him safe so he can do that consistent damage in the late game.
Yeah, the problem for Afreeca, though, is they've got great engage, though. That's not a problem. They can dive turrets, but then they have an Ashe and a Lysandra afterwards to actually try and take down turrets. So, not the best wave clear from ESC, but they've got enough, and Ashe walking up, still a danger to get engaged upon, and they're going to try looking at a collapse right here.
Yep, perhaps. Turret goes down, teleport coming in for the Freecs. Ash arrow onto Bless. Big Emperor's Divide comes through, but doesn't accomplish a whole lot. Kills coming in immediately for the Freecs. One already for Mickey. They're going to get zoned out a bit by the pillar.
You can't be the ones engaging if you're ESC. You have to be grouped up, and you have to kite as a unit. Afreeca can try and use this opportunity to take an early Baron, or at least bait it.
Yeah.
They don't have any of their ults. They don't even have the Hecarim ult, so still a risk here. They're only up one player.
And they've got the explosive cast, but that's about it. Here we go, ESC coming in. They're backing away there. Bless on the outside of the fight along with Loken doing a lot of damage. And they've got Afreeca on the run. Explosive cast used to try to split up the fight. But that was a pretty ill-advised Baron attempt. Bless going to just follow through. Gets hit with the Cosmic Binding, but crazy right there as well. And Snowflower is not making it out of this one. Give that kill to Loken. There we go. That is who you want to have the gold now.
You can't do that. You need those ultimates to be able to turn that team fight And you killed the Azir, sure, so you're not going to get the Sand Soldiers in the pit, but Songyun gets bounced around. Loken is right there to take that delivery. Spear, beautiful from Bless, follows through and nails Loken, or nails the Ashe after the flash, Songyun rather. So then it's pretty easy cleanup from there.
Yep.
Yeah, just all of the ultimates down though. No way to really turn that fight. Ixu, they just had to wait a little bit longer for the onslaught of shadows, but couldn't quite get it in time.
So, ESC Ever only about 3,000 gold down now.
2, actually.
More about 2, yeah, you're right.
And Loken has picked up a QSS. He realizes how important that item is for his survivability.
Speaking of important things, there's a Mountain Drake spawning. And if ESC can pick this up, that'll be huge. And right now, it doesn't look like the Afreeca Freecs are going to be able to get there in time to stop it. It's going down fairly quickly, and they'll take it. So that Mountain Drake going over to ESC Ever.
Yeah, they still have to be so careful, though, around the Baron or the Drake.
Right. But
because,
if they can,
yeah, if they can steal them from under the nose of Afreeca, that's fine. But
or if they can win a fight.
I mean, ideally here you want to split up the members of Afreeca as much as possible. Okay, they're just going to TP in, all right.
I guess so. It's fighting time. Crazy coming in from behind. Bless gets ulted, gets completely blown up. Ixu trying to get in the back lines, gets knocked up by Key though, as ESC tries to disengage. Afreeca Freecs with a nice explosive cast. Coming in, they're going to win that fight, and I feel like ESC Ever just demonstrated your point pretty well there.
They got the Mountain Drake, Doa. Look at where the minion wave is in the bottom lane. Crazy could have simply split pushed in the bottom lane with the Mountain Drake while they cleared out the mid lane. Instead, they engage upon the hyper crowd control composition that Afreeca is running, and they find themselves trying to defend against the Baron once more.
They did not need to fight that. Loken throwing in mystic shots on the outside of the pit, doing some damage. The Baron actually getting Afreeca Freecs pretty low, but not going to be able to be stopped. They will get the Baron, and now ESC Ever is in pretty big trouble.
Afreeca has no siege, so as long as you're at the turret, the Nidalee, Azir, and Ezreal are going to be able to just work them down. Bless takes a really bizarre magical journey and gets stopped halfway through by the Lissandra ult. Now they try and kite back, but great job from Lyra to get the cask in right as the Temper Fate falls away.
And now we'll see how much the Afreeca Freecs can get out of this Baron.
They still have really poor sieging, but of course they can dive.
Very true.
But I think this one's all sewn up, though. This ESC, as well as they played their composition in game number 1, have completely mismanaged it in game number 2, and Afreeca just decides everybody goes in means that ESC isn't going to know how to respond, and their shot calling has not adapted to Afreeca's tactics.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. Looks pretty likely that we're going to go to a game 3. Game 1.
Indeed it does.
Looking like a bit of an anomaly.
Barring some total disaster here, but Ixu is tanking that turret, has to use his ultimate. Also, ultimate, that was just the W used onto Crazy.
That's right. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell.
Especially on new Lissandra skins. But Crazy popped the subjugate there in kind. Soften up Ixu.
Sure. ESC just trying to defend their turret.
This is where it's really hard to siege if you're Afreeca. You have so many melee or short-range champions without mobility, especially the Ashe, so kind of got to split push this one out. They grab an inhibitor turret, courtesy of Mickey.
Yeah, well, because of the strong defense that ESC Ever can put together underneath turrets, I think the split push is kind of the way you need to go. That's what they're doing.
Goal lead is probably too much for ESC to bounce back from at this stage.
Yep.
So a retreat, plenty of money to spend. If you're Afreeca, just go ahead and push up all the minion waves. You know, they might think about actually going back and using a little bit more of this gold. They've taken down quite a bit as it stands. Looks like Temp did put this the Azir passive turret up in the top lane to protect the inhibitor.
Seems like they're kind of just waiting for the next Drake a little bit too.
Well, they're waiting for this Azir inhibitor to go down, so or Azir turret to go down, which it nearly has.
Yep. All right, ESC trying to poke their opponents out, but it's not going to work. Teleport comes in, brings Mickey back. And ESC having a hard time stopping this. Mickey goes in, 2-man W, Loken gets ulted. Emperor's Divide pushes Ixu back. Tempered Fate though onto Bless and Tempt, and that's going to be more kills for Afreeca as the Explosive Cask pushes some members of ESC Ever back again. ESC Ever turning around, getting a couple kills themselves. They might be able to stay alive for the moment. Looks like they can. Messy fight, but in the end, Afreeca Freecs do take the inhibitor.
Yeah, Loken just didn't quite have his flash up yet, so Mickey with a flash of his own able to instantly get in the back line. And although the ult was cleansed off, the follow-up from Ixu was just too much for the Ezreal to handle. And when you fall this far behind, the burst going to be absolutely huge.
That was
from Afreeca. I mean, look at this. There's
nice
the ult. Loken tries to survive with his heal, but doesn't have his flash quite up. Looked like it was about 20 seconds away. That cooldown, so they do get a little bit too greedy, especially Ixu falling back to where Crazy and Bless are. But still grab the kills onto the AD carry and mid laner, which is enough alongside the inhibitor.
Yep. And the lead continues to be at about 10,000 gold, a little bit less for the Afreeca Freecs. Mickey finally having a good game tonight.
Yep. Started out a little bit shaky, but has shown up and knows what his job is, which is kill Loken.
Pretty much.
Loken still wanting for survivability. Not getting a whole lot of help from any of his teammates. Bless now has a QSS2. And, you know, late game, if this gold total were even, Doa, the stacking of the QSSs would have been great for ESC. Would have been able just to negate all the crowd control and grind out some of these team fights.
I suppose if the game goes long enough, they can maybe do that, but
yeah, I think it's
very
unlikely.
Yeah. Here they come again. One inhibitor already down. Afreeca Freecs want to make it 2. Ixu has to back out of the base for the moment.
They have no answer to the Sand Soldier zoning, though, when they group up. You can see how afraid they are of actually committing anything to these sieges.
Whoa! Ixu decides to go in an interesting direction. Has to ult back over the wall to survive. Ult for ult there. The Freecs pushing again.
They just can't get anywhere close to these turrets.
Apparently not.
That is the problem with this composition. But they can dive them. Again, risky though, diving Alistar, Azir. Doesn't come without any pain. But they're waiting patiently. Super minions are pushing in.
Yep.
Honestly, Ixu should probably be splitting in the top right now.
Key going in to the head, but Pulverize Loken backs away. Nearly gets blown up by Mickey, but he lives for the moment. Temp dodges the Tempered Fate as it comes in. ESC doing everything they can to stay alive in this game, but it's not going to be enough as they are on the run now. Afreeca Freecs get just enough kills. They take out Key, they take out the inhibitor turret, they get that mid inhibitor, and another fight won. It was messy, but they won it.
Yeah, they pulled it off, so they are going to slowly advance their lead right here. Baron is up, however, they are not in the best shape when it comes to health. Ixu will be able to regen a little bit of it, though. Crazy's still going to be checking here around the Baron pit. Looks like Afreeca want to take a moment to recall before they commit to this, but that's going to give ESC a chance to push out the waves and therefore actually make a play possibly at the Baron.
I'm a little bit surprised about that because that does, like you said, give ESC a chance to kind of catch their breath a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to remove the threat of super minions on their Nexus, and it's going to increase the amount of time that Afreeca needs to spend dancing around this Baron.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, it's still a pretty massive lead for Afreeca, and they have 2 inhibitors down, so yeah, still probably on track to win this one pretty easily, but ESC kind of being given some opportunities.
Too many opportunities, in fact. Yeah. Especially in that last play, too. Ixu still had his ult and his ghost up, and he could have been pushing into super minion wave and top and then flanking from behind onto the turret to create another angle of attack to force ESC just to give up the turret without defending. Instead, they sort of just all ran in from the front.
True.
Which is what you want when you're playing in Azir, and one ultimate can stop the follow-up engage as long as the rest of your teammates are behind you.
빨강 팀의 억제기가 곧 재생성됩니다.
ESC looping around the Baron bit. Afreeca going for a desperation Baron here. See if they can fight it. All right, Tempered Fate on the Bless. They're going to come over the wall. Snowflower takes some damage, though. He's down, he's out. Lyra in trouble as well. Tries to explosive cast. He gets killed off. 2 kills for attempt. Uh-oh, a big mistake for the Afreeca Freecs. Ixu comes in. Commando mission. Mickey there as well. Gets exhausted, though. Could be in trouble. Ixu starting to wreck people. Bless trying to get away. Mickey is there. Looks like it's probably going to be a kill in the end. Song Yoon picks one up himself. Key and Tempt trying to make it equal. They will get that one.
Loken is just playing a ring around the red pit right now with this Hecarim, but Mickey might find him.
Gets out. He's still alive for the moment. Ixu chasing. Finally gets the kill. Gets 2. And a crazy fight. But Afreeca Freecs will take it in the end. Getting the near ace. Bless still alive, but Ixu and Mickey decide they just want to try to end it right here.
Wow, ESC down 10,000 gold, but finally they get the fight they want, i.e. kiting. Really bad attempt there at a magical journey, but the super minions still just stacking up at the base. Bless the only one left standing.
Yeah, what can you do?
10 seconds on Crazy. Yeah, he can't do anything now.
Might be able to kill Mickey, but he's not going to be able to stop this Hecarim from wrecking his base.
No.
Nope.
Uses the QSS, but
ulted.
he just can't quite escape.
Trundle's back. Snowflower's back, though, too. And Mickey will eventually go down. There's the Tempered Fate. Maybe a little bit of time
1 second
here.
on Loken. This is bad.
Ezreal's up. Ixu getting low. He's going to die. Gets knocked away by Key. Still up. Here comes Tempt, though. Emperor's Divide used immediately. They're going for the Nexus. And they will maybe take it out. Lyra trying to be hero. He flashes. One more auto will do it. And a crazy end to an incredibly messy game. But we are all tied up. Wow. What do you say about that one?
Snowflower, by using the Tempered Fate on the Hecarim, that was so close to a defense by ESC because they didn't have the Hecarim with the Trinity Force attacking that Nexus. So almost a giant misplay, but it doesn't end up costing them as Lyra, with the body slam, the cast to keep people away from him, and the flash is able to dance around the Nexus long enough to take it out. But scary end. And ESC, I think they showed the power of their composition in the late game, but it was just too late. And man, what a risky magical journey to take. That game was just a train wreck, though. There's no other way to put it. Nobody played that game well. Everybody lost.
So for game 3, who knows what's going to happen now? I mean, it really could go any one of a billion different ways. I mean, I guess you could say the team that wins will be the team that plays less bad.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's ESC or Afreeca's night, which is surprising because Afreeca's had a lot of very good games recently. But especially game 1, lots of flaws in their play. Game number 2, they at least played aggressively around their aggressive composition. But again, ESC ever looked like they didn't know what the timings were for their team fights and when to actually go in. They certainly didn't need to take any of those early Drake fights for Cloud Drakes.
I mean, when Afreeca just keeps handing you these fights that look very tempting, though, you kind of are tempted to go in. Well, we'll see who takes game 3, guys. Don't go anywhere. May not be the cleanest League of Legends you've ever seen, but it's definitely going to be entertaining. When we come back, we'll see who wins this best of 3. Yeah, that's right. See you then. How about maybe now?
Nope.
No.
Oh, try again.
And end scene. That always works on TV. Oh well, it's the internet.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. I keep calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees, and
become more drawn to a flame. Oh, you lured me in, I couldn't sense the pain. Your bitter heart goes to the touch. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. Like me calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches.
아, 통누나.
위클리 통신으로 인사 뵙게 된 OGN의 최동희입니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
아, 박수 한번 치셔야 되는 거 아닙니까 이거?
정말 난리가 나셨어요. 그냥 한번 화면만 잡히셔도 다들 막 폭발하고.
LCK에서 에스트로겐을 맡게 되었습니다.
네? 에스트로겐. 아, 예. 달아오르게 만드는 게 있잖아요.
아이고.
아이고.
정신이 하나도 없습니다. 오랜만에 카메라 앞에 서니까 진짜 혼이 나가는 것 같은데.
저희가 또 보내드려야 될 시간이 다음 주에 또 볼 수 있습니다. 너무 좋죠?
너무. 아, 일주일에 한 번 만나는 거 너무 길게 너무 많이 남았잖아요. 이대로 끝인가요? 오늘 월요일인데요.
LCK는 OGN과 함께 시청을 꼭.
오, 예. 목숨이 바로 쏘죠. 빠졌고. 자, 목숨은 두 개. 그대로 멈춰나가. 레드램프가 앞으로 가거든요. 독이 됐고요. 그리고 이대로 됐어요. 됐습니다. 됐어요. 네, 끝났네요. 치제. 야, 그게 또 참.
잘했어. 장민이 잘, 목수도 잘했어. 마닝이 잘했어, 송환이도 잘했어. 잘했어. 중에 내가 1점. 역전의 시작을. 이때 어떤 콜이 나왔었나요? 사실 이때 이미 굉장히 힘들었거든요. 노. 힘들지 않았어. 난 전혀 힘들지 않았어. 난 전혀 힘들지 않았어. 제일 힘들고.
어디서 한번 폴드모스 바로 앞에였나? 그쵸, 오늘 폴드모스 죽었죠.
때려버리면서 바로 먹었어요. 자, 중력자, 우타나, 아직은 익스는데요. 터졌고요. 익스를 죽었어요. 익스 죽었습니다. 안 돌아올 타이밍이었거든요. 소천사.
그냥 뚝딱 시작하기 전에 안경인데 안경 닦고 할라 했는데 그 안경이 빠져가지고 뭐라 그랬어? 갔다 와.
그래서 인터뷰에 대해서 안타까움을 표시하셨었는데 어떻게 좀 만족스러우신가요?
좀 칙칙한 것 같아요.
내가 왜 여기서 이러고 있는지.
프레이 선수의 잘생긴 얼굴을 보고 있노라니 잠깐 제가 넋이 나가서. 네. 짜최 몇이냐?
3개 정도. 이 롤은 2년 전에 질렸고요. 그냥
김동준 해설이 등장했거든요. 실물로 보시니까 혹시 어떤가요?
잘생기고 몸이 좋으시기 때문에 많이 닮으신 것 같아요.
정말 잘생긴 두 분이랑 이렇게 인터뷰하게 돼서 기분이 너무 좋습니다.
아니, 프레이 선수가 LOL 판에서 사실 3대 미남 정도 들어가잖아요. 네. 아 진짜 영광입니다. 네.
감독님이 진짜 명장 감독님이 진짜 명장 발동하셔가지고 진짜 영병술 완벽하게 하신 것 같습니다. 프레이 형이랑 이제 2년 정도 됐거든요. 근데 아직까지는 잘 모르겠고요.
똑똑한 사람 알아본다고?
예.
못 알아보네요.
원딜을 바꾸고 싶다.
상현이 형이 연습 좀 더 해야겠어요. 한번 나왔다고 좀 이게 올라왔던 것 같은데 항상 개못하는 것 같아요.
형이랑 렉사이가 탱커인데 갑자기 보셨어요?
그래서
앞에 2명 피하는 거 보셨어요? 제가 볼 때는 3명이 다 피했어야 됐을 것 같아요. 유시가 좀 잘하긴 하지만 제가 좀 잘해서 저런 킬은 아예 의미가 없습니다. 죽어도 상관이 없어요. 좀 이상한 말을 해서 이득은 아닌데 이득은 아닌데 최선이었어요.
뭐 싸우시는 거예요?
제가 많이 부진한 모습 많이 보여드려서 실망 많이 하셨을 텐데 이제는
당연히 이기겠지만 이길 생각으로 해야겠지만 뭔 소리죠? 저희랑 아프리카예요?
아니요. 지금 다음 경기가 예정되어 있어서
아프리카 TV요?
아예 제가 지금 말을 잘 못해서 죄송합니다.
네네네.
정확히 오더를 내린 선수는 없었던 건가요? 네, 알겠습니다.
네.
누군지 알 것 같아요.
아니요. 기억이 안 나서
혼나는 경우가 있나요?
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
분위기가 살짝 시무룩한 것
그렇죠.
같아요. 엠비전 선수는 여기 못 왔어요 지금.
숙소에는 있으니까.
정신을 좀 헤매는 사람들이 있으면 좀 정신 차리자.
저희 좀 달라졌죠 요즘?
네, 아주 잘하시는 것 같아요.
감사합니다. 예.
Sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
All right. Well, Mickey is an MVP of that game. That's a thing.
Yeah, I did get caught out on the bottom side of the river that one time, but for the most part was the first one to engage for his team, catching out Loken on many different occasions, and certainly did well in this team fight. Great positioning on Lysandra Ultimate to carve up the members of ESC and make it easy to divide and conquer.
Yeah. I would say out of the winning team, he definitely did play the best, but it was a messy one from start to finish. In the end, though, Afreeca coming out with the win, And that means we are going to game number 3.
And this series, in a nutshell, Noah, has been, I think, an encapsulation of the problems that so many teams around the world that I've been watching have had this season in particular, which is not knowing when to fight. I think in previous seasons, before we had the unpredictability and the variance of the Drake, it was a lot easier to know when to fight and when not to. This season, it's more confusing as to the changing Drake values, which with every spawn.
Yeah.
Knowing when you're, and you have to kind of measure that against when your team composition is going to have a power spike. Sometimes you have to fight in a power drop just because the Drake that you're going to go after is so important, and you can get sucked into that Drake is so important mentality, like we saw in these games, where even though it was a Cloud Drake and not particularly meaningful, ESC just continuously fought over that objective instead of taking an easier path to scaling.
True enough. And so, again, like we said before the break, who knows what's going to happen here in game number 3? I mean, really could go either way.
It's been both teams fighting against themselves for the most part.
Yeah.
Each team doing it in one game. Now, as far as Afreeca is concerned, though, maybe they think that this full tilt, full engage composition, everyone has engaged, we're diving the turret no matter what, is going to be effective because ESC, even though they should have just been scaling and waiting patiently, getting that trundle rolling, trying to divide the members of Afreeca up, and fighting some more of these little skirmishes where they couldn't just use 5 engage abilities to instantly kill Loken in every team fight. It's not Loken's fault. He didn't have any way to escape, really.
I mean, he played Ezreal. He did everything he could to try to like stay alive.
Third
in that
item
game,
QSS too. Yeah. What are you gonna do
when every champion on the other team has a method of like hard engage?
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do.
Yeah, and Afreeca did well at that, but ESC. If Afreeca thinks that ESC is the type of team that's just going to be baited into every single fight, then why not just play this composition again? Because you are really increasing your odds of winning this series.
I would not be surprised if that's exactly what we saw happen. I wonder what the bans are going to be, though, because Nidalee, went from being super important to, not as important last game, and I wonder what the priority is going to be this time around.
Yeah, the Ashe first pick left up to Gragas, so Afreeca took a moment, considered their options in the draft after all 3 of those champions were left available. I don't know so much about the Azir first pick for ESC. I mean, Tempt had a decent game. He had some nice Emperor's Divides, actually, but there's a limit to what you can do when you have so much engage. And you're not kiting, because we also saw ESC attempt to engage many of these team fights, and that is a recipe for disaster. You can't be engaging against that composition.
Well, I mean, because then that engage just becomes counter-engage, so then you literally have no way to actually stop them from coming in.
Temp goes in, then the Gragas barrel comes in, splits you up, Azir dies, and that's it. So you can't do that. Can't do that. Just have to be patient, let them engage into you, make sure that they're not flanking you, then you can actually win those team fights, which is actually what we saw towards the end of that game.
Yeah. So we'll see. Everyone's in the lobby, so hopefully very soon we'll move into picks and bans for game number 3 and see who takes it. In the standings, Afreeca Freecs stands maybe a little bit more to gain from getting this win here, although it will, not be as many points as they would have hoped game score-wise, I suppose.
Yeah, but still, moving to 6-5 this season does really have them enter the playoff race. So this is kind of a must-win for Afreeca if they want to continue the impressive role that they've been having. Certainly their play was much improved in Game 2 over Game 1.
Yeah, which is why, tonight's been so bizarre, too, because the Afreeca Freecs looked so good coming into this, taking matches off some of the best teams we have in the league, and then today really seeming to kind of struggle not just with their opponent, but with themselves, too.
Yeah.
So we'll see how much of that has been fixed in Game 3 here.
That's right. You have to master yourself before you master the enemy, Doa.
There you go. Yep, that's right. Just somebody smart said that. Sounds smart.
I said it, Doa.
No. Well, you said it right now. You weren't the first person to say it.
That's very true. I was not the first person to say it.
I could tell that. Yeah. You don't say must very often. Even when you want a team to do something a lot, you don't say they must pick the Nidalee. You'd say something like have to. There you go.
I'll use it more to confuse you from now on.
Are you going to start using aggressed upon as well?
No, I will not.
I know you love that phrase.
I will never, ever say that.
Why not?
Because it sounds like I'm talking about a case of assault in the streets of London in 1833.
It's true, isn't it? And poor Miss Beatrice was aggressed upon by her assailant.
You know, passive voice, just absolutely spectacular. Any great writer will tell you passive voice is the way to go.
Yeah, that's where all the action is. Right. Well, a lot of the action taken out of this game already. Hecarim and Gragas banned out by ESC. And Varus and Vlad banned by the Afreeca Freecs.
So will the Nidalee be left up once more? I assume Sivir will be banned by ESC.
It's looking pretty likely that Nidalee's going to be...
I think you just take all the hard engage options away, but they're going to ban Mickey's TF.
Wow, okay. Huh. Not even banning that in the first match of the night. So what's the final ban going to be for the Afreeca Freecs?
Shen and Ashe were their non-Vladimir bans in game number 1.
It's true, Shen has been banned in the other 2 games tonight.
You try and leave it all up, but the Nidalee really hurt them, and they're going to take away the Rise this time. So no more top lane Rise for ESC. Shen, possible first pick in. Yes, it will be. However, the Gnar that they banned in game 1 is still up, and the Rumble, of course, still a very acceptable counter pick into the Shen too.
They could take something like Nidalee Ashe. I mean, they've got a lot of good options here.
Yeah, I think they should take the Nidalee, and the Ashe an option. Of course, the Sivir will be able to spell shield out that arrow and is still available.
Sure. I mean, if you take Nidalee Ashe, then the Braum is available for the other team. But we've seen that not really matter in the past. They could just go, oh man, I feel if they go Ashe Braum though, and they give Bless at Nidalee, that's...
They at least will have a powerful lane into the Sivir.
That's true.
An upside to...
They will have that.
That opportunity. So... They also banned the Braum in the last game. Despite it, I feel like not being a huge factor for Key in the first game of the series, but it may just make the Jhin pick less attractive. And they are going to take the Nidalee and the Braum, actually.
Okay.
With Sivir and Ashe still up, if they're going to put such a priority onto the Braum, then not picking an AD carry and going for the Nidalee instead, I feel much more important. Bless.
Whoa, insta-lock on that Victor.
Yep, Sivir and Victor going for the safe wave clear here for Tempt, and they're also starting to build up engage with the Sivir. They still need something that's going to go into the enemy composition to start some of these team fights.
Ashe Azir would work.
Ever the classic Victor Azir matchup. What do you know?
Oh yeah. Well, Pantheon definitely gets in there too, but I don't think we're going to see that.
Waiting for the Teemo Troll hovers to end. Ashe,
yeah, right.
Ashe pretty much going to be the champion. They haven't shown too much backline threat yet, so Ashe should have some pretty decent survivability in this game. Also, considering the Gragas has been banned and they're going to take the Azir for the protection, it should be feeling pretty comfortable. Pretty standard poke composition for Afreeca. Plenty of peel for the backline.
Yep. So the final 2 picks over to ESC Ever now, looking for a support and a jungler here.
Alistar should be the pick.
Yeah,
they need something to engage because right now, if they don't have it, Afreeca, it's too easy for them just to sit back and poke away consistently. The Alistar-Shen combination is the ticket to being able to teamfight it. We may actually see a very heavy teamfighting game this time. Now, the Trundle's still up, so I think that's probably what Afreeca is going to last pick once they see both the Rek'Sai and the Shen.
Waiting to lock it in. But yeah, I mean, ESC Ever picking a comp that just says, all right, forget this ramping up stuff. We just want to fight.
Ooh.
Huh. Right.
I disagree with the Taric. I think the Alistar is significantly better. But they will have that moment of invulnerability, I guess, the Taric.
I suppose, but I mean, the timing's going to need to be pretty precise to avoid the kind of damage that's coming in from this team, it seems like.
Yeah, Key's played a couple Taric games, but again, this takes away their form of primary engage. Rek'Sai not really going to offer that. They no longer have a very good target for the Shen to follow up with, but Taric is powerful in the late game. I don't know I don't know why you would pick the Maokai here. I guess if you really, really feel that you need engage, but you should be able to kite efficiently. You already have the Ashe for the arrow. Trundle here would be a superb pickup.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and split push into the Shen. You can even take Rumble. Doesn't matter, really.
What about the Maokai?
How about Gnar?
Gnar? Yeah.
Gnar would be fine. The
Maokai.
Maokai is one of the weirder selections you could go with.
There's Gnar. There we go. Okay, that gets locked in. That makes a bit more sense.
And now you have follow-up to the Ashe arrow. Afreeca, not much to say about this. Just very well-rounded, very meta composition.
Yeah.
Should be doing okay in all of their lanes. I assume we're going to see ESC actually lane swap here, because trying to play Taric Sivir into Ashe Braum is going to be a painful experience. Same thing, the lower range that they've got to deal with, the melee support versus the concussive blows, because Ashe will be able to stack those up quite quickly.
Yep. I suppose they've got a split push opportunity as well with having Crazy on that Shen.
Well, I mean, the Gnar, that's the problem. When he starts building damage, he's going to win that war with Shen. So you have to start looking to make plays on other parts of the map, but pretty much losing side lanes for ESC. So I really assume this game, ESC will want to pull off a lane swap opportunity if they can all handle it.
Well, strange things happen sometimes in these games. You know, I mean, Afreeca kind of gifting the win to ESC ever in game number 1. See what they do here in game number 3. I don't know. Either way, I've got a feeling this one's going to be pretty action-packed, and I'm okay with that. I don't need the cleanest games of League of Legends ever.
I have a feeling it's going to be a very slow lane swap into some mid-game team fight.
Don't say that. No.
It's going to be.
No. Not allowed. Game 3. ESC Ever versus Afreeca Freecs. Let's see who takes it. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift, where for once, the Cloud Drake is not the first Drake of the game. What do you know? ESC Ever versus Afreeca Freecs.
There are other Drakes in Summoner's Rift.
There are. Wow.
생성까지
Well, it was a rough start to the day for the Afreeca Freecs. They looked pretty bad in game number 1. Came back, were able to win the second game, even though things didn't look that much tighter. And here we are at game number 3. And like we said a little bit earlier, it's kind of a story today of whoever can play least bad can win this best of 3.
Yeah, certainly it's not been standout League of Legends here tonight, but there's a chance here for these teams to turn it around. To be fair to ESC, they actually did play really well in game number 1.
It was very clean.
Yeah, it was clean, but they also had one of the largest donations ever given to them by Afreeca, so
yeah,
it made it easy.
Definitely did. Ooh, spotted. Going into the enemy jungle, Snowflower and Songyun.
Good old Blunty.
Good old Blunty.
Heading right over to the Wolves.
That's right, and Snowflower there. Tangle with Crazy Blessed Blunty.
Crazy Blessed Blunty. Well, he got a wolf.
Small wolf, yeah. All right.
You got 2, actually.
Worth. Very worth. Wolf Spirit is chasing him. They're like, you killed my children.
Are they the wolf's children?
You killed my, I don't know, my cousin's children that I was babysitting for the day.
This
that
looks
makes it
like
really
game
sad.
number 1.
Sure does. Trying to get an early gank onto Mickey. We'll see if Key can do it. Getting ready for the Dazzle. Flash Dazzle. There's the exhaust as well. Temp chasing. Can they finish him off? Looks like they probably can't. I was going to say can't the whole time, but I actually meant can. They get first blood. I don't know. I'm done casting. Temp gets first blood. Trolled me with the Summoner heal there. Key and Temp on the run. 2v3. See if they can get out. Key slow down if they can get those. He needs a Dazzle. There we go.
Show him the old Dazzle, Tarek. Show him the Dazzler. The Dazzler.
Dazzler.
All right, well,
that happened.
That was some awesome play-by-play casting.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. It takes it out of you, you know. You get the pauses and the misplays.
Well, the ghost still ticking there, so eventually it was killed, but that looking very much like what happened in the lane swap in game number 1. Mickey walking up way too far and then getting jumped upon. This time Key was the one who showed up with the flash stun. Now, this was an extended run around on the map. It looks like they're still going to have approximately even timing on the turrets, though.
Weird. You would think that things would be getting messed up a bit by that crazy chase.
Well, Afreeca did have to bring a bunch of people into the enemy jungle. Or, I suppose, did not have to, but chose to after Mickey had died.
Yeah, I suppose.
Mickey's still up in CS, though, as Victor went back a little bit earlier. Afreeca behind in that lane swap. So, quick change of pace here from Loken and Key, cutting back into lane. And Shen gonna be quite happy picking up some extra farm and levels in the bottom side. Ixu will not really have that same opportunity, and Afreeca thinking about, well, we're gonna swap down to the bottom side now. It will be behind though, so might not be able to take a Drake. And Crazy's gotten a lot of time to work with down here.
Yeah. And another gank on to Mickey. Remember, no summoners right now. Trying to walk away. Looks like he'll make it out. But constantly ganking the mid lane really was what gave ESC ever a lot of their success in game number 1. And you can see they're really trying hard to recreate some of that here in game 3. They need more Dazzle.
Well, they're going to get it, Doa. The Dazzler is ready.
Well, he's just going to bring it to the turret, though, instead.
All right. He's charging his Dazzles.
He's charging his Dazzle. There you go. Dazzle. Was that a necessary Dazzle?
Well, if you're fabulous, the Dazzle is always necessary, Doa.
It's just always there. It's not something that is produced. Looks like it's going to be another turret trade. Mickey, though, zoned out, still managing to get a bit more CS.
Well, I mean, they're going to be basically even after all the waves are gone.
I suppose.
And Mickey forced back. More potions remaining. Doesn't want to be on the wrong end of Victor hitting 6 and all-inning him with that Ghost, which was already off cooldown.
They give the top turret over to Crazy. And he'll definitely be able to use that. Ixu, of course, getting that bottom lane tier 1.
Yeah, that will just about even us up. Now, where are Snowflower and Sangyun going? So they are going to head into the bottom, but this is going to force the Gnar to recall and head top. So Shen again left with a little bit more CS, is a level up, and the choices were not good there for Afreeca. They didn't have time to double back and take that Mountain Drake particularly safely. If they switch their dual lane to the top side, the Mountain Drake goes over to ESC, and if they don't put their dual lane to the bottom side, well, of course, Gnar has to recall, and they're going to get Shen a little bit more ahead. So ESC doing well with the tempo of this game so far.
Yeah. And I think we may see a little bit more early action around the Dragon too this time, with it being a Mountain Drake. Just kind of ward wars for the moment.
Sangyun, longsword dagger, so we're seeing the more common build these days of Ashe, particularly in lane swap, where you're not just sitting in lane and building up enough gold for a BF sword or anything like that, where the Berserker Greaves come out very early on.
Yep. Oh, he steal this blue buff. And a 1v4 might be kind of tough.
No, he needs to.
Yeah. Whoa. We made an attempt. Bless rather made the attempt. On the blue.
Yep, and now back to endless pushing, Doa. Well,
oh yeah.
Look who was right about a slow lane swap into big game team fighting.
Hey, we've still got a chance for some early skirmishes. You never know.
I suppose in this series, I really don't know.
Yeah. Normally, I would agree with you.
Defied my expectations.
Normally, I would definitely agree with you, but in this particular series, after what we've seen in game number 1 and game number 2, I think it's too hard to call. Victor sure laughs a lot.
He's a jolly guy.
Yep.
He's thinking about, you know, killing all humans.
Transhumanism.
Yeah. I'm so
Becoming
excited
one with technology.
I'm so excited for the new Deus Ex game, by the way. It's coming out
yeah?
at the end of this month.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Ooh, cool. I've never played one of those.
Really?
I played a little bit of one, but not much.
Oh, those are my favorite games.
Oh. Well. Do you think I could play this one without having played the others?
Yeah, probably.
Right. Maybe I'll give it a try.
You could also just play Human Revolution before the game comes out. You don't really need to play Deus Ex 1 because it happens after both Human Revolution and the new one, Mankind Divided.
Oh.
So that's only necessary if you want to know what happens after those games. They're prequels.
Oh.
So you can actually just go ahead and play Human Revolution right now.
Well, that's
wouldn't be missing anything.
I've got it on Steam. I should probably just play it.
You don't even own it.
I do, yeah, that's when I played a little bit of it.
Oh, not the. You said 1, so I figured you meant like
I meant
1.
No, I meant 1 is in one of them.
Oh, one of them.
Yeah.
I see.
I'll think about it. It's on the list. The list has many games. Ooh, Tempt. Getting pushed back by that Emperor's Divide, and yeah, that was a pretty smooth gank on the Tempt there.
Yeah, really good pick.
No chance.
Coming out of the lane with the arrow and Mickey's follow-up.
You just walked right into that one.
Solid. Well, Tempt used his Ghost right there. He didn't opt for the cleanse.
Lear on the run. Gets taunted. Here comes Blunty. And the Dazzle. Flash Dazzle. He flashes out anyway. Gets exhausted. Looks like he's going to make it out. All right.
Yeah, they used 4 summoner spells to try and force that gank, and they only got ones from Snowflower and from Lyra. They're still trying to make plays. Woo, well, that was disastrous from ESC. They invested so much into attempting to make both of those picks and couldn't create any of them.
That was a bit awkward.
4 summoner spells used and a Shen ultimate just for 2 summoners.
Yeah. Dazzle.
Those minions got stars in their eyes now.
Yep. Tarek. You know, he used to be a dude that was really into gemstones. Now he's a dude that's like really into stars.
He's so new age, though. It's just
I guess
move it around every which way. First it was crystals, now it's
he doesn't talk enough about
astrology,
the moods that these things put him in, you know?
Yeah. How about their auras?
Yeah, that's true.
That's actually the new Tarek rework that's coming, is the Aura Tarek.
He kind of already has auras, you know? Bastion sort of is an aura sort of looking thing.
He's really into Sona, let me tell you.
I guess so.
Can't get enough of Aegis of the Legion.
It took me a second to remember that that champion was still in game.
Hey, come on. She was played at MSI.
That was a long time ago. Mountain Drake taken by the Afreeca Freecs. Eventually. There we go. Got it. Always a good Drake to have.
First one of the game. And Afreeca will be happy with that. Lots of poke in this composition, and they are setting themselves up for success. So we're going to see a Titanic Hydra Rek'Sai in the jungle, just adding a little bit more damage, considering that the Shen will be tanky enough, and the Tarek will provide some invulnerability, at least, so they can actually get some damage down with the jungler a little bit more safely.
Ash Arrow misses Tempt. And it will just travel off the map. Goodbye, Ash Arrow. Hit somebody on some other map.
Some other mountaintop, really, because
yeah,
Maybe it falls over time with gravity off the mountain. Maybe it doesn't stay at the same height. Maybe it follows the slope of the mountain down. We'll never know.
Could be. Who knows? Oh, Mickey taking a lot of damage from that Chaos Storm. He's got his summoners though, so he'd be able to. He would have been able to make it up, or make it out rather.
Plus Rek'Sai ulting into 3 people. That was nearly quite dangerous.
That was, well, it was very dangerous. The fact that he survived doesn't make it less dangerous.
Mickey wasn't able to respond though, so if they had attacked him, the collapse may have been too much for them to handle with Mickey's current HP, so smart of them to back off in any event.
True.
And now we wait.
You know, I feel like the flat Earth movement could use Ash arrows as like an example of how the Earth is. But like, well, if the Earth was round, it would just like eventually fly off into space, right?
Or it would come, or it would come back around it from the exact opposite direction, right? It would just revolve.
That's right.
And orbit the Earth continuously.
So obviously, Summoner's Rift is flat. It's not.
I knew it.
Runeterra is not a round planet. Look at the shadows, man. Obviously, the shadows give it all away. The Flat Earth sketch, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of shadows, have you seen What We Do in the Shadows?
No, but I've seen the trailer and it looks very funny.
It's great.
It's a couple years old now, right?
Maybe a year and a half old. Uh-oh, gank time.
Teleport coming in, Key flashing over the wall. He's got Dazzle on the mind. Songyun low, he may not. There we go. Oh, all right, Dazzle set up the kill for Loken.
It was a cross Dazzle.
It was.
This is
X Dazzle.
Yeah, making the play early, but there's still an attempt that could be made at the Rift Herald right now. They will be going through and ravaging the jungle and trying to push up and match this turret play. But man, Kia's been, every time that flash is off cooldown, trying to make plays with this Taric.
I love it.
That time works out well, and we're gonna trade turrets right now. But problem is that there are just more objectives for Afreeca Freecs to go for, although they did abandon the mid lane with the Azir. That's a little bit odd.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage on that turret because of it, too. Mickey finally coming back in again. But that's a 1v3, man. He gets dazzled. He's got to be careful.
Still, though, trying to take a turret and a Rift Herald in this trade of the kill and the turret, which is going to be a successful mission for ESC. And having that on the Gnar, quite good against the Shen.
Yeah.
One more thing to punish the Shen with in the split push.
Gold pretty even between these two teams.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it is. That gold is so even.
I love it when the gold is even.
Do you?
Taric is dazzling people.
He is. See, characters need to announce their abilities more often, like in an anime cartoon or something. So Taric could go something like, Dazzle!
Isn't anime cartoon redundant?
Yeah, I guess. It's kind of like saying cartoon. Yep.
Just like the e-gamers and the esports.
That's right. Well, e-gamers isn't really redundant.
Yes,
it's
it is.
Electronic gamers.
Yeah, but you're not going to call a basketball player a gamer. Gamer is already implied that you're playing a video game.
Gamer. Electronic video gamer.
Yeah.
As opposed to all those analog.
The analog ones.
Right. Hula hoops and stuff, you know.
Analog video, just you know, playing the games on my VHS tapes.
That's right. Really old computers when you put in a cassette tape or something. There you go. You ever play those?
Long time ago.
Kindergarten for me. That was a while ago. Right. And, oh, couldn't claim the Raptor. Here comes the Mountain Drake, though, in about 20 seconds. And that would be something that Afreeca Freecs are definitely interested in taking. The second one would be pretty big. Well, it's going to be about the same size as the first one, actually. But getting 2 buffs from the Drake is pretty big.
It was metaphorically big.
That's right. Thought I'd clear that one up.
Afreeca currently having the Dragon Pit on lockdown and trying to poke out the members of ESC. Songyun desperately trying to clear out this side. The bottom, so that just get in there and make sure that no wards will exist for ESC, but ESC forcing their way through.
Right.
A bit of a draw right now in the vision battle. Pink ward's going down though for Afreeca.
Mountain Drake activated. And Ixu sticking on a ward. He can TP down if he wants to. Wow, Dragon taken very quickly by the Afreeca Freecs. And again, that's their second Mountain Drake, so that's a valuable buff to have.
The Azir means that they are going to be able to do this Baron extremely fast.
Yes. True. Asher onto Temp though. Shen coming in with the ultimate. Try to turn things around, and Afreeca Freecs pushed away. Crazy getting into the back lines. There's a kill for Temp. That Chaos Storm doing so much damage. Getting the triple kill. Ixu taking more now. That's a quadra kill. Can he get the penta? No, they're more interested in the turret.
Yes, they should be more interested in the turret, Doha. They should not try and chase the Nidalee around the map for a pentakill. Sad that he didn't get one, but Tempt absolutely making the right choice. And holy, that Taric ult was so clutch by Key in that fight. Tempt was caught out, but they nullified an enormous amount of damage from Afreeca. Watch this. Sebastian already down. And look, Key gonna get in position. And they use the Stand United. Bit redundant when the Taric ult's already going through, but Bless gets into a choke point, knocks up several of them. Crazy with a great flash taunt. And Ixu there, but there's just not enough right now. You can see Tempted Loken are just dealing tremendous damage. And the carries are already dead on Afreeca. So, wow, really, really good Taric ultimate by Key. And you can see it right there. Fantastic positioning.
Oh, and now he may be taking for it. Nice dazzle. Uh-oh. Never mind. The dazzle wasn't enough that time.
That undid his work in the last fight. Still, though, ESC swings the gold lead in a big way.
Yeah, they do.
3,000 up now, despite the mistake there from Key.
Blue buff taken by Crazy. Not even going to give it to the Rek'Sai. Oh well. Probably want it on Crazy instead anyway, if you can't get it onto Tempt.
Well, Tempt now 5 kills on this Victor. He suddenly got a whole lot scarier after picking up the Quadra.
Oh yeah.
Burton is on him to carry. But well played team fight by ESC.
Well, it's just amazing that they were able to get the Afreeca Freecs to kind of funnel into that little choke between the turret and the wall like that.
They were split too. I mean, Afreeca was split in the choke point, perpendicular to the tower, and then the rest of them were underneath the tower itself. And in the desperation to get underneath the tower, the rest of them just ended up there, as you say, between the turret and the wall. Not a great place where there's Chaos Storm on top of you, and Sivir is just freely auto-attacking. Easiest team fight of Loken's life right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked pretty casual. Red buff given over to Songyun.
Well, the nice thing for Loken is he had it really tough in game number 2, but at least in this one, once the Ashe ult and the Gnar ult are down, there's no more threat. Maybe he gets poked out a little bit by Azir Sand Soldiers, but he can reposition while his ult is up.
True. ESC clearing wards out around the Baron pit. Trying to get something set up there. And you think the Baron will be kind of the next major point of contention here.
Well, finally a game that went how I thought it would, though, tonight. Slow, even, lane swap into team fight oriented mid game.
Well, it's been interesting.
ESC really doing well now that they have taken control of the pace of the game. So what are they going to be focusing on? Still down Drakes. Still have to be really worried about leaving that Baron for any length of time at all because of how fast the Freecs can do it. Tempt actually just has to use both summoners as he dodges an arrow, but he has to dodge into a brush with a bunch of Freecs in it.
Yeah. Manages to stay alive, though, which is the crucial thing. I mean, it's worth burning those summoners if it means that Afreeca can't immediately move over and take that Baron. Could be worse. ESC moving back into the enemy jungle now. As the Afreeca Freecs pull back a little bit.
They really need to make sure that they have eyes on this Baron at all times. So, I like the emphasis that they are putting on it. Shen still going to be having trouble in that bottom lane versus the Gnar. Crazy recalling. Looks like that will be able to go through. To not looking to disrupt that just yet.
The calm before the storm.
We already had one storm. The calm before the second storm.
Calm before storm number 2. This time it's personal.
The storming.
Yeah.
We won't have to wait long.
I don't think so.
14 seconds.
Yep.
Tom the Drake. No wards for ESC. No pink wards at least. Might cause them some grief here. They will not have any way to control the vision around the Drake. But they do have 2 mid turrets down, so they are not without their advantages. They can push much deeper.
Yeah. Couldn't Afreeca just set up to go for Baron if ESC tries to take that Cloud Drake? That's what I'd do.
Yep, they sure could. Still have some work to do clearing out the vision, but that's going to happen. Scuttlecrab is also up for ESC, but again, it's just going to be Bless probably and Crazy. Only a Cloud Drake.
Yep.
Not worth investing too much into.
Nope, not really. And it looks like Afreeca Freecs perfectly happy to just kind of give that one over.
Barely worth the calories you had to expend stabbing it, Dilla.
Yeah, I think so. It's pretty much just air. You know how it is. Did you catch what the next dragon was?
I didn't see it.
I saw something orangish brown, so maybe a mountain, maybe an infernal. Who knows? We'll find out.
Afreeca, use that time to regain dominion over the top river. So ESC has to be a bit paranoid about that again. You can see the Rek'Sai ulting directly back into the mid lane. Virtually no wards on the map right now for ESC. They have to push forward again. Hopefully they bought some pink warriors. They were a little bit light on them in their last movement towards the Drake.
Right. Oh, Bless. You know, with Lyra, who comes to the wall, gets hit by the Astro, though. Bless going in, ulted, and now that is a huge, again, Chaos Storm locked up by the Gravity Field, by the Dazzle. Double kill already for Tempt. And ESC just looking really well coordinated in these team fights.
Yeah, once again, just denying the poke and the engage.
Wow.
You see that Ash Arrow come in and they turn it on its head.
Yeah.
Instead of just waiting for the Taric ult to end, ESC will just use the Taric ult with the Stand United, come over the wall, and then use the flash to set the Shen right into the middle of the enemy team after the knockup from Bless. So Bless just flash unburrowing with Stand United on top of him, and it chains immediately into the taunt. This synergy that we've seen from Crazy and the rest of his team has been quite something.
Let's watch that fight again.
Yeah, so watch. You do see Bless. All right, so they're waiting, and they try and chain the CC, but Bless just comes through with the immunity. Flash unburrow, Crazy right there for the follow-up double taunt into the Gravity Field stun. Just a great catch from ESC, and this 5-1 victor, now a 7-1 victor.
Wow.
So Tempt dominating this game, already a full item ahead of Mickey.
That's a big problem. And now with that Baron buff, ESC ever trying to push for an inhibitor, and you gotta wonder how good of a chance they have of taking it. It seems pretty decent.
Yeah, still not the best siege composition. They can zone a little bit with the Gravity Field. They have to kind of get uncomfortably close against Nazir, and of course with the poke from Ashe in Italy. Still a bit of a challenge. They also don't have the best split pusher into the Gnar with the Shen. ESC has been so good about using this Tarek ultimate as a team.
Yeah, very, very true. Keith's Tarek is definitely one of the better Tareks in the league, I would say.
Tim and Hichani, man, the Tarek players. The Tarek twins.
Truly outrageous. Or formerly outrageous, I guess
Formerly outrageous.
Formerly outrageous.
Although I still don't understand how you can't, if you play Tarek, how you would not play Fuzzy Boots Pink Tarek, the armor of the 5th age or whatever.
Yeah. That age must have been an interesting age, to say the least.
Might happen in the future, though. Maybe he's a time traveler.
It's true. Might happen in the past. Maybe we're already in like 8th age or something.
I bet League of Legends lore would tell us that if we bothered to read it.
Maybe.
Regardless, the 5th age is fabulous.
Very. Or it's the 1980s. Maybe both. Yes, ever moving in, doing a little bit of damage.
They can't walk up on that. Too much damage from the Sand Soldier, so cracking the base may not be in the cards. Afreeca with a slim chance to regain control of this game.
Seems like they're going to need to win maybe another Baron fight, a Dragon fight, something like that. Take out a few members of Afreeca Freecs and then push the objectives. Oh, hi.
It's all right. Crazy's there.
Yeah,
Crazy there.
Right.
Just to watch the Rek'Sai zoom in and devour some more of the Freecs jungle. And now we wait, Dilla.
Oh, yes.
Waiting for Drake.
Oh, maybe we won't have to wait too long. Teleport coming in, going for the taunt onto Mickey, gets pushed back by the Emperor's Divide.
Optimistic play.
Very optimistic.
Many of his teammates were not even in the same side of the jungle as him.
Well, they got the Emperor's Divide out from Mickey's Azir. So
they also got the Flash. So.
Yeah, so maybe that's something they can kind of take advantage of, because they know those Sand Soldiers, like you mentioned earlier, have been kind of the big wave clear at this point.
Well, they also still have the Stand United. All right,
all
here we go. Oh, Dazzle!
In. No kidding. Wow, that's a razzle-dazzle wombo combo. Songyun, goodbye. Double kill for Bless. And ESC, they might be ready to just end this thing right here and now.
Again, such good coordination around the Tarek ultimate.
Yeah.
Key has just been going off in this game, consistently using his flash, trying to get in the face of the enemy to get as much crowd control as possible. I guess that's just going to be it, Doa.
I guess so. Wow. Yeah, slow and steady may win the race, but sometimes you just pop the nitrous and you just get there.
Tarek nitrous.
That's right.
Wow, well,
Dazzle.
That was some fun play from Key to watch.
Yeah,
he should definitely win. He should definitely win the MVP.
Absolutely. So
yeah, Tempt he reaped all the benefits. 8-1-2, 8 of the 11 kills, but it wouldn't have been possible without Key using that ult so well, both defensively to prevent the follow-up on the engage from Afreeca.
Yeah.
As well as offensively, as we saw, diving underneath that turret. Certainly, Tempt also had a good game on the Victor, but man, wow. Impressive play around Tarek.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, that was some of the more fun team fighting we've seen in the recent past, or at least team fighting engages anyway.
It was dazzling, Doa.
It sure was. Absolutely dazzling. And of course, we're gonna see a lot of damage on that Victor, but it's really Tarek.
And here
Tarek
we are.
Made it all happen.
Well, hopefully Key will get the MVP for that attempt, because that was some great team fighting from him. Yeah. I love the way the entire roster, though, of ESC Ever really coordinated around that champion, because not many teams run it. Even we saw a lot of bans against KT of that Tarek early on in the season, but it's really fallen away. Of course, does have some trouble in the lanes, but we've been trending back towards more melee supports, which may mean that Tarek increases in priority once again, where he doesn't have quite so many of those troubles.
Yeah, and in a situation like that, Key's in a great place. He may even be able to draw some bans, which would certainly help Bless, pick up that Nidalee a little bit more, which he's obviously very effective on. So, yeah, interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see where ESC is able to kind of take things from here, because a win over the Afreeca Freecs is pretty huge.
Yeah. Afreeca, though, coming into those team fights, you just have to back off. When you see that Tarek ult coming down, you need to back off, wait till it goes, wait it out, don't get too close. Now, of course, there were a lot of flashes used to engage.
I feel like they kind of tried. They tried to back away, but Tarek wanted to get in there anyway.
He did, and especially the Shen did. The Shen with the follow-up and the Rek'Sai. So it was tough, but it looked a little bit like Afreeca wasn't trying to bait out that Taric ultimate because sometimes it was used like immediately after the Ash Arrow. That last fight a little bit notwithstanding the last fight in the Barren River, just because they tried to hold the Ash Arrow in that fight, but the Taric ult was held equally as long.
True enough. Wow. Well, series kind of ending in a bit of an upset. I think a lot of people were expecting the Afreeca Freecs to be able to take that one. I know we were. And Ever coming in and surprising once again. But that's kind of what these guys do. They surprise you, right?
Yeah. But really good team fighting in that last game. Also, they slipped up in game number 2, but I think the shot calling both game 1 and game 2 was pretty on point for them. And they played very different compositions. Triple tier in game 1, huge scaling. And then in game 3, really interesting Taric comp that we rarely get to see.
I mean, it still seems like there's a lot of rough edges to smooth out because we saw very high highs and very low lows for this team tonight.
The ceiling for Ever is high. We know that. They've got great players when they're at their peak. I mean, we saw Bless putting on a clinic in game number 1. Loken and Key have long been acknowledged to be players with a lot of potential. But
hey, all right.
Also, the floor for these guys has been low at times also.
Well, Key gets the MVP, well-deserved, also has perfect kill contribution, 100% there. And again, every time his flash was up, going for that flash dazzle, and he really made it count.
Yeah, Tempt here has the Ghost running, so can finish it up. And I love this flash in particular. He's like, no, I'm just going through the wall right now. Whatever.
And
cross dazzle.
That's right. It's like in Chrono Trigger, man. That was like a dual tech dazzle.
X dazzle?
X dazzle, that's right. And a great ult to keep Tempt up, and that allows him to do a ton of damage once Afreeca gets funneled into this choke.
They line up for like an amazing taunt for Crazy, too.
Yeah.
Makes it pretty easy on the Shen. And Tempt just, Loken is walking into melee range of everybody because he actually doesn't care anymore that the CC is down. And this was such a great engage. Oh, flash and the split hurts right there. Afreeca has to stay grouped. Now, if they had all stayed together around that mid lane, they could have kited into an Azir turret, but...
Another great flash dazzle on the Mickey and Snowflower. And that was it. They took out the other carry, and wow.
Some nice flazzling.
Flazzling? Flash dazzle?
Flash dazzle, right. The flazzle. Give them the old flazzle.
Or dashing. No. That's already a word.
Yep. Sorry. Flazzle is the word you're looking for.
Flazzle. There you go. Flazzle. That was quite the flazzle.
It is a fabulous word. I think it's very suiting of Taric, right?
Yeah, it's true. Taric with the flazzle.
That's right.
I can see it.
Can you?
I can envision it in my mind's eye.
I'm glad you can. Well, that should just about wrap it up for us tonight.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's really just about it. We got to wait for the queue to kind of end things, right?
It's got to be. Well, they're going to do their old, telephone interview.
That's right. Oh, what word has been handed down that we have to end the broadcast now? Thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back with more LCK Summer tomorrow. Another great match, so tune in. It was a lot of fun tonight from Do and Monte Cristo in Seoul, South Korea. See you then.